bizarre circumstances behind these events, and why does this continue happening in the modern day? Stay tuned to find out as we explore the story of San Francisco's floating houses. I'm your host, Ryan Sokash, and you're watching It's History. For context, the story of San Francisco's architecture really begins with the Gold Rush, a fever that transformed the otherwise sleepy outpost of just 1,000 people into a chaotic metropolis of 25,000, and all of that within a single year. This so-called instant city demanded immediate housing, but there was a problem, as the region lacked things like brick kilns and the stone quarries of back east. Hence, to resolve the issue, builders looked to the north, where they found a wealth of rot-resistant, lightweight, old-growth redwood and began harvesting vast amounts. Using this timber, they embraced the balloon frame construction concept, a revolutionary method of using light, pre-cut lumber that allowed for grand homes to be assembled almost like kits. With that, the city rose. By the late 1800s, the wooden skeletons were dressed in the high fashion of the Victorian era. Remember, this was an age obsessed with social status, leading to the creation of things like the painted ladies, whimsical, ornate structures decorated with mass-produced gingerbread-like trim, though this style also served a practical function. Basically, due to the city's steep hills and narrow lots, architects designed these homes to be tall and thin and fitting with the geography. Though, to preserve the illusion of space, they used things like iconic bay windows to pull light and views into the home, which was otherwise little more than a long and narrow floor plan. So things looked good. But then, just when it seemed that the city had a system for sustainable growth, it faced an era known as the Great Disruption. And I might add here that the catalyst for this all was a moment of absolute catastrophe. That's right, we're talking about an earthquake. On April the 18th, 1906, the earth shook. Then the city ignited. And the resulting fire is really what did the damage here. As remember, San Francisco was basically an untamed woodpile of chopped redwood. So the resulting fire burned for over 3 days, consuming 28,000 buildings. When the smoke finally cleared, the city was split in two. There was the burn zone, a wasteland of charred brick, and then you had the survivor zone, where thousands of Victorian homes actually still stood untouched. Though their fate was also hanging in the wind, as in the panic of the aftermath, the city expanded its fire limits, meaning with the stroke of a pen, those grand Victorian homes that survived the flames basically became legally obsolete. And as you might imagine, this created a unique crisis for homeowners. Furthermore, the land in the city's core was now seen as incredibly valuable for a modernizing skyline. A skyline that the redwood homes, magnificent as they were, no longer fit into. Thus, many owners concluded that they were essentially holding a movable asset. And I want to be clear about this here. This wasn't the first, nor would it be the last time in history that homeowners would come to such a conclusion. In fact, long before San Francisco ever moved a single home, cities around the world had already proven that buildings didn't have to die where they stood. For example, in the early 1800s, engineers in London dismantled and relocated the original London Bridge. And they did so to make way for a new crossing. And a side fact here, that original bridge actually ended up in Arizona of all places. We did a video on it years ago. Anyhow, my list goes on. In downtown Chicago, engineers chose not to demolish the Indiana Bell Telephone Building, which was a 7-story steel-framed skyscraper standing directly in the path of a brand new roadway. And since no one wanted to demolish this building, they just up and moved it. I'd also like to mention an example that would come much later. In 1970, when planners chose not to demolish this palace. Rather, as you can see, they built tracks, jacked the building up, and simply wheeled it to its new position. And in doing so, they managed to save the whole structure. And the amazing thing is that until very recently, engineers were able to plan these unusual yet monumental moves using little more than their own intelligence. A notion that I'd suggest reflects the values of our friends and sponsor, Supernote. I'm sure that some of you guys have noticed this beautiful tablet that I've been working with recently. Well, it's the type of tool that I have been dreaming about for years now, since it's built purely for activities that require deep thinking. Things like script writing, drawing, or simply taking notes. Supernote cuts out the most harmful aspects of technology while providing a beneficial alternative. Meaning you can do things like get your files off Dropbox, but you won't have to look at any social media along the way. In fact, I used the tool to write this entire episode, as my daughter used it to provide those stunning visuals, some of which you've already seen and some of which we'll show in a moment. Hence, I'm getting back to the basics in my life. No more AI slop and no more brain rot. I'm going to be writing on a tool that is best suited for capturing what's in my imagination and my curiosity. Pretty sure that most of you will come to the same type of conclusion. It's only a matter of time. But if you are ready to simplify and support a company embracing the timeless ancient philosophies that we now call deep thinking, consider treating yourself to this fantastic device by clicking my link in the description below. Thank you, Supernote, for supporting the channel and helping me get back my peace of mind.
Bruh.
Get back to the story.
If I put something in Sky,
in some regards,
right? Sky, taking all of these mods, yes, cool. Why when I go into the game, I have to still add the same mods that are in what Sky says is in the playset?
It was more profitable to just pick up the entire house and roll it to a residential neighborhood where wood was still permitted. Fortunately, the city was also on board with this concept, since the fire had already left 250,000 people homeless. And the last thing that city authorities wanted was to remove yet more real estate from the area. In fact, in addition to salvaging the Victorians, the city also wanted to save thousands of tiny green so-called earthquake shacks. These were temporary homes in public parks to house refugees. So once the emergency passed, the city offered a deal. Residents could keep the shacks, but only if they hauled them away themselves. In other words, in the many decades to come, thousands of homes, shacks, or even public buildings would move across the city, and sometimes across the bay. And it's safe to say that the prototype for the audacity to come was actually a public structure known as the Ohio Building. Standing as a grand exhibit of the 1915 World's Fair, it was never meant to last. But when the fair ended, a group of investors saw a bargain that they couldn't refuse. In short, they bought this massive structure for just $1,000 and planned to move it. According to some sources, to save it, engineers built a massive timber cradle beneath its joints. And from there, they waited for a king tide, the month's highest water level, to float a giant barge directly beneath the building's foundation. Then, as the tide receded, the ocean itself accepted the weight of the building. This was a brilliant solution, as with a single tugboat, they did what a team of 50 horses could never really achieve on land. They turned a state house into a ship. And although the move turned out to be a success, this structure would not pass the test of time, as today, nothing of it remains. Regardless, it's important to point out that while the bay provided a water highway for some, most of San Francisco's architectural moves still had to navigate the city's notoriously steep and narrow streets. Such was the case with the Newton J. Thorpe Commercial School, this massive 3-story brick structure, which some sources speculate weighed up to 8,000 tons. Yet it was standing in the way of the city's grand vision for a new civic center, so they chose to move it. And as you can see, the engineers didn't just lift the whole building, they actually had to sever it from the foundation and place it on a grid of enormous steel beams and timber rollers. And once everything was ready, the enormous operation moved inch by inch across the city. Arguably, the biggest challenge came when it had to be rotated 90 degrees in the middle of a city intersection. For several weeks, the school slowly traversed San Francisco, as many other wooden structures were making similar journeys. But it was important, as this move's success proved that even brick and mortar could conquer the land. But that wouldn't always remain the case. As San Francisco modernized, the street became a tangled web of overhead electric trolley lines and utility poles, meaning that the window to move buildings on land was rapidly closing. Bringing us to what I perceive as one of the most dramatic images of our story, the rescue of the Layford House, a building designed by a man every bit as eerie as the architecture he would one day.
Bro, am I ever gonna get?
Dr. Benjamin Layford.
Am I ever gonna be able to load into the game? Like, what is going on today?
A veteran Civil War surgeon, he spent years.
Like, if I don't give the game a whole hour to go and fucking download, dude.
Art of chemical preservation, the dead. And apparently,
yeah, alright, I don't actually need that. Yeah, can I just load into the game? Like, that's kind of annoying, bro. Like, I shouldn't have to load the game an hour before I have to stream, dude.
Hygiene and utopian ideals. He married Hilarita Reed, the heiress to a massive ranch, where together they built this Victorian masterpiece in 1876 at Strawberry Point. For the doctor, this house was the symbol of a healthy future.
Where's my camera?
19th century trim, of course. However, the concept would prove to be entirely out of step with the real world, since by the 1950s, Layford's utopia was being overtaken by the post-war suburban boom, with Strawberry Point specifically subdivided for modern luxury housing. Hence, the Layford
That's actually a dope ass. That's a dope ass neighborhood. Is that called Strawberry Point?
Site. That's right.
I actually like that.
For demolition to make way for new development. But then things took a twist when a local woman named Rosie Vernell intervened, offering to donate her nearby pasture to the National Abduction Society on the condition that the house be moved there to serve as a sanctuary. And here's the thing, it might have actually been more reasonable to simply build a replica of the house, since moving it proved to be almost impossible. Remember, the narrow winding roads of the county were never built for a Victorian mansion to move through. Hence, land transit was now impossible, forcing movers to turn back to the seafaring tradition established by the Ohio Building 40 years prior. And so it was. In December of 1957, they lifted the entire structure onto a massive barge and waited for the tide. Then, when the moment was right, a tugboat pulled the mansion across the bay, resulting in an event that would become one of the most iconic images in California history. By the 1970s, the city's west side was being carved up to make way for modern housing and highways, meaning hundreds of historic homes were set to be demolished, but a few would be saved, as a group of activists drew their line in the sand. The most inspiring example of this occurred in November of 1974, during one of the most logistically dense operations in the city's history, as 12 Victorian houses were moved simultaneously, where they were huddled together for safety. The spectacle was so grand that it was described as a herd of elephants navigating the city. But then, after the 1970s, a few houses were moved over the next 50 years. In fact, the next one happened in February of 2021, when a 139-year-old Victorian mansion, the Englander House, rolled down Franklin Street. And it was done so at the staggering cost of nearly $500,000. Additionally, the city had to temporarily remove items such as parking meters, street lights, and even trim decade-old trees to make this move possible. But the 2021 case was rather important, as it proved that even in the modern day, Californians love those balloon-framed houses enough to preserve them whenever possible. So what about that floating house with the picket fence that we talked about in the intro? Well, although it might look like a historic home, this particular house has always been on the water. It was a resident of Docktown, a decades-old floating home community in Redwood City, and its journey was an eviction of sorts. The consensus suggests that the owner was a retired resident that had lived in the home for many years, though he was asked to move his house as the city was pushing homes off public waterways. Apparently, the owner fought for years to try and stay in that location, but eventually accepted a settlement to move, and this is where things went wrong. You see, towing a floating home through a waterway as windy and unpredictable as the bay is a highly challenging
Now, when this happens, we may not get saving capabilities. Let's double check.
Like a giant
Make sure we can save. Alright, we can save. So what we're going to do is 27.
Brutal combination of high winds and shifting currents.
Let's go.
And as the elements intensified, the structure began
let's go 40. We'll let the game run a little bit. We'll probably watch one more video.
Transit
just to make sure everything's running okay. Usually when you get that cache issue, I've always experienced a crash after that, so I don't want the game to crash. Let's pause the music. Let's X this out.
Passage beneath the Richardson Bay Bridge, with apparently only inches of clearance. Though I'm happy to report that in the end,
I also have to do my settings for this.
So
there's a particular settings Wolf said needs to happen for all of these people's and
preserve historic architecture. Though I do have to wonder about future generations and if they'll make the same efforts, especially when it comes to protecting buildings that are modern now. Somehow, it's hard for me to imagine that buildings of our time will ever have that kind of sentimental value. Although, perhaps I'm wrong, and if I am, please let me know in the comment section below. Otherwise, I thank you all for watching, and until next time, this is Ryan Sokash, signing off.
Alright, let me do one thing. Let's go to... Perfect. Okay, cool. Alright, so that's phenomenal. That was actually cool. I thought it was going to be something more crazier than that.
Beneath the streets of central London, a subway ran for over 76 years.
We'll watch that. I like my education, and I've been wanting to watch that. I have like a list of videos I need to like finish. I don't have enough time in life right now to like finish anything. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, can I get some time, please? But what we're also doing while we're watching this homework is I have to update this particular mod here. Wolf has added the real life mod because our city was so fucking broken with simulation.
Unmanned, fully electronic, and remote controlled. In other words, this was an
that mod not
operating
should be above recall,
chaos
right?
of the streets above. At its peak, millions of letters passed through these tunnels every day.
What the fuck?
And then, almost without notice, everything fell apart. The tunnels were sealed, and the system was left behind. The city above moved ahead. So how did London
we gotta do a reload. No, this is it.
For mail? And why was it ultimately abandoned?
This wasn't the active playset. Oh my god, bro. We gotta reload. We have to reload. Exit the desktop. The fucking playset wasn't the actual playset. Bro.
Now, before there was ever an underground railway for mail...
Alright, this is our last load. If we better not crash today. I promise you this.
And this brought its leaders a serious set of challenges. By the mid-19th century, the British Postal Service had become one of the largest and most complex networks of its type. And it's easy to forget that back then, the country's imperial force still connected Britain to lands stretching across Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Americas. And of course, London was the hub of it all, but the city itself was becoming an obstacle. So, as London expanded through the 19th century, its streets grew increasingly congested. Every short journey across the city could take hours, and so surface mail deliveries became increasingly unreliable. In that state of affairs, it didn't take long before the post office began to experiment. For example, in the 1850s, the city installed a pneumatic tube system, which we already covered on this channel, but just to recap, this was basically an underground system of pipes that used air pressure to propel canisters between offices. These systems worked, but only on a small scale since they had many problems. For starters, they were only suitable for documents and telegrams, not bulk mail. Furthermore, capacity was limited and maintenance was a whole other story. Since when those tubes would jam, workers would routinely need to tear up entire sections of streets or even building foundations to resolve the problem.
That's insane, just to fix one tube?
The pneumatic delivery system was impressive, but it ultimately proved to be insufficient. Now, in the midst of all this, a separate transformation was also taking place beneath the city. In 1863, the world's first underground passenger railway opened, demonstrating that tunneling under a dense city was feasible. Over the following decades,
That's
the
insane.
London Underground expanded further, steadily normalizing deep-level tunneling, electric traction, and centralized signaling. Meaning, as the technical barriers of underground transportation dissipated, the post office took note. And this made sense because mail was already being moved by rail and at scale, not just in Britain, but across the world. Above ground, dedicated postal carriages were a standard practice. As one surviving example could be seen here, where a preserved European mail wagon shows how the systems worked. Bulk mail was carried in specialized cars, sorted en route, and transferred at major stations. From there, it was handed off to surface transportation for final delivery. This was effective by 19th century standards, but in dense cities like London, the weakest links remained the streets themselves. Congestion, weather, and distance erased the advantages rail had already provided. With that in mind, by the early 20th century, London's central sorting offices, particularly the one in Mount Pleasant, had become some of the busiest postal facilities on Earth.
This is
and so
actually
it was.
really
In 1911,
okay.
official plans proposed a dedicated underground railway linking London's main railway terminal with its central sorting offices. Though there was a distinction. You see, unlike the passenger underground, this new system would carry mail only. Trains would be miniature, automated, and operate continuously. Parliament approved the plan, and construction was slated to begin in 1915. The tunnels were driven deep beneath central London using the same circular cast iron lining techniques pioneered by the underground, but on a smaller scale. Initially, crews excavated boreholes by hand, assembling prefabricated iron rings as they advanced, creating a continuous underground corridor designed purely for freight. And then, just when things were moving along nicely, global events intervened. The First World War drained labor, materials, and funding for the project. And although much of the tunneling was completed, the railway sat unfinished by the end of the war. Tracks lay unused, power systems were incomplete, and the rolling stock had yet to be fully built or even tested.
But how big was these
for years,
fucking carrier things supposed to be? That looks really small.
Britain faced more shortages of things like steel, electric components, and skilled labor. So, understandably, national priorities shifted and the project remained stalled. However, after some time passed, industrial production stabilized and, importantly, automated control technology matured. So, they gave it another go. With the tunnels already in place, the post office...
Alright, that looks more proportionate.
And after a few more years of construction, the railway finally opened, nearly a decade after excavation had initially begun. When the system finally opened on December the 3rd, 1927, it did so just in time for Christmas post. Officially titled the Post Office Tube Railway, the line stretched roughly 5.6 miles, and along the way, it served 8 major stations, most of which were located directly beneath major sorting offices, including Mount Pleasant, King Edward Street, and Liverpool Street. The trains themselves were unlike anything the passenger underground had seen. These vehicles were narrow,
they were tiny.
low-profile electric machines built to carry mail bags, not people. In fact, they didn't have windows or seating, since everything was controlled remotely from a central operating room. The trains followed fixed routes through the tunnels, guided by an automated signaling system that regulated speed, spacing, and junctions. In the later decades, this electromechanical system was upgraded and computerized. Still, the basic principle remained the same. A centrally controlled automated railway that moved mail through London without human operators inside the actual trains. At its peak, the system carried up to 4 million letters per day, departing every few minutes during peak periods.
4 million? That's a lot.
For less than a minute at each platform. When those trains arrived, workers loaded and unloaded mail at conveyor-fed platforms designed purely for speed. And as you might imagine, the impact was immediate. Journeys that once took hours by road were reduced to minutes. The railway operated independently of weather, traffic, or surface strikes. In fact, during the Second World War, it proved to be vital. Even after a bombing strike flooded parts of the system in 1943, operations resumed the very next day. For decades, the Post Office Railway was one of the most efficient logistics systems in the city. Largely invisible, but indispensable. It was just one of those little things that made a significant difference in daily life, which is a notion that we could all appreciate, even beyond mail. Since, let's face it, parcel transport is essential, no matter how you frame it, and especially in our modern world. For example,
maybe we need this in City Skylines.
On the road or in hotel rooms, as I'm doing right now, I have to carry so much gear with me.
Oh, dude.
Now, back to our story.
Much love,
By the
but
1950s,
I'm not doing this right now.
the
No
mail
ads.
rail was still operating at full capacity, as Britain's post-war economy depended heavily on written communication. And airmail was still in the phase of expanding, in fact. By the 1950s, mail rail was still operating at full capacity, as Britain's post-war economy depended heavily on written communications. However, the writing was on the wall as airmail was in the phase of expanding rapidly. Though the transition would take time, as in that decade, mail arriving from overseas still had to be processed and redistributed through London, meaning the Underground Railway remained a critical link between sorting offices and stations. But that would not remain the case forever, as the world was on the cusp of a shift. You see, post-war reconstruction brought significant investment in roads, since automobiles, including cargo trucks, grew larger and far more reliable. And as the new routes and early motorways...
That was an edit issue. Now that I edit video a lot, barely, not enough, but I can hear certain errors in editing, and I'm like, oh, they fucked up on that.
The postal network itself began to change. Advances in automation reduced the need for large, labor-intensive sorting offices within the city center. So facilities started moving outward, closer to suburban distribution hubs, airports, and motorway junctions. Even so, throughout this evolution, the mail rail still functioned, but it was increasingly disconnected from where the actual mail needed to go. By the 1980s, this misalignment had become difficult to ignore. Operating an underground railway did make sense back when everything arrived by rail and then had to cross the city, but it made far less sense in a system of decentralized logistics. In other words, the system's original strength, its permanence, had, in a weird way, become its ultimate weakness. The decisive break came in 1995.
I'm so scared. I don't think we're gonna load into it. Oh wait, we are. I lied. It moved. It moved. If it moves, that means it's gonna work.
Rail services were generally removed from London's mainline passenger terminals, and so the intake trains that once
there's some prefab issues
no longer arrived in places like Paddington or Liverpool Street. This severed the connection to the Underground Railway, and practically speaking, without the greater intake from the surface lines, the Underground was effectively severed. And just like that, the original purpose was lost. Remember, the whole idea was to transfer between main trains and central sorting offices. So without that, it didn't make any sense. Hence, by the early 2000s, a rapid decline.
That's a cute ass little tunnel. That's so cute.
A fraction of the former volume. Well, operating costs remained prohibitively high, and they were projected to grow. So in 2003, another decision was made. The service would end forevermore. And just like that, on May the 3rd, 2003, the final train.
Damn.
From there, the power source was switched off and the tunnels were sealed. When mail rail shut down, the system was not formally abandoned. Rather, it was mothballed, meaning the entrances and stations tied to active sorting offices were sealed, as those buildings were ultimately closed or sold off, sometimes redeveloped. Though at Mount Pleasant, for example, the main access shafts and the platforms did remain in place beneath the former sorting complex. Though elsewhere, former access points at locations such as Paddington,
dude, what is going on, bro?
King Edward Street were closed off internally, as postal operations also moved out of central London. And this was
bro, I'm about to actually just play Arc Raiders. If I can't get into cities, bro.
Redevelopment projects above ground.
And that's the thing. I don't even know if I have enough space on my hard drive.
The tunnels were left intact. Things like
actually, I probably do on my secondary hard drive, but not on this main drive.
Rather, they were.
Dude, all I want to do is play cities. Can I fucking play cities?
It was still considered critical infrastructure.
This is what happens when you don't set your game up an hour before you want to fucking play it.
Flooding, structural degradation, or unauthorized access. Remember, the city wanted to keep it because in times of war, it could become instrumental again. Though the interesting thing is that the trains...
Alright, we'll close it. I can't. We'll close it.
Most of the rolling stock was parked inside.
Oh look, it doesn't even want to close now. Great.
Last operated. And actually, this was a practical choice because the tunnels were purpose-built and inaccessible to standard railroad networks. So
just X, bro. Close the fucking program. I asked to close the program. The
So
stupid
they just remained
motherfucker,
there,
bro.
a place effectively trapped below the city.
Hey, being a young ass hoe for
the
what?
early 2000s were also the first time that the world at large heard about the system. You see, unlike its opening, its closing was rather heavily publicized. Word spread. By the early 2010s, mail rail began appearing in documentaries, urban exploration features, and
use stop asking me the dumbest questions.
Did appear earlier in films.
Local fucking data, you stupid motherfucker, bro.
Movie, Hudson Hawk, but those features didn't compare to what the attention of the age of the internet world would bring. And as the hype grew, it became clear that the public at large wanted to see this novelty firsthand. Hence, a short section of the railway beneath Mount Pleasant is actually restored.
I'm going through my mods list right now on Sky to see what stupid ass fucking mods would have caused this issue.
Passenger cars running through the original tunnels. And for the first time, the public could ride a railway that had spent its entire working life hidden away from view. Though it's important to note that most of the system actually remains closed off and totally forbidden. In closing, it's fair to mention that mail rail did not exist in isolation. This turn-of-the-century experiment was separating mail from street level, indeed had a few other notable mentions. Cities like Paris,
I gotta ask Starkey if he's gonna update the recent
delivery systems during the late 19th and 20th centuries. Some relied on pneumatic tubes, others on small
because those modular blocks don't work the way they were supposed to anymore, which kind of sucks.
But London's system was
for me.
Scale,
I hope it's so, because that's I think what Wolf was talking about. We gotta really look into the city. If I can get into the city, bro, like I do these early streams, so I have enough time to play. Like
modern
what the hell,
logistics
man?
have moved in a different direction towards roads, air, and highly flexible distribution hubs, meaning that the tunnels beneath London are an obsolete monument to how the world changed around them. With that being said, we'll leave it there for today, but I hope you enjoyed the story of London's lost underground mail rail. I know I certainly did. And another special thank you to Bellroyd for sponsoring the episode. I've got to say, I am just loving this gear, and I hope you guys will take the time to support them and check it out. Otherwise, until next time, this is Ryan Sokash signing off.
And then I keep getting text messages from the hey, dude. I just want to build. I just want to build. I just want to build. That's it. I honestly just want to build. Do I care about Grand Central Terminal?
No. Right in the heart of modern-day Mumbai sits a paradox. Home to 1 million people, the tiny slum of Dharavi is simultaneously everything you think it is, and also nothing like that at all. This is a neighborhood where homes, factories, schools, and sewage all exist within an arm's reach of one another. A place where children play in piles of garbage, and where people live life on a knife's edge between just getting by and just utter destitution. And yet it's also a place of tremendous opportunity. It's where many doctors, lawyers, and businessmen call home, where Indian industry spreads out to the entire country and even the world, and where a dirt poor community turns over an astronomical $1 billion collectively every year. So, how did one of the poorest places in the entire world come to be situated right in the center of India's financial heart? How do people thrive here in the harshest of circumstances? And why does nothing about it make any sense at all? Dharavi is a place that shouldn't even really exist where it does. And very soon, well, it might not exist at all. Just an interrupt today's viewing experience to tell you about our fantastic sponsor. And now back to today's episode. Welcome to Mumbai, India, the city of 22 million people where cash is king.
That's kind of crazy.
We're in the heart of the subcontinent's financial.
I say that, and then if I look at the skyline in New York, the slums are just like that.
We're not here to view the spectacular high-rises and billion-dollar business deals, at least not yet. We're zooming in further, and we're not aiming for the fringes. We're headed right slap bang to the middle of the city. Anywhere else on Earth, this would be office towers and swanky C-suite boardrooms, but this is Mumbai, the city where the richest and poorest are often mere streets apart. Surrounded by mansions, beachfront property, and financial districts, sits the subject of our focus today.
Show me.
Mumbai has a long history of financial might, and in doing so, it has attracted to people from all over the world's largest democracy. 60% of Mumbai's population live in one of the city's 2,000 slums. People looking to make their fortune flock to Mumbai like
Maybe we
moths
should
to
do
a flame,
something like
finding a
this.
space and starting out at the absolute bottom rung of the ladder towards wealth and success. And that rung is Dharavi. Mumbai's biggest slum. It is stacked to the rafters with corrugated iron, tarpaulin, and makeshift housing. A mishmash of buildings thrown together and grown like an organism rather than being designed.
Come on, you can load cities. I'm looking at you. You got this.
Shanty houses and shacks parked between a pair of railway lines that feed the city like financial blood vessels. In truth, it's tiny. Dharavi is only 2.39 kilometers.
What is that in
just under
freedom
a
miles?
square mile in
Thank
size,
you.
and yet it is home to roughly 1 million people.
What?
Neighbors popping around asking to borrow sugar must be a near constant event. Here, people live in tiny huts and they make their living doing what they can to survive. Children go to school nearby. People set up market stalls to make ends meet, and others work jobs elsewhere in the city. Here, life goes on
1 mile,
constantly amidst
1 million
a tidal wave
people?
of people and an ocean of opportunity. Calling Dharavi just standard city hustle and bustle feels inadequate. Those phrases were invented for places much quieter than this. Dharavi is often called Asia's largest slum, but this is a reference to the sheer number of people living in a continuous informal settlement, not classic square footage. In our research, we couldn't find a slum with more people in Asia, so I guess congratulations? Everywhere you look in
That's
Dharavi, it's
insane.
a maze of alleyways, narrow dirt passageways between concrete, abodes, sheet metal, piles of trash, and people. So many people.
The
Overhangs of
fuck?
buildings and power lines dangle precariously over people's houses, whilst the odd tall building sticks out like a sore thumb. Interestingly, of all settlements like this, slums, favelas, shantytowns,
Yeah.
whatever you want to
Yeah.
call them,
Yeah.
operate in a funny grey area of the law. They're technically illegal. These kinds of settlements just kind of spring up with no urban planning or really any kind of planning at all. Despite
Yeah.
the total lack of any real enforced bureaucratic system to govern how these kinds of settlements are built, they're tolerated once they exist. What are you going to do?
can't-
Just 1 million people?
Whoa.
Dharavi is a recognized slum.
As
that is
China,
built on a
you
system of
see what they
informal
did to the
construction.
Uyghurs, so...
Many residents here have ID cards, ration cards, and access to electricity and water, but no legal ownership of the land that they live on. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg when you start to look at Dharavi and just how bizarre of a place it really is. From the massive amount of industry going on here under the surface, to the fact that this is where the award-winning 2008 film Slumdog Millionaire was based on, Dharavi is a lot of things. And one of those things is weird. Many people who live here are second-generation residents whose parents moved in years or even decades ago, where they're scratching out a living in one of the many industries within, or going through education aspiring for a brighter future. It is a true melting pot as far as India is concerned as well. People have flocked here from all over the nation throughout the decades and even the centuries. No matter your caste, your religion, your ethnicity, or what region your family is from, here you're all Dharavi, experiencing this
Interesting.
diverse patchwork of Indian life together. So, how did it all begin then?
Chapter 2.
Well, it's fair to say that today Dharavi bears no resemblance to what this land used to be. Indian urban expansion has happened so quickly, with its population booming, that if it did, that would be really rather weird. All of this used to be marshlands and tall grass, back before Mumbai was Mumbai and when it was formerly known as Bombay. Back then, the city was comprised of 7 islands, separated by the Mahim Creek from the hinterland. Dharavi was a
Interesting.
tiny fishing village on what was the periphery of a city that has since swallowed it whole. Newspapers as far back as 1909, from what we could find, described Dharavi as one of the 6 great Kalawadas of Bombay.
Kalawadas.
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 Just means settlement. In
Ah.
Marathi, just one of the dominant languages of the region back then. Some of the first people recorded as living as settled people in Dharavi were the Collies, who lived at the edge of the creek that came from the Arabian Sea and fished there. During the 18th century, Bombay started to undergo both intentional and unintentional land reclamation projects, which started to transform what would become Mumbai from a series of islands into one cohesive landmass, a city. But in the process, the creek that the Collie fisherfolk relied on dried up and deprived them of their traditional source of sustenance and income. The trade-off for the city rising out of the sea was that the emerging land from the marshes provided space for new communities to move in. Now, you'll have to excuse us because we're simplifying a few centuries of extremely complicated caste, colonial, and cultural history here. And if we really went down the rabbit hole, or rather the fishing hole, we'd be here.
The fishing
hole. But over the decades and the centuries, Mumbai would continue to grow and expand as people migrated to it from all over India. Some came willingly, others didn't really have much of a choice, but they all ended up in Mumbai all the same. The point is that all across the subcontinent, you had a massively diverse range of people, castes, ethnicities, and the professions that they brought with them. Near ancient industries like leather tanning from arriving Muslims and pottery from arriving Gujarati communities became household staples of industry among many in Mumbai. In Dharavi in particular, they proved universal to the extent that they're still being utilized to make money there to this very day.
What are those?
So what made Mumbai, and especially Dharavi, the diverse Indian patchwork it is today. People came from all over and settled in the same places. They mixed together, shared cultural traditions, and merged. As the city continued to grow in the early 20th century, and more industries like
I am praying that this is a good load.
Swell, the pressure on the lands and the amount of space people had to live in increased. So, as all cities do, it expanded. A couple of renewed electrified rail lines would be put in here and there that now mark the boundaries of the Dharavi slum to this day. Over time, this expansion completely enveloped Dharavi, so it was no longer this fringe form of fishing community. It was now creeping towards the heart of what would become one of India's largest cities. Post-independence in 1947, there was a massive rural-to-urban migration, and Mumbai just didn't stop growing. Housing supply was already outstripped by demand, but it was from here onwards where informal settlements
moved to a big city.
To spring
you
up
have big
more
dreams.
and more all over Mumbai. Dharavi, with its now pretty central location, absorbed tons of these people who would continue to foster industries out of their own home workshops. By the 60s and 70s, it was locked in the dead center of Mumbai, and by the 80s, hundreds of thousands of people lived on this tiny patch of land. During the 1980s, it was widely acknowledged as having a lot of problems. Spoiler, not many of those have been solved.
Oh, wait, chill. Don't die on me.
It was the first time that funds were offered.
The game is loading up OD right now. It's lagging and Chrome is lagging. That's hilarious.
Even failing full-on redevelopment, the 80s
We got
were the
this,
first
we
time
got
that
this.
services were both offered and improved on for the hundreds of thousands of residents of the slum.
Maybe I should have did stream at 1 o'clock, I guess.
Now formally recognized it, but it didn't really change much for those living there. As the 1990s came and went, the outer periphery of Dharavi became awash with high-rise buildings as Mumbai didn't just become a big city, but a financially and globally recognized one. India was experiencing a period of
That looks like somebody's playing Cities Skylines right now, bro.
Nowhere else to build out, property developments went up, which is how Dharavi ended up as a slum surrounded by skyscrapers. The slum redevelopment scheme was launched by the Indian government in 1995, which aimed to replace informal settlements like Dharavi with formal housing stock. A lot of redevelopment ideas were floated and projects were launched, but they all failed to drastically transform the place, especially with a lack of communal buy-in from those living in Dharavi itself. Take 2003, for example.
All right, we are probably going to finally load into the game, y'all.
The plans
Let's
drew
go.
from the residents who were wary of the size and quality of homes being
Fingers
offered
crossed it
in
works.
redevelopment, and so it never
That's
happened.
cool. We don't need
Peaceful
none of this
upgrades
shit.
came here and there. Access
Just
to
go to
electricity
yes.
and water improved enough to stall any real urgency. By the 2000s and the 2010s, the piecemeal redevelopment approach was replaced with the idea of just solving the whole darn thing at once, a process that remains as difficult to achieve as it is controversial to this day, but we'll get to that
Come on, we
later.
can load.
If you're
We
doing
can
a
do this
whistle-stop
game.
tour of Dharavi
I
history,
believe in you,
that's about
cities.
all there is to it, and minus the million other details that we no doubt.
This is
missed,
actually a
and
really
I'm
good
sure
episode.
you'll find in the comments.
We have to
That
make a
is
shanty time.
The past. What about the present?
I need
What
some
is the situation on the ground in Dharavi like today? Well, like everything about Dharavi, it's
Is it the
complicated.
same?
So let's get to it. Okay, we want to frame Dharavi as fairly as we can, given that places like it can often be hampered with stereotypes on all sides. Many will assume that it's just this cesspit of depravity, inhumanity, poverty, and crime, whilst contrarian views will often overlook the real issues to have a "this is why it's actually good" stance. We want to give you a balanced assessment of the environment on the ground. Reality just doesn't fit into any little narratives. It is messy, and Dharavi is as messy and as complicated as anywhere else. All good places have bad aspects, and all bad places have good ones. And you'll see that in the way we talk about both Dharavi's problems, but also in its more redeeming features. But for starters, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. Some people think it's unfair to call Dharavi a slum because it makes unfair inferences about the place itself and the people living there. But when you look at images of Dharavi, no other word matches what you'll see. Unending stretches of narrow, dirty passageways, open sewers flowing through the thoroughfares, cramped huts made of corrugated sheet metal and cinder blocks, young children running about barefoot, playing in the fields of garbage. Sometimes.
All right, let me see something.
A spade. And
Music cut off,
because
you're fucking with the sound effects.
Densely populated places on the planet. The population's a little hard to nail
Can
down.
we hit play? Can we hit 1 speed? I gotta switch these settings.
You don't register with local authorities when you move here.
Not enough
You just
time
find a shack or build a shack and you start living.
Oh my
so
god,
as for a population,
stop.
Some put it around 600,000 residents, but it's most likely going to be well over 1 million people. And this is an area just under 2.4 square kilometers, or just under 1 square mile. That's not dissimilar to the country of Monaco, the second smallest country in the world. The population of Monaco is about 38,000 people. So if you want to imagine just how densely populated we're talking here, imagine if Monaco had 26 times the population it currently does, and then imagine where all of those people would live. I'll give you a hint. There wouldn't be space for an F1 track. Dharavi is less than half the size of Chennai's own airport in the
half the size of a fucking international airport?
It is absolutely tiny. This is a population density unseen almost anywhere else in the entire world. Not since somewhere like the Kowloon Wall City.
Oh, yes. We do remember Kowloon, right?
About 250,000 people, 250,000 per square kilometer. It's the most densely populated neighborhood in all of India, which isn't exactly struggling for people to begin with. The result of this is that people are living in tiny abodes, shoulder to shoulder, entire families living in a single 4 meter by 4 meter room. There's very little space for privacy, and the only reprieve from that is outside, where there are 1 million other neighbors you also can't escape. Because of being what's known in some circles as an informal settlement, there are no regulations around things like public waste disposal for
that's insane.
Sewage, so it often is just strewn around everywhere. There's no set standards for safety around how buildings should be erected to make sure they're safe for families, sometimes multi-generational families, all living under one very small roof. Most houses are little more than corrugated iron shacks, shanties with exposed electrical cables passing overhead, acting as a constant threat of electrocution, spiderwebbing out across all of Dharavi. Inside those houses,
Darius, give me 1 second. I gotta do something, and yeah. And then we gotta do these settings. I'll be right back.
Bathrooms are uncommon. Some homes do have them, but most don't. According to a 2006 Human Development Report from the UN, there is only 1 toilet in Dharavi for every 1,400 people. It might have changed. That's gonna smell. It might have changed since, but if those numbers are even remotely similar now, that's a worse ratio than many overcrowded prisons. The result of this, and the lack of sanitation services to Dharavi, is that the Mithi River, which is just to the north of the settlement, and who some call the Mahim, is where many residents dump their trash, wash, bathe, and also go to the bathroom. Lovely. Those who have visited Dharavi have often said that the smell is genuinely horrific, with garbage and other substances being visible floating on the water that thousands rely on. What doesn't help is that homes and buildings in Dharavi also have a distinct lack of ventilation because there aren't any windows for many. The industries that people undertake to survive can also cause harmful byproducts to circulate inside, and the poor sanitation often leads to outbreaks of epidemics that ravage the settlement because people are living in such close proximity to each other. Typhoid, cholera, leprosy, COVID-19, tuberculosis, and polio are just some of the many illnesses.
Let's do these settings that Wolf gave us, and I'm ready to fucking build. I am so... we got enough education time, and the game is finally acting like it works. This is what a whole...
all that together, plus the trash, it is just a recipe.
I want to say this has been a whole hour that it's actually taken for this to do what it needed to do.
Natural disasters also cause...
That's a lot. I'm not gonna lie. That was 12:15, so give or take 45 minutes.
Season often hits it hard.
Let's go to settings. We're gonna pull up these settings.
Power lines and tiny leaky shacks can have their homes collapse if they're not structurally sound.
Real life, right?
Floods are also dangerous. People, but especially children, can fall in filthy rising water, and trash and sewage water will flow through the streets for days after the fact. Fires are also
probability of vanishing
because everything is built on top of each other, and the safety standards just non-existent.
78, 83,
for years,
67.
only for everything they've ever built to go up in smoke.
Men
And when
retirement
disasters strike on
age,
a wider scale across the whole
67.
settlement,
About
it's
equality
often
over here.
cut
Let's
off
go.
because there's no infrastructure there.
Teenage
other than the
limit
railways, which are
18,
usually
child age
adversely
limit
affected
12.
as well. And here is where you can start to see maybe the largest overarching problem with Dharavi.
Okay, cool.
And that's the lack of regulation. Not just in planning or building or safety, but just in everything. No regulations whatsoever means the entire settlement sits on a house of cards. Which
it does, and that shit is scary.
At any moment, and the people living
University
there
capacity
have no
for
rights
college.
to affect change in their community because they don't
35%.
have the money, and their communities are deemed illegal by the Indian
Probability
government.
of
To put it plainly,
entering
there are
high
not
school
many
is
more difficult
65%.
places to live in the world today for people who are entirely free than Dharavi.
Probability of adults entering high school is 0. Probability of workers continuing education, 5%. Interesting. Number of years in college, 3. That's not Canadian. Number of years in university, 5. What the fuck? Oh gosh. Whoa, what is going on? Okay, 90. Look, these are, I don't know anything about the real world. High school graduation probability.
Would people willingly choose to put themselves
60%. Wow, what kind of education do you want us to have?
It's all about location and opportunity.
College graduation probability is 33%. Okay.
Is constantly flourishing with business, but whose
damn, so we making a lot of money from loans. University graduation probability. I should ask him exactly why. There has to be something within the simulation that bugs these numbers, and that's why putting these here will help our situation. Because, yeah, we were fucked. Alright, birth and relations. Student birth rate factor.
It reflects a problem not of Dharavi, but of India in general. A booming population
Base
of over
birth
1 billion
rate
people,
factor,
and
2%.
housing. Not enough development opportunities in rural areas, and not enough forward planning to account for the surge in people that results. For those without means, still willing to try and make something of themselves, what are your choices other than to move to a place like Dharavi, start from the bottom?
Divine divorce. Oh, I thought that shit said divine. My bad.
Will always live there.
All right.
Work there,
Adult
and will
female
die there in
birth
hopes of giving
rate
better lives to their children. And that's where we need to talk about one of the genuinely highly uplifting.
And then they look for partners. So the simulation is looking for other pieces to spore into. Like, what kind of virus is the? Right. I don't think Wolf gave me anything for household size. And then the playset. Alright, so cool. Let's actually save this one more time now that we have that. We'll save this as B, and then we'll probably do C around 4 o'clock.
Access to a tiny morsel of that money is life-changing for many Dharavi families over months, years.
Dude, I really want to do a mixture of these in favelas. Realm, what's good, Daddy-O? He has, yes, 2,932 channels.
Everything here is recycled. Plastic bottles.
Ooh, on Warfronts. Really? What the fuck? He's doing okay.
Paint cans, and even oil drums all get reused or repurposed.
Yo, dude. I kind of crashed already, and then I loaded into the wrong playset. That I had to reload the mod for that playset. Then we just did a final load up right now, and yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. These 20-minute load times. Whew. But yeah, this is the real life mod. I know Dava uses it a lot, dude. But because we were having these simulation issues, we've had to jump up on it now. Alright. Okay, so I think we're finally ready. FashionForty! Yo. Wolf!
The Unhinged Wolf just redeemed Moose's 40 call.
Wolf, this is perfect, dude. I'm gonna turn him down a little bit. Can you, Daddy-O? Thank you. You know what? Thank you guys for coming in here. I was stressing for a whole hour because the game was fucking me over. Wolf, I have some questions, just so that I understand what's going on. I be having a plan to play this game. Yo, dude, I just ate dinner. I feel you, bro. I feel you. I legitimately loaded up everything like 10 minutes before stream, and that was not the right thing to do, bro. It was not the right thing to do at all. Insane, bro. Like, insane. I was like, dude, I should have had this loaded up when I woke up this morning for breakfast before I did anything and chill with the missions. No. All right, so I know you said age looks good. I was asking, what was your thinking behind changing these age limits? So, for example, I understand why you did probability of vanishing corpses. That way, we don't have the unlimited death care shit happening. I get that. Did you base the life expectancies, or I know I switched this. I don't think I did this. Did I do this? I don't think you told me to touch these. Why 67?
People continue to move there every year. Look at a place like New York when it was first gathering its influx of immigrants looking for a new start at the bottom of the ladder in the 19th century.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Isn't all that different? People are always going to go where the money.
All right, now I'm seeing it. So you did this to balance more on the school ages.
Work here and study here before finding employment in the city that acts as their big break. And those who live here are often just trying to make the best of their situation, which can lead to ingenuity to create creature comforts even in a place as hard to live in as this. Those electrical cables offering a constant threat overhead is because of the lack of planning and the informal infrastructure, sure. But it's also because those who didn't have electricity went out and got access to it.
67 from 65. Ah, okay. Alright, cool.
It does show people have a genuine
Thank you so much for that
one.
And then if they enter high school at a better age, then that means they leave to become better workers. Like, they'll be more efficient workers, I can presume. Alright, so then this helps me understand this a little bit better. You put the probabilities down, and I was wondering why you moved some of these probabilities down.
Inside many homes are people trying to make their little corner of the universe a clean and comfortable place to live. Every little iteration makes people's lives that little bit easier, and it all came from the people themselves who live here despite the challenges.
Because I know you did college age minus 1 year.
It's not black and white. It just is. Dharavi, through its immense industry and opportunity, has given many pause to rethink what a slum actually is. And that's large communities making the best out of their difficult circumstances.
So that was like my one thing. And then we don't have a college here, but was this decrease due to us not having a lot of labor workers?
So close together, people know each other. Reputation matters in making business deals with one another, and issues and disputes are often sorted out informally, as is everything else. That's not to say there's no crime here. That would be silly. But the vast majority of those living in Dharavi are just trying to get by.
I'm gonna see if Wolf answered those.
For all of Dharavi's faults, and there are.
And then I guess this makes more sense.
A very large number of people have made the best out of a difficult start.
Ah.
Whilst also talking about how bad.
Okay, cool.
Unsafe and unhealthy it could be to live there, sometimes for decades.
And then I figured all of this was done to give us more population.
The heart of the process, which, as you're about to see, is a persistent.
But all right, if that was that, then that makes sense. There's a semi truck.
As we said before, Dharavi didn't come about because of a failure of culture, and it certainly isn't from a failure of effort, as we've just exhaustively explained.
I want to see where it goes before I start building.
Systems. That's almost not really the point of this stage. The situation now.
Oh.
Is here. It's
all right.
For a long time. So if you're the Indian government, what do you do?
Well, I thought that was what the outside connections was supposed to be for, to get resources for the to get resources for your city that was not produced within your city. So it was a way for the game not to break itself. If you don't have X resource, then X thing doesn't happen, which then will cause X, which means your city will be fucked. That's the 40 way of saying it.
Which sounds great, doesn't it? And the answer to that is, well, yes it does, but also no.
This little mountain road is so sex. Oh, I can't wait to come in detail. Oh, bro. Wolf, there will be one day where we will be so... The inner city will be so detailed that we look for nature to detail. Like, we don't put another house down. We're just building power lines, street signs, and little off-road.
You might be tempted to say,
like a little shack for an off-road trucker stop or something.
It's bad for public health. Tear it down. And many people wouldn't share your view, but it's not quite that simple, because let's say you do just tear it down and build something new there, more fitting for the heart.
All right, let's see here.
Heart. I mean, where do the over 1 million people living here go? Give you a hint. They'll set up near.
Why would you do that? Oh, that's fucked up, Truck.
Residential or commercial.
Oh, why do they get priority?
Okay, so you have to have
Interesting.
find somewhere else in the country where.
Like, I could see the first one getting priority over, even though the yellow one was a bully. But that blue one he would have had to wait.
People will sell there.
True, but basically everyone was getting well or highly educated at the start of this rebalance. We had 90.
You have to house as many
Damn.
as you can, close as you can, in affordable housing areas that provide access to the area, opportunity to be economically stable, and a good enough quality of life that people will largely choose not to return. In the middle of Mumbai, with a population of over 22 million people, where the cost of property is
And we
very
had like
high,
25% of the jobs as well high. So,
government has to find that
damn.
those million people.
All right. So, question, because it seems like this truck is going to my side of the city.
It's a powerful thing in India, and
I was down for some residential housing building,
it is only
but what should we prioritize right now?
even though they have the means to move elsewhere in the city. So the question
Yeah, I think it's going to my
how do you
side.
house
Yeah.
a million people whilst taking away their gainful employment, their family homes, and everything they've ever known. Well, up until now,
This new town? Oh my god. I have a town to build before that, but this new town? I have 2 towns to build before that. Oh, I cannot wait, bro. That's actually going to be a really dope spot.
Comfort in what's familiar. For some, they ran out of money. Others, there wasn't the right amount of buy-in. For others, the residents took a stand on not moving even after the government gave them free places to live elsewhere. So is that it? Is Dharavi simply doomed to always be this way? To never develop into the thriving residential center at the heart of the city? To never become that prosperous, clean, and
Wolf is
developing
like,
place?
you look for yourself. I'm not
Well,
telling you shit.
but also maybe
Got
not,
you.
Because a new player has entered the game, and he has some pretty deep
So
pockets.
right now,
Meet Gautam
uneducated is
Adani, Indian
2,500.
businessman, billionaire, and the second
That's fine.
richest person
Damn.
entire world, according to Bloomberg's billionaire.
How is the highly educated the most homeless? Wow.
Made his
Wow.
life from Adani,
Wow.
a multinational conglomerate mainly involved in the industrial sector.
Wow.
And in November 2022,
Wow,
Adani
okay.
Realty, one of his
But then
many
they're only
subsidiaries, wanted to
2%.
redevelop Dharavi. Other backers in the past were small fry.
Of-
They were nothing compared to this. And so it seems that the redevelopment
Worker,
estimated to be worth
unemployed.
around $2.4 billion.
So is the unemployment for
All
them
this time, go
2%?
ahead.
Okay, I guess,
Simply too much money.
yeah, that makes more sense
All
then.
those being
Okay.
prepared, by the time this video comes out, they might
Now,
even
under,
start demolishing homes.
I don't know what this
The case
means,
alleging
Wolf.
that
What does under mean?
awarded to Adani for
Can I make the screen bigger? I know I can move it. I can't make it bigger, right?
court, but that small detail won't stop Dharavi.
Is this mean
from losing over this time.
underemployed?
The
What
idea
does
behind
this
the redevelopment
exactly
is that
mean?
Those in dilapidated tenements will get to move
No,
into
because then
homes
that's
that
our
are
unemployment rate.
either for free or for rent.
I am
Purchase.
highest population by number.
Realty will get to turn the place.
I'm confused as to what this
Gold
means,
mine in
though.
the heart of one of
Oh,
the
wait.
biggest, biggest
Do it
cities.
again. Do it
But
again.
Just as all the other potential redevelopment projects that have come before, this one
Oh,
is
stop.
controversial, and not
Go
just
go
because of
back.
the potential
Citizens who are
fraudulent
working
awarding
outside of the
of
city.
contracts.
Oh,
Housing
so
is
they
needed
leave the
because
city to
people
go.
want to house
Okay,
all
interesting.
bulldozed.
All right,
Well,
now
if
Wolf
you
said
can
go
prove
open
that you've been
workplaces
living
too.
there before the year 2000,
Oh, all right.
then
Oh, I
it's
can open all three of them.
eligible
All right,
housing
so wait.
within the
Let's
Dharavi settlement that is
take this.
built
Ah,
on the
my
west.
lighting.
This is
Give me my lighting.
tenants
Yes.
like an electricity bill, except the Dharavi only got
Alright.
full electrical coverage in
Hold up.
2008, and those living informally in shacks for the past quarter century or so simply will have been left off.
And then
calculation.
what was the other window you wanted me to open in demographics?
Between 2000 and 2011, they become eligible to be moved into other
Oh
designated
god, this window is
sites
so fucking
and
gigantic.
new homes for what is still quite a lot of money. Furthermore, those who are moved are likely to be moved far out of the city's fringes, away from their workshops,
All right,
warehouses,
cute.
livelihoods, and communal living infrastructure.
So now,
In short,
oh wait, you're
starting
hold
all
on,
over
damn.
again
Give me
with an
1
expensive
second.
Apartment or house to afford the upkeep of, and he will simply
Let
be left
me
as
mute this
destitute as one of
video.
his
Let me Discord. Daddios, Wolf is gonna come and explain this to you way better than I can ever explain it. Join video, join call, right? Oh, you started a call. All right. Let me know if you want it to be a video call. Yo. Hold up 1 second, Daddio. Let me make sure that these humans can hear you explain this. Application audio. How are you, Daddy-O? What is going on, man?
Good, man. Finished lunch. I made a frozen pizza.
Okay, did you put extra pepperoni on it?
No, I put bacon bits on it.
Bacon bits. Okay, we like that. We like that.
Like real bacon crumble.
Oh, real. He was like, and it's a real bacon. It ain't that fake shit.
Yeah, it ain't the fake shit.
We like that. We like that, Daddy-O.
And then I put cheddar cheese on it as well.
Okay. Oh, so a mixture of cheddar and mozzarella. All right.
Yeah. So it came with mozzarella and pepperoni on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then put bacon and cheddar cheese on it as well.
You know what's crazy?
So
the missus had made us some pizza biscuits last week, and it got me thinking about that now.
Nice. So on the workforce and the workplaces, you want to look at these together.
Okay.
Right? So if you look at the population split, which is the workforce, this is the actual Sims that we have.
Yes.
33% of them are poorly educated and uneducated, right? 20 and 13%.
Yes.
And then we have 4% at just regular educated, which is high school, right? And then we have 5% at well, and then 57% at highly educated.
Yeah.
Right? So the highly educated, if you want to see the breakdown in the education, you go to the demographics tab or report, and you click on the education tab.
Education, all right. Oh, okay. Now,
right?
Oh, this is the age. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm here.
Right. So what it's showing you is, okay, all the kids under 12 are uneducated, right? And that's why that first group of bars is all gray. And then poorly educated is all the kids that are ending up going through elementary school. And then the green bar is where they're going through high school.
Yeah.
Right. And then, so they won't start showing completed high school and educated until 19 years of age, right?
Yes.
And then well educated, what you can see in the range of 20 to 30 right now, we have a really good mix of uneducated, poorly educated, educated, and well educated. And then we can see that some of them are going on to university as well. And up until 35, we seem to have a good mix, which is kind of where the simulation has kind of got to with the new settings. Everything older than that is basically the old settings, right?
Okay.
Where everybody is becoming highly educated, and it's not good for the simulation because everybody goes to highly educated.
Damn.
Right? So when you see the people at like 70 and whatnot, and you got like 80% of the population is highly educated, that's what was breaking the part of what was breaking the game for us.
Yo, okay.
Right? So this game is all, it's about managing the demographics too a little bit, but we don't have anything to actually manage that other than this mod.
Ah, okay.
Right? We can't really impact it for real in game. And if you look at the workplaces, right? The workplaces come in, and it comes in, and we have almost 30% of our jobs require uneducated or poorly educated people.
Yeah.
Right? Or almost 40% of the jobs, I mean.
Yes.
And if everybody is getting fully educated to highly educated.
No jobs, then there's no.
But there's no jobs. Then what ends up happening is the highly educated people take all of the jobs below them. Right?
Okay.
So if you look back on the workforce tab, you can see highly educated, there's 10,800 people in that, right? But in the workplaces, there's only 1,500 jobs for them.
Yes. So they're eating
right?
all of the jobs. All right.
And then, so it shows you 9,500 people are underemployed in our city for highly educated because there's no jobs for them. But for some reason, the simulation is sending them outside of the school to go get educated, or outside of the city to go get educated. It's like, why there's no jobs here for you to get educated for. Why are you wasting that time, and why are you not working?
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what would happen in real life, is the people wouldn't go on to university or college, and they just go and get a job because they're already educated enough for the job.
Okay. So it was basically like they already met the threshold of what our city provided, so they would just get a basic job, but we have all of these, we technically have all of these people. But wait, if that was the case, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to take one step back. So when they say they're highly educated, right?
Yeah.
That was all done from outside of our city, or is that inside of our city, but we didn't have a university, so how they went outside to come back inside?
Two things can happen. One thing that we can see already, right, in the current in the more balanced simulation between 20 and 35, you can see that Sims are leaving. They're leaving the city to go get well educated because we don't have a college for them to go get well educated at.
Okay.
Right? So they have to be leaving the city to go and get educated. And then there's also ones that probably are moving in at those education levels, which is fine if we're attracting them, but we don't have jobs for them. So, like, how are we attracting them? That doesn't make any sense to me, right?
Yes.
And if that's the case, the simulation's broken in that respect.
So it's just, this is all because the simulation is broken, and now we're trying to use this mod to balance out what the broken simulation has done because they couldn't calculate certain things correctly.
Correct.
Phenomenal. All right.
So one of the things that appears is going to be a problem is we're still going to end up with an educated gap, where we're going to have people in the uneducated and poorly educated. I don't know if we're going to have enough to cover 40% of the jobs, right? Because we got 12% of jobs are uneducated and 27% are poorly educated jobs.
Yes.
But it'll be a much closer balance, right? And then for the educated, we only have 4% of the population right now at educated, and I'm worried we're not going to be able to get that number up to the 35% that the number of jobs are available.
Copy. So
and then there's going to still be an imbalance of overeducated people in the city at some point.
Copy. So you had switched the ages so that the kids now go into high school, like in real life, at 13, which means that the poorly, because do they count elementary school? So anybody that is a kid, because
they enter elementary school at 6, right?
And they don't leave. They used to not leave elementary school at what age?
Until 20.
That's stupid. Okay. That was stupid, because
right?
Now this makes more sense, because I'm like, how are you at 10 years old uneducated? Wouldn't you be considered poorly educated? You're not educated until you at least graduate high school, right?
No, you aren't poorly educated until you graduate elementary school, which is, in the settings that I have, age 12.
Okay.
Right? So at age 18 is when you graduate high school,
and
in the settings that I currently
educated,
have.
Right?
Right.
All right.
And then college, you cannot become well educated until 24.
Okay.
Because the amount of time you spend in college is 5 years.
Okay.
So 19 to 24. and then to go from college through university, that's another 3 years. So that
Basically,
means you won't
like
be
27,
you'll be 27
yeah.
is when you start seeing the highly educated. And I'm not sure if the simulation has like a little bit of variance there where it allows maybe 1% of the Sims to get through at say 26 instead of 27, right? Something like that. And then at each of those points, once you hit being outside of being a teenager, right? You can then also become a worker, right? So you might not go back to school. And one of the things that happens in the base simulation, it has a chance for the Sims to go back to school after becoming a worker.
Okay, I didn't know that.
For them to go get further educated.
Okay.
I've actually turned that down to 0.
I saw it.
Because it was basically allowing everybody eventually to go back to school and get highly educated, it seemed.
Oh, and that was what was fucking with our numbers even more.
That's part of the problem, right?
Copy.
I think. So I just straight up turned that off because like I don't want I want people to stay in those jobs. That's right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you wouldn't want them to leave. Well, we want it to be like real life, but not so much like real life that that's a fantasy life. If they can all just leave their jobs, get a better job qualification, and then don't go back to filling those empty jobs, basically, right?
Right.
Now, can I ask one question? And I don't know, this may have been answered. In the simulation, what do they consider factory work? They consider that they don't consider that an educated job, do they?
Well, so you have to go to your industry, right? Go to your industry area, and you click on the
and it gives you the
businesses
qualifications of who can
and
go and where.
Correct.
All right, I do remember
what types
that.
of jobs are there, right? So if you look at most of them, they have all three of uneducated, poorly educated, and educated, right? Mm-hmm. But the breakdown is going to be skewed more to the uneducated and poorly educated rather than the educated. I can't see your window there because you got the YouTube and whatever.
Oh shit, yeah, hold up, my bad. Let me take that off. Hold up, I'm trying to bring this up real quick. Load. There we go. Oh, alright, so poorly educated, so if you 3, educated 6, well educated 3. No open positions.
Right. So in this case, those are the 3 types of jobs that company has. Mm-hmm. And if you go up into like the extractors for like the wood, right? So the forestry industry, they actually have uneducated jobs in them. And same with your agriculture, they'll have uneducated jobs in them.
Okay.
Right. So if
that's the wood. This is a warehouse. Can I look at the warehouse, or it's better to go to?
So one of the problems with the warehouses is they don't friggin' have jobs.
Oh shit! Yeah, that is dumb, but also,
which is stupid.
Yes. Okay, that takes up space. Let me go to where's my forest industry start at? Oh, there we go. My bad. I combined everything together, so I didn't know how that looked. All right, now I'll go over here. Oh, so this one wait, is that like that for all farming areas? Do like all the uneducated work on farms? How do we feel about that in life? That's kind of OD. Okay. That's OD.
But if you think about it, what is the education required to do the job?
You're right. Zia, I have not been able to yet, bro. I've been hella busy at work, dude. But I do want to try them. Trust me. My bad, bro.
So it's not about like saying
No, I get what you're
It's
saying.
not- it's-
I get what you're saying.
The
It's
game,
not
the
a
game
high
is
tech
not
job. Yeah.
Yeah. So the game is not getting into like the politics of class warfares and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's just literally looking at, okay, what is the education level of this job? And you have uneducated Sims, they can go work there, right? But if you have too many highly educated workers, they're going to take the well-educated jobs, and then the leftover well-educated people will take the educated jobs, and then the leftover educated people will take
on time and
poor
Anarchy.
educated jobs, and then so on and so forth, right? And then what ends up happening is there's going to be an imbalance where you're going to have most of your population in the uneducated, jobless, because they don't because everybody else took their jobs, right? And that's why you can see, if you look underneath the unemployed percent, right, like our total population has an 18% unemployment rate, and only 3.4% of them are highly educated. And then 15%.
Sorry, I'm there. I was like, wait, where are you at? All right, I'm there.
No, in the workforce report, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So 3% are highly educated, unemployed, and then 15%, and then 22, 40, and then 50, right? Like, that's why you see that progression worse as you get your education is lower, because people from higher education brackets are taking your jobs.
Interesting. All right.
So that's something we have to fix over time, right? One of the things we have to do is, we have too many uneducated and poorly educated jobs, but one of the things that is in demand in our city is industry, and that's what it's going to give us, is those types of jobs. So as we're still trying to fix the simulation here, and it's going to take us a long time, because the simulation is only up to, say, age 35 right now, right, of the fixed settings. And I don't even know if I have them fixed properly, right? We're going to have to let it play through for another 35 years before we really see the full effect of it.
Should I be running on 8 speed right now then? I don't mind.
You can. I have no problem with you doing that.
Copy. Or is it 3 speed fine? You let me know. I don't, I'm trying to help the simulation, especially if you are jumping on tomorrow and I can hand you the save, there's already some time elapsed in the game.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what speed you play on, but what we need to do right now is add industrial jobs, because I think one of the things that is going to drive other demands for office and commercial jobs is the industrial demand.
All right, so I'll build some factories. I've been wanting to go back to do some factories too, so my title's a lie, but it'll be fine. Simulation. Wait, do we have the time mod in here, or did we take it out?
The time mod?
Yeah, the one that we can speed to 8.
The advanced simulation speed. So that doesn't actually work.
Oh.
Right?
Okay. That sucks.
So if you just move it to, like, put it to 8, right?
I'm on 8 right now in developer mode. I can take it off.
And hold on. Keep that open. Go back to your 8.
Yes.
Right? So your smooth speed there is your actual speed that you're running the simulation at. So you're touching 2, right? Yeah. So your processor can only handle between 1 and 2. So even when you put it to 8 times speed, it doesn't matter, because you're capping out.
Oh, all right. So then I'm just making my thing think it needs to work harder when it can't actually even get to there.
You're making your brain think that it's actually running at 8 times speed when it's actually just running at 1.5 to 2.
All right. So I just run it at 2 then, right? Or I can run it at 3 and it doesn't matter. But yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
When I'm on
Uh-huh.
when I'm on my computer with it, I think I get up to like 4.
Wow. Now, yeah, because the average is just still the same. This is just more. Okay. Damn.
So when people think that that's like a great mod, I like it really doesn't do anything.
All right, and even when I do that in developer mode, this is just showing me the same thing, that it can't do anything there. All right, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
So like you are getting an incremental increase when you go up to 8 times speed.
Yeah.
Right? But it's capping out at 2 times.
All right. So there's no difference between, because right now I'm from 7 to like 1.2 that I've seen here.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
And then if you, yeah.
Like if I was to go here.
If you go up to 4 times.
4 times.
Oh, for some reason now you're getting like 2 point whatever. Right. So I don't know what is affecting it right now.
Yeah. It's probably the traffic, honestly. This is one of the busiest. Right. The industry area is one of the busiest areas of my city because of how tightly packed I did everything. I think all the new industry I'm not gonna make as tightly packed.
So you could leave it on 3x speed, whatever it is, right? Like in the regular game, and it'll just go at your maximum that you can push it, right?
All right, bet. So I'll do that.
And that's fine.
All right. Is there a particular window you would like me to keep open from this demographics, workplace, and workforce? I can play around it.
No, I don't care. I was just showing you how to read it, right?
Yeah.
So that you understand, okay, this is why I'm doing stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other thing with the demographics, one of the problems that we had originally is people weren't dying, like at all. So we had 4,400 people that were 119 years old,
just out here
because
living.
That was the maximum age that the game allows for, is 119.
Yeah.
So they were just
perpetually
staying
35
at
years.
119 and not dying, and they were taking up space in the homes and not allowing new people to move in or have babies and move out of their parents' houses and stuff like that, right?
I got you on that.
Which might be a problem that we have in real life too.
Yeah, you know, when you have such a great economy, you know, it just forces people to not actually live. That was my sarcasm, saying we don't actually have a good economy and everything's fucked. And that's why people still live in their mom's basements and shit. They don't want to. It's not the life they want, but it's the life that society's giving us. It's sad.
Right. Yeah.
Very sad.
What's the mod there that we're missing?
This is the Jay's trucks. This is one of the Jay's trucks things. I think it's the delivery van one, North American something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That had a problem. I saw from Dava had a problem with it, and then I think Dar actually had a problem with it.
Yeah, so I can replace them and then put sugar. I don't even think these were sugar spice. Oh, they were. So this is the same business that's still been here. I can just recreate this whole thing. It's not important. Now we gotta add jobs. So if I'm gonna recreate something, I'd rather recreate something that's needed. This can kind of wait. Though it's missing a surface, but yeah, it can kind of wait. What music do we want to do? Oh, there's this Japanese joint I wanted to play. There's a, you'll see it. I'm gonna put it for browser only. Browser, this one. Wait, I don't know where everything's at. I lost it. I think I lost my browser window. That's so cute. I'm such a professional streamer. Oh, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So Wolf, there's a jazz jungle mix at Japanese Riceville, Takuya Nakamura. So I think this is gonna be a vibe. So that's what we're listening to today.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't hear it while I'm on this. So.
Oh, if you want to stay on the call, if there's anything else you want to do, I'm down. What's been going on? How's the snow? Are you living okay? New York was brutal.
We got not as much snow as was forecasted, so that was a good thing. But it was still more than enough.
Copy. I see you didn't have to use a snowblower though, so that's a good thing, right? Or did you use your neighbor's?
No, I don't have a snowblower. It would be nice if I had one, but I've not ever bought one before.
I'm not mistaken. You said you've used your neighbor's one sometimes, right?
My neighbor has a riding one.
Oh.
So he has a riding mower that he puts the snowblower on the front of it in the winter, and he is nice enough to come over to our place and do our driveway as well quite often.
That's sweet.
Not every time, but most of the time.
Yeah.
Which is really, really nice of him.
You know what? You gotta take the small victories.
So every year I try to buy him a gift card to like PlayStation, right?
Oh, let's go.
And say, hey, play your next game on me.
Let's go.
Right, so,
or let that go to his membership. Yeah. The membership is so expensive now, bro. It's like $170 and I haven't utilized my PlayStation.
For you.
Yeah. Oh god, it's even more expensive for you guys. Fuck. Damn. You're so right about that.
Multiply that by 1.4.
No. Yeah. I just remembered. Yeah. I watched this YouTuber called Mudahar, like Some Ordinary Gamers. So he talks about the gaming prices a lot, and I'm like, fuck, dude.
It's stupid. Like, I was gonna go and try and bond a little bit with the stepson by doing GTA Online with him, because that was his big thing, right?
Yeah.
And then all I was gonna do is maybe play it once a week with him or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I looked at what was required. I had to get the PlayStation subscription and then the Rockstar subscription, right?
Oh shit, Rockstar has a subscription now?
Isn't it GTA Online?
Or you could play free online.
Okay, whatever. I thought I had to get the subscription for both, and I was like just blown out of the water.
Well, you know, I haven't played GTA Online in mad long, so I don't know if they changed it. I know they're real predatory with that shark card shit, where almost everything costs like a lot of points, and it's hard to get points in the game, so you just end up buying your cards. That's how they've been making all of their money off of that.
I wasn't gonna buy shit, right? I was just gonna play with him from time to time. But like, the thing is, like, for me to play once a week with him, it was gonna cost me $20 a month just for the one subscription, right?
Yeah.
And I thought there was a second subscription for me to pay. It was like looking at purchasing a game every month is what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's insane, dude. I honestly wouldn't be able to do it. I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you. I would not be able to do it. And
I said no. I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
it's not worth it.
It's not worth that. I can take you out to eat, and we will have a way better experience. You feel me? Once a week.
So I told him, I'm like, hey, I was gonna do this so that I could play with you a little bit, and maybe we could like have something good going on between us sometimes. But I'm not paying $20 a month to do this.
How did he take it?
Like, yeah, I get that.
Was it, if you don't mind me asking, because I know that's like probably mad personal.
Like that I was going to do that, or the way
that was he like understanding that you chose not to go that route, or?
Oh yeah, he's like, yeah, totally, I get that. Like, I'm only gonna play it with you, and I'm like once a week, so like it's not $20 a month is too much. It's insane. And that was the cheapest PlayStation.
No, I know. I pay for the most expensive because it auto pays on my credit card. So, dude, like, and I don't know if I don't even think we're PlayStation friends. And the only reason we're probably not PlayStation friends, Wolf, is because I don't even touch it no more, bro. I do not touch that system at all. I don't remember. I think I was playing It Takes Two with the missus. And that was like really it, bro. And even then, any chance I get, I try to make sure I do something Cities related. Which maybe I do need to just play another game to like, but I just don't want to. I just have no desire to play any other game, bro.
Right.
But they just hit me with that charge, and I'm like, you know what? I've been wanting to finish the Yakuza series. I just gotta get a capture card. And
that's the other thing he said to me is like, you could buy the subscription and you'd get access to free games. I'm like, yeah, but I get the games that I want.
Exactly. And I haven't got
and
any
there's
games
not a lot of games that I want.
Zia, I definitely will. As long as you send it to me, I'll put it on my itinerary. I definitely got you. I have 3 cities I need to build for people.
Every brand new game that comes out, like I don't.
One I'm already in the process of. Second one I'm gonna start at the end of the month, and then yours I'll do for my February, like my late February project. My bad, Wolf. I was answering the question for Zia. He came back. He's been on YouTube chat for a minute.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You know, everybody was busy during the holidays and shit, bro. I'm still technically... Yo, dude, this project... Oh my god, Wolf. Dude. It's been insane, bro. It was a big project. I'm glad I was able to accomplish a lot of it. And we're going to continue this project for this week to, you know, because we've made such headway. But my god, bro. Oh shit. Why did I should have just said next week, dude. I should have just said next week, bro. Like,
hey, it'll be done next week, right?
Well, yeah. By next week, there's no, it should be done by.
Then you can take a breather for a couple of days after that, hopefully.
That is true. You know what? I should look at it that way. That's exactly how I should look at it.
That way, you got it off your table.
Yeah, and it's gonna help. It's gonna help us with our clienteling stuff too. So, that's like the biggest thing for it. Because it's like all of the companies like backstock in the United States. So,
are you using that as a gate, or are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it has.
Or was it just gonna be a fence? Is what I was gonna ask.
Oh, no. As like a little gate. But now I'm thinking, should I just shift this building a little bit over more? Yeah, I could do that. I don't know why that person has their dog waiting for them outside. That's kind of fucked up. But yeah, I just did this building and then put this building on top because it looked more industrial, and then it kind of matched with this building because of the color scheme. So I said, oh, all right, that's what the fuck we're gonna do, and that's kind of what we did.
No, that came out pretty.
Especially
good.
For something quick.
I like it.
Yeah. There we go. All right, cool. I shouldn't even have. I just, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't need the micro detail, and then I just can't not help myself. But I've been developing like little systems in my head of like how to quickly do like a micro detail. So like I still get that, like I get that kick that I'm actually doing something productive in my build.
Right. Yep.
No.
I feel like I haven't been the most productive with my waterfront there.
The one with the beachfront?
The one with the bike path right now.
Oh yes. Do you think you need to add more elements of like Sims there, or do you think you haven't detailed enough?
I think I've detailed too much.
Okay, I got you on that.
I've gone too far.
You know, sometimes it happens, Daddy-O. It happens to the best of us. It really does.
So I think it's coming out really nice. Like at the end of the day, it's gonna be an awesome build. But I think it's taking longer than it should have.
I get you on that. Yeah, I feel, you know how you feel that way about your builds. I feel that way about not finishing my builds. Like I'll start off really strong, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it, and then we never get to it, Daddy-O. We just don't get to it. I feel so sad. I do be feeling sad about that. Yeah,
like that whole area is finally starting to come together, right? Like the brickworks, and then the urban promenade across the street, and then the waterfront park.
Yeah,
all that whole area is coming together really well. It's just taken way longer than expected.
I get you. I definitely get you on that. I'm the same way. Though I'm not gonna lie, once this rebalance happens, I will be hyped because then I can add more commercial. Because right now, what I need to add for this part of the waterfront build, like over here, which is gonna be, the frame's just gonna be a little choppy, is now we just need to add, I want to add more commercial development. Because that's how Williamsburg is right now. What the fuck happened over here? Did my houses disappear? Was this Platter? This wasn't Platter, right?
Platter's in the game. If you... Are they plopped?
Yeah.
Or zoned?
I think they're... Oh, these are the gimbal houses. They should be there. I may have to reload. Hold up. I don't know how to play the game real quick. There we go.
That might be the other thing is... But they should be white boxes if I didn't have the props, right?
Yeah, they're from the Netherlands pack. And it's not even... No, they're there. This is an active... Hold up.
Okay, so go to Better Bulldozer, do your components, and then apply the thing.
Maybe, but yeah, this is all active buildings. But the buildings are not there. No, they are. The networks are still there for the buildings. The I gotta reload. I probably just have to reload. Let me save. I think it's a reload issue. I'm hoping.
What the heck?
Yeah, because those are Netherlands assets. So they're there. They should be there. Hold on. Let's load. Let's see something. Static, but they weren't plops, so we don't have to worry about that. And those are the old static plop joints.
Was it the old?
Yeah, I think it was the old. I checked through before because I loaded into the wrong playset initially when I started stream. The International District is a part of a war zone statistically worse than Chicago and Detroit combined. I sent you a video explaining it. Okay, bet. Zia, I definitely got you. I'll make sure that... Oh, we crashed just now. Fuck.
Yeah, that's something I run into when I reload the save.
Oh my god.
I crash sometimes.
Shit.
It's not every time, but it's more than enough times.
I ain't gonna lie. This is too many crashes in the first 2 hours of stream.
Static Plops Netherlands pack. I do have it in the playset.
Yeah, so I think they was thinking it's the old one because it's in the playset. That's why I'm like super confused. Like if I go back to here, let me pull up the playset. Let me not load the game just yet. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I have to set up my sources a little bit better now. Let's not do that one.
Some of the old ones got.
Yeah, some of the old ones are still in there, but I just... Here we go.
I'm gonna remove the old ones. on my side anyways.
All right, let me see something. All right, let's go here. You know what it is? If it's in the save, and then that's why it does that bullshit. But yeah, I'm looking right now. I don't think it's... I'll take it out completely. But yeah, it's not supposed to be in the game itself. It's disabled. And that's the thing. Like, if I disabled it, then just... It's disabled. Leave it. Like, we're cool. I don't... whatever. Disable. Remove from active play. Remove from active.
There's an update for traffic today.
Was it?
There was one today.
Traffic, right? Today at 8:03 a.m. Yes, sir. And we are on the latest version, January 20th. All right, sir. All right, let's load up one more time, Daddios. I'm hoping for a fast load this time, dude.
Did you watch Phil's video of the top 45 mods?
Nah, but you know what? Let's actually... Do you mind watching it with us?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Yeah, you can watch it with us. I'm thinking, would it be better for me to just share my stream with you so you hear it in real time while you have the thing muted? Maybe I'll do that.
That would work. See if that works.
Yeah, because this load is going to take a while. And I personally haven't seen it, so actually do one more thing. All right, YouTube.
Oh, there's a target asset.
Is there? Fuck! I need the target asset. I need it.
Released this morning.
I need it. Wait, we could just go in and load and then grab it like that. We can do that. It won't fuck up the game, right? It won't fuck up the game. I don't think it'll fuck up the game. I don't think it's gonna fuck up the game. Alright, hold up. I gotta shut off the music for YouTube. YouTube, you will watch Phil's video. We will cut that one out. We'll do this. We'll do that. We'll do that. We will take off Skive. You know, me and all of my fucking screens all the time, Wolf.
But he's like going really hard at the war assets.
Wait, say that again?
Somebody's going really hard at all those like military assets.
Yeah. You know, we all live in cities, whether conservative or not. But yeah, somebody's either a real army junkie, or you know, there's propaganda happening. Oh wait, let me actually share this with you first. Hold up. Discord.
The guy released a bunch of coastal patrol boats.
Oh, stop, Wolf, stop. All right, stop, Wolf, you're not supposed to get me political. My other friends are supposed to get me political. Don't. I swear to God, we'll take a whole hour and I would just... Send me the link.
I'm just saying they're assets for the game. I'm not.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
Send you the link.
Let me go see. Yo, Shock, what's good, Daddy-o? Wait, all right.
Shock. Copy PDX link. That's what you want.
Yes. Let me look at this.
There you go.
Oh God. You sent it in Discord or no? You sent it out?
Discord.
All right.
Discord. Sorry.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm going to be nice. Oh, I gotta click.
But if you go on that guy's name, like he's got barracks, he's got a frigate, he's got planes,
Patriot battery missile defense system. He has the cab system. All right, I
think there's another guy that's been releasing stuff too.
Copy. I will hope that this guy here is just like, you know how like there's people that's into Gunpla, so they like to make Gundam figures, or people that's into Sentai and Kamen Rider and they collect the figures, or people who collect figures and dioramas or Legos to build them. Hopefully he's just a guy who likes gadgets and technology and aviation and shit of that sort. But this bothers me. That's Jeffrey Epstein's little baby plane. That's Jeffrey Epstein's jet. Like, I don't know what this is. This is what this is giving me. This is giving me Trump's Pedo Island Savior defense mechanism systems.
Wow.
Oh, shock. I'm not even gonna look at this motherfucker. I don't want to click none of it. I do, like, it looks dope because it's like some Halo military shit, like Metal Gear Solid shit, but no, I ain't got it. No, I don't want to do it. I'm not following him. No disrespect to homie. Yo, do your thing. If you're a military gadget nerd, by all means, but that's what this gives me here. This gives me, I want to take Maduro from Venezuela and try him because America likes to, every 6 years, just go and fucking assassinate world leaders instead of going through the international justice fucking court system that we have as well. Hello, NATO. Hello, United Nations. Hello. Anyhow, hi, Wolf. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, it's Phil, right? We are doing Phil? Yes. Let's do Phil, guys.
Phil is awesome.
Yes, Phil is a great guy.
So this guy is actually uploading assets from other creators.
But do know that we're sticking strictly to
Is he? So he's just stealing people's shit?
But let me know if you like me
I
to cover
don't
those
know
in a future video.
if he's stealing
Everything we
it
cover
or
today will be
whether
linked
he's
below,
got
including a
permissions
one-click
or
save
not.
file so you can grab this entire collection
But
instantly.
he's
I
got
also included
credit
detailed
to
timestamps
whoever.
if you want to skip ahead. But I highly recommend
And there's
watching
like
in
3
order because I've
different-
ranked everything from the basics to the absolute essentials. But enough of the
3
preamble.
different
Without further
creators
ado,
that
let's
he's
jump
uploaded
right
stuff
in.
from.
Starting with number 45, Achievement Fixer. Achievement Fixer is a really basic mod. It just allows
Do
you to
we
unlock
have that one
achievements
here?
even if you're playing in a modded save. Considering some of the mods on our list are going to be bug fixes, I think that this is a requirement for basic
Trumbo
gameplay.
number was
If you have it installed, you'll be able
good.
to unlock achievements, and you'll know that
Okay, Shot. Because I know there's several. Wait, let me pause this Phil video real quick. There are several creators who are having their stuff re-uploaded. People are taking people's stuff. I don't know what's going. I gotta see what was said in Booty's on Discord. But yeah, I think somebody also took El Gendo's parking. I saw that in El Gendo's Discord, and it was I think Korean or Chinese creator. So that is actually happening, and I have firsthand account of at least the El Gendo one. So I think there needs to be better moderation happening on the PDX mods side of things.
Because of Achievement Fixer. And you could leave it right here, but there's a little
Or
bit more
maybe they
moderation
should have
as well.
tools
Achievement
where
Fixer also
it's
adds
given
a page
to the
of options,
creators that
and
they
if you
can
under
make
advanced, you
the
can actually
languages
reset 100% of your
translate
achievements. So if you
better,
wanna
but
speedrun through
people
all of
can't
them,
just be
you can do that
re-uploading
with this
people
mod.
mods,
You can
no matter
also
if it's a different
unlock
language or not.
specific achievements using the mod if you want to do that because you inadvertently reset everything, for instance. Number 44, sunglasses. Sunglasses is a mod that allows you to dial in your visual settings.
We don't
to your
even
liking.
use this, do
And
we,
it's
Wolf?
especially useful when you're looking at the sun where things can be underexposed. That's
one?
actually the problem the mod was
Oh,
able to
sunglasses?
solve.
No.
To
Yeah.
access the mod, you'll just need to go into the options
Then
menu
again, I
and
don't even
find
have
sunglasses.
reflections on. I
From
took
here,
all of that
you
off,
can
actually.
modify the settings and see the changes happen in real time. So the sun disk size is the size of the sun. Lens flare is the lens flare effect. You can toggle that on or off. Sun bloom allows you to control the bloom of the sun, but do keep in mind this actually controls global bloom levels. Next up, we have sky exposure, and modifying this setting will actually brighten up the ground. And then daytime ambient lighting will actually brighten up the buildings. Be careful with this one though. If you turn it up too high, things can start to look kind of bluish. And then finally, we have exposure settings. If you change this, the auto exposure levels for the game will be modified. So if you go to weak, things will just be brighter in general. And if you go to strong, things are going to be incredibly bright. And
Yeah,
it's
we don't want
absolutely
that.
wild the results that you can achieve with this mod if you spend a bit of time to dial in your
That's
settings.
not bad.
And I'll be honest, this is a mod that I wasn't using before this video, but I will be using from here on out. There is one thing I wanted to point out about this mod though. If you reset the default to try to get your default settings, things are not going to change unless you modify a setting. So I like the toggle lens flare, and it'll get me back to the defaults. Now I'm seeing how this would look in vanilla. Number 43, show text trends. This is an incredibly simple mod.
Yeah,
It just allows you to
everybody
see
loves
your
this one.
budget
That's
and
the
your
best.
population trends without needing to hover over the top.
This
of
is
these
so
boxes right
fucking
here. Just
bright.
a UI
Like, I
enhancement.
cannot play the
And this is
game the way
actually
he plays the game like
used
that.
to look prior to release. If you look at some of the early access videos, they all had this text trend there. This restores that. One thing to know about this though, if you'd rather look at your budget from a monthly standpoint, you can switch over to that under options. Just select the option that you'd like to see, either hourly or monthly. And now we're seeing how much money we're making per month rather than per hour. And honestly, for me, I like to see the hourly numbers. The numbers are a bit smaller and it's easier to wrap my head around. Number 42, extended tooltip.
Oh,
This is
yes,
one of those
gang,
mods
gang,
that
gang,
is
gang,
so
gang,
good
gang.
that I forget that it's not vanilla. It basically gives you the ability to see a whole bunch of information about every entity in the game just by hovering over the top of it. And though the vanilla game does that to some extent, it's not nearly as extensive as this. For instance, with this home right here, the default vanilla information would be the street name, the building level, and the number of residents. But this adds the lot size.
That is a nice.
the zoning
Yo,
type,
the
building
SF
level,
houses
the
are
land
really
value,
nice.
The number of households.
I gotta
the
use
average
more of
wealth,
those.
The bank balance, the rent, and the parking utilization. And it's like this for everything. You can actually zoom in and see information about individual citizens. You can take a look at vehicles and see how fast they're going. And you can easily see information about companies just by hovering over them as well, including the number of employees that they have, what their bank balance is.
Did
and what
he
their
name
average
it
rent
Automotive
is.
Avenue?
And
That
everything
was
is
cute.
customizable. Because if you go under options and find the extended tooltip
Oh, yo,
options,
Thrumbo,
you
it's
can
all good,
customize
Daddy-o.
the
Much
information
love.
you see
Always
in the
appreciate you
tooltip.
pulling
So
up,
if you
man.
only
Thank you
want
for
to
the
focus
support,
on a
God.
couple of things, you can absolutely do that. And really, it's the sky's the limit here. You can do whatever you want. Additionally, you can change the layout in here. So if you
Yes, always add extended layout and then put your unit measurements on,
and you
Daddy-o.
can change how long it takes for the tooltip to pop up. And doing that will have the extended tooltip show up a little bit later to reduce the visual clutter on the screen. Number 41, prefab asset fix. If you've used the Southwestern Region Pack, you've undoubtedly noticed that a number
we
of the
have this one
pylon
as
signs
well or
for the
no?
commercial buildings are floating above the assets. This is a relatively new phenomenon for the Region Pack. One of the updates to City Skylines 2 caused the pylons to no longer extend to the ground because it was causing conflicts with, I believe, bridges. And now the
Interesting.
Region Pack looks like this, which is not ideal. This mod fixes this and a few other issues. Now, it's not automatic. If you want this to be fixed and you have this mod in your pack, you're gonna need to do one of two things. You could just delete the asset and allow it to respawn back in. If you have a better bulldozer though, you could just remove a sub-element and then reset the asset and the pylon will now be on the ground. Now, in addition to fixing the Southwestern Region Pack, this mod also fixes the prison van count on the prison. It fixes the service vehicle parking on one of the hospitals, and it fixes hovering issues on a number of other vanilla props.
Wolf, have you been noticing any of these hovering besides the commercial assets?
You definitely want to add this mod to your playset. And for me, this is one of the mods that makes Achievement Enabler, the very first mod I mentioned, an absolute requirement.
Have I what?
Have you been noticing besides the floating icons, anything else buggy with our service buildings?
Over it. If you add it to the game, you're going to notice that you get this box right here in your UI, and it's telling you what your current simulation speed is set to and what you're actually getting. And right now,
oh, you mean like the props?
If I increase this, you'll see it says 2 times.
Because he had prefab.
I've never paid close enough attention.
A little bit below 4 times speed, and this can be helpful because it likely means that
I need his
settings
CPU.
are a little bit
You
too
have a
high.
great
If I
one.
want to try to get to 4 times speed, I can revise my settings down and improve the simulation speed.
I'm
but it gives you more
not
than
putting
that
my
as well.
settings down.
Let's
I
say
need
you
the
want to go
audio
a bit
fidelity.
faster, and you think
I mean
you
the
can make it
visual
happen,
fidelity.
Crank it. You can go 6 times speed, or even 8 times speed. You can see that for me, it means that I can
really
actually get
shocked
to 5
in
times
terms of
speed,
coloring,
sometimes 5.5
or
times
like
speed,
what's
which is
going
great.
on.
Sometimes you just want to move things along. And if you pop into settings, you have even more controls. You can adjust the steps. So if you want to have even more fine increments for adjusting your speed, you can add that.
Shock has been saying his right everywhere has been very buggy.
You can remove those, or you can get rid of smooth speed.
Yeah, he was having trouble with it last night.
Instead of having all those decibels over here and the actual simulation speed being shown, it just says 8 times speed, which for many people will be exactly what they want to see. Number 39. Specialized industrial zones.
Probably
drives you crazy that there's only one industrial
did
zone.
Wolf
Things just randomly spawn
I know Moose had an issue one time when he was trying to put too many images at once.
Never happened.
But that wouldn't be that, right?
All of that. It gives you multiple.
Did you reach out to Clyde to see if there was a
If
fix?
you want to have a forestry industry, you can do that. But what makes this really
Also,
special
Wolf,
is
I
if
think
you
there
wanna
was a
add
warning
storage,
on the
you can do
modular
that as
blocks
well. So we
since
have
the latest
our
patch of the
manufacturing
game.
for forestry right here. And behind that, we can
They're
place
kind of
forestry
broken with
warehousing.
resources.
Now, the
I
one
know
thing
we
that's a little
talked
bit
about it
weird
because we
about
were
this
missing
mod
some
is that
businesses there.
Because you're zoning for a very specific and very narrow portion of the
I
industrial zone,
deleted
if
a
it's
bunch
not
of
what
them.
your city needs,
Copy.
it won't spawn in, and there's no way to tell what you actually need. So just keep that in mind. The warehousing is where that's probably going to be the most evident. And you can see, for whatever reason, I have a strong need for
They
ore
don't
warehousing,
show up
no
as
need for agriculture,
a
or
warning
forestry,
on,
or for oil. And this just gives you so
Guide.
much control. Right here, these are
hold
all
up.
forestry manufacturing operations. Right over here, all ore storage. So I could place these very deliberately, even if I plan on zoning buildings. this is a fantastic mod. And it's honestly the way that
attention required modular resource blocks
transport policy adjuster.
Modular
One of the things
zoning
I've always
blocks.
found frustrating about Cities Skylines 2 is that you can't revise the number of buses.
The
on a
last
route down to
update
just
was
one,
August
but this mod
16th.
solves that. Additionally,
Modular zoning blocks
more
have
than
caused
50
issues
vehicles
not
on a route,
updated for
just go into
new
options
zoning
and you
level
can adjust
system.
the maximum in here.
We'll
You can crank this thing
re-upload through
all the way up
official
to
editor.
250 buses on a route if you want.
That's
Now,
what
this
that
applies
says for
to all
modular.
modes of transit,
Unless
and
he
for
has
me,
a
the
new
most
one,
valuable
and
thing
I just
about
don't
this
have the
is
new
being able to
version of
take an
that.
inner city route and set it down to 1 or 2 vehicles.
And then modular
Oftentimes,
resource
these sorts of inner
blocks
city
are
routes are
the other
incredibly
area.
long, and the game
Service
will
blocks
default to 7 or
and
8
service
buses,
blocks,
and
office
say that up to
runways are good
22
though.
the appropriate
Not
when
airport
in
runways,
reality,
sorry.
1 or 2 will do the trick. So in my opinion, this is a mod that basically everyone could benefit from.
Service
Number
blocks
37,
are okay.
Extra landscaping
You said.
tools.
Yeah.
Extra landscaping tools is the first
And
in a
they're
series
under
of
a
extra
different
mods
name,
that are
so
in this list. They're all
Star
exceptional
Cube for some
and they
reason
all
has-
add a lot of functionality to the game. This one in
Oh,
particular gives you
shit.
the ability to paint resources.
Oh no!
remove
All right, so
resources, and reset
he goes
depleted
under 2 different
resources.
names and
To
it works under the
access
same
most
account.
basic functionality,
That's
go
mad
under
weird.
landscaping, and you're going to see a couple of new brushes: the ore brush, oil brush, fertile land brush, and the groundwater resource brush. Now this can be incredibly valuable if you're playing in normal mode on a custom map, because a lot of map makers, myself included, will add lots and lots of resources and in some cases even overlap them. And what that
Okay,
means
we're
is
finally
tile
able to
upkeep
load.
can be
Let's go.
incredibly harsh. And if you're using this
Sorry,
mod and you develop an area, perhaps you want to remove the resources so that tile upkeep is
Please
not
work.
quite so bad. Now, this could also be helpful if you want to add resources. Let's say you don't have a lot of fertile ground, but you want to add some. You can paint it right there. You can paint oil. You can paint whatever you
dude,
want.
that'd be so
Additionally,
dope,
if you hop
bro.
into the options menu and look for extra landscaping tools,
Maybe
you
if
can
Wolf,
refill all
you know,
your depleted
becomes the best
resources.
modder
So, while
besides
some
just
may view the
new
functionality
best
of
map
the mod to be
maker ever,
limiting,
he can
I
do
find
that
it
for
to be
you, right,
incredibly
Wolf?
valuable because it allows you to build the way that you want to build. Number 36. Extra
Maybe that's
asset
what's
importer.
going on
Extra asset
with the
importer is a mod
modular
that enables
zoning
you to
blocks,
bring
because
custom
we got a
decals
bunch
and
of those.
surfaces
Yeah,
to
oh
Skylines
shit,
too.
yeah.
If you're a detailer,
Maybe
this
that
is
was
probably one of the most
was
effective
affecting
and impactful mods
our.
in your entire playset.
Yeah, I gotta
And that might
check
make you
mine
wonder,
soon.
why
But I
does it
know
rank
when I
higher
checked
on
it
the list?
before when I was
And there are really
deleting
3
stuff,
reasons for that.
even
Number
those
one,
custom buildings
without
I made, they
extra
were
detailing
alright.
tools,
But yeah,
this
let me
mod
double
is
check
severely
because
limited. Number 2,
if that's causing
this mod
issues,
is
then I
only
can get the fuck
useful
out
if
of
you
here.
download custom surfaces and decals. And
But
number
I
3,
promise
said
these
surfaces
I
and decals will
actually
take up
placed
a core
down. I
space,
remember building
and
this
they will
little
slow your
neighborhood
loading time into the
because I
game.
used
I
the
think another
NL
important
gimbal housing
consideration
because they were
is
low
that this is a
density
very
and that was the
complex
only
mod.
type
It's
of
one the
density
mods
we
that
were
completely
getting.
breaks when there's an update to Cities Skylines 2. And because of the complexity of the mod, it often takes a while to be patched. So
They
that
use
means
them
if
all
you
over the
use this
place.
mod, you're likely not going to be able to play after a
Oh, we
major
definitely
game
used the
update.
modular
At least
blocks
not
all
for a
over the
while.
place, yeah.
But here's the thing.
So
This
I'm
mod
gonna be
is
checking
so
almost everything I have.
And basically, everything that you're looking at here is only possible because of the mod.
Oh, you
the beaches
gotta
are
be
using
fucking
some of
kidding me,
Sully's
bro.
beach assets.
Dude,
The
I
farms
don't
right
wanna
here
build that
are
neighborhood
Mr.
over,
Roman
bro.
Tenn's farming assets. And in the distance over here, the construction site, these are Sully's
I
riverbed
know that-
surfaces. And I think that all of these sites look way better than I could do in the vanilla game. And the mod really gets powerful when you combine surfaces and decals. I've used surfaces at the bottom right here and placed decals on top to blend the surfaces together. So rather than having a bunch of straight lines, we have things that look much more natural. I've also used wave decals right here to give the water a little bit more depth.
Dude,
and over here
you
in this
gotta be-
industrial
alright,
site,
let me see something.
this
If I go to
weathered look
move it-
was only possible because of this
I can't
mod.
even
It
grab
really
anything
makes
here.
everything look 1,000 times better. But here's why this mod doesn't rank higher. On its own,
Alright.
I have
this
to
mod is
go
missing a ton
back
of
through his
functionality you
list
might
because
expect
there,
it to
I
have.
think there were a
When you have this
couple of
installed, you
mods
get the
here
extra
that I
assets
thought were
and inside of here, you have all
interesting.
your custom decals and custom surfaces, but none of the vanilla surfaces are in here. That's part of
Dude.
extra detailing tools.
Tell me which one
But
to
the
go
real
back to.
issue
We
isn't
can watch
all the
it.
missing vanilla features. It's the missing
And he
functionality.
has
Alright,
them
well-
For
timestamped.
instance, right here I have all my stain and leakage
No, I know.
decals.
I'm. That's what I
But
mean. I
places
have
on
to
the
go
side
through
of
the
building,
list
I
Ah.
can't.
and
that's
remember
because
which
that
ones
functionality is part of extra detailing tools.
I wanted
So the
to
only way that I can
download
place
because
a
there was
decal
a
with
couple
this
that I
mod
wanted to add
is
to the
on
playset.
ground. But you don't just need extra
Copy.
detailing
But I
tools,
think that-
you also
I don't
need
think
to
we've
have a
got
better
to them yet
bulldozer
in
as
this
well to get
in
the
this
most out of
video.
this mod.
Alright.
For instance, I can't overlap
Yeah, well,
decals
so
without
all of
having anarchy.
these NL
And it can be really
houses are
difficult
just
to delete
done.
the decals without better bulldozer. Because
Move
it
it
enables
so
you
to
say-
narrow down to just
See,
You
look,
decals.
say you
Ooh.
wanted like
And I think
whiteness
if you're using
toggle,
this mod,
but the
that
other
is an
one
important
that
functionality
I
to
wanted
But even so,
instead, I
this
think
is incredibly
was
impressive
like zoning tools.
You want to add that back? You know we took that out, right? Is it good now?
I highly recommend looking at anything from
well, it's one of the ones that he recommends.
Or RZA. Basically,
well, if
anything
it
that I've
works,
ever
then
tried
I'm
from them
down
has
for
been
it.
top-notch, absolutely spectacular quality.
But to
And
you,
you'd be hard-pressed
but
to
it was
find any
for
retailers not using their assets. Number
the zoning
35,
on the
you
street.
can
Right
control,
everywhere.
you can
Right everywhere is an
control the
incredibly
colors
powerful
of the
mod that does
zones.
exactly what the name
Oh
implies.
yes, that
It
one.
enables you to run
Isn't
everywhere
that
in the game.
zoning
All you
color?
have to do is hit Control-Shift
Don't they
W,
all do the
select
same
an
thing?
object, and you
I
can
don't know
add
if it's
text
in this
or an
place.
image to that object. And what that means
I
is
forget
that
which
you can
one it
create
was.
custom
Zoning.
assets in-game, even if
I know
you
which one
don't
you.
know
It's
how
the
to
one
use
that
custom
allows you to
assets.
take out
All you have to do is know how to
change
create
the
a
color of the
PNG
zoning
and learn how to use Right
and
Everywhere.
change
I was
the
able to
blocks
use Right
from
Everywhere
not
to create
showing.
this Clearwater Southern Station scene.
Yeah.
All I had
Yeah.
to do was create two
So yeah,
PNGs, one for the side
there's an
and
Not
one for the
zoning
sports. And
toolkit.
though it was
I
a
think
bit
it's zoning
time-consuming, the
tools.
results are absolutely outstanding. And even the illumination is
Because the
handled
one
through
I
Right
know of
Everywhere.
is zoning color
But here's
changer.
the thing. If this were all that Right Everywhere could do, it would rank much lower on my list.
Maybe
Because
not.
this is fairly
Maybe I'm wrong.
complex and
Not
fairly
zoning
niche.
tools.
But there are some more mainstream uses. Because there are modules that can be
Zone
added to Right
organizer.
Everywhere. And
No,
one of
but
the
that
modules
does
is
the
actually
zone in
right
the thing.
underneath my sign. The Clearwater Southern
That's the
Station sign
menu
you
one.
see underneath
Yeah.
this
Which is
Toggle
which we have,
overlays,
right?
not that one,
Station
right?
Entrance Visuals. And what it does is grab the name of the building and all the transit routes running to it and adds it to the sign.
Zone color
That's
changer and then
dynamic.
zone tools.
Using
Those are
public
two separate
transport
ones.
vehicles, text
But
and
I think
decal
it's the
data,
color
I
changer
was
that
able
he's
to
talking
add
about. That's number
Magnolia Bay
6.
Transit Authority to the side of these tram vehicles. And
That-
if
yeah,
do say
I
so
think that's the
myself,
one.
I think it looks
All right,
fantastic.
I have a question.
And one of my favorite
How
add-ons is the
will
Dynamic
we-
Street Signs add-on. You can see that this
Do I
street
go to-
actually says Washington Street, all
I can
because of
lock
Right
all
Everywhere.
components.
It does this for every single
And it's
street
by
in the game, and it
TDW, so,
dynamically
like,
updates
that's-
It's gonna
the
work,
name of the
yeah.
street. And from as far as I
Gonna
can
work.
tell, the performance impact is much less than you would anticipate.
So I
Now
have to
again,
redo
is a
this
quite
whole
complex
neighborhood,
mod,
Wolf.
so I'm not going to
So
showcase
as you can
how to
see,
create signage in this video. But
if
you
you're
want to learn
watching
more about
stream on a
that,
different
I have two
screen,
recommendations.
all
My
of the
video where I
assets
actually
for the
created this
buildings
Clearwater
are
Southern
floating.
Station signage, as well as Sully's video where he showcases
Let
how he
me.
created this
Do you
McDonald's
have
sign.
any
Both these
NL
videos
housing?
show step by step how
Yeah.
to create signage and how to get them to light up. Editor Phil
I
here,
can
there's a
and I
couple
can show
things I
you
have to
how
mention
that
about
looked
Right Everywhere.
before that.
Oh yeah, and
The
then
version
there was
of
that
Windows
one, right?
out
Which
now
is
different than the one that I was using. for
Hold
my
on,
video.
is
What
all
was
of
that
my
The
one?
reason that's important is because the
Prop
1.0 version brought changes
fixes
to
or
fixes
something
that are
like that.
supported, as well as
Building
the
prop
case
fixes.
rendering,
We already have
which now
that.
requires manual
We do?
configuration
Alright.
in the past. Now, another
So
reason that I
maybe
mention this
he just
is that the
hasn't
changes
fixed
with
those
texture
ones
sizes that are
because
supported
they're
has
newer?
broken a lot of the older modules for Right Everywhere. So if you go on Paradox Mods, you'll
Probably.
notice that there's a bunch of broken modules. That's why. Number 34, Simple Mod Checker Plus.
All right.
Simple Mod Checker Plus is an absolutely essential mod. So essential
This
that I
was all
actually
good
forgot
though
to include it
before,
within this
because I
list
can
the
load
first
up that
time I went
other
through it.
stream.
And that's because
that
it's
other
a mod
game.
that I
Hold on.
include
Go
in
to load.
every single playset. If you're using mods, it's incredibly valuable because it will let you know
Let
whether or
me-
not your code mods
Let me
are
pull up
loaded.
your original file
Additionally,
first.
if you have a corruption with your settings file,
Please
which
don't.
happens more than you think,
I
it
can't
will
take
delete
another
the settings
crash. I'm
file
gonna
so
be
you can
honest,
load it
bro.
into the game. So for instance, you can see
Let's
right
just
here,
don't
I
crash
have a
anything.
corrupted settings file. It will allow me to delete this, reload back into
Yes.
the game, and then I won't experience issues like crashing or even issues loading into the game generally.
Copy.
Additionally, if
I
you're
like how you
noticing
did that
a
little
mod
effect.
isn't
That was
loading,
cute.
you can come into Simple Mod Checker Plus to see if it's actually loading in. All you have to do is go under Options, go to Simple Mod Checker Plus, and under
Fingers are
Mods, it
crossed
will show
for you.
you all the mods that are actually loading into your game. Additionally,
know.
if you go to
I'm
the
praying,
Backup
bro.
tab, you're able to back up your settings file. So
If
if you
that's the
really
case,
dial
today
in
was
your
just an
graphics settings
educational
and
stream
keybinds,
where I
you
just
want
watch
to
videos
if you
all day
have
with
a
everybody.
corrupted settings file, this will allow you to restore to one that was good. And finally, under the General tab, there are a couple more things that I think are valuable, such as disabling the Resume button in Paradox Launcher and disabling the Continue button on the main menu. The reason why these are valuable is if you have a whole bunch of surfaces or decals and you load into the game before they're loaded, you'll experience all sorts of issues. So
That
getting
is
rid of those
true.
buttons will ensure that that never becomes an issue for you. Number 33, Magic Hearse. Hot take here, Death Care is stupid in both
Magic
Cities
Hearse
Skylines
you don't
1
need.
and 2. It's a
Yeah,
game
'cause we
mechanic
got
that's
the
rooted in
real life
reality,
to it.
and it doesn't function like
Yeah,
reality.
and it's
When
got
new
the
neighborhoods develop, you don't
vanishing
see a massive
bodies.
death wave across your entire city.
Yes.
Yet that's what happens every
So I
single
got
time you
rid
do
of that
in
at the
Cities
moment. I
Skylines
have it
2.
on.
And that's why I like Magic Hearse.
And then
This
we
is
can
a
turn
mod
it
that
back on
basically
later,
eliminates
maybe.
the Death Care mechanic.
Copy.
When someone dies, they simply
But
disappear.
I turned
And that
it
might make you wonder,
turned it
what
off
happens to
or
all of
turned it
these
on so
assets,
that
cemeteries and
I did
crematoriums?
not have to
Well, they
deal with
become tourism amenities. amenities.
All
So
the
people can come and visit
'Year-olds
but those are
dying
not
all at once.
requirements.
Oh,
To
because then
enable
that
this
would have
mod,
just
all you
messed
have
up
to
our
do is go into your
crematoriums and
options
everything,
menu
right?
and find Magic
Yeah.
First Redux. Select the toggle to enable the mod and enter the game, and all of those icons will disappear,
Okay.
and everyone will be
I'm
gone.
praying.
And it's as simple as that.
I'm
Don't worry about
so
death care
scared,
anymore.
bro. I'm so
Focus
scared.
on real
Dude,
city services.
There we go.
like
It's
police,
there, Wolf.
fire,
Look,
and
they came
healthcare.
back.
Number 32.
All right, so we would
back.
just start from you. We just had to
So
start from
it wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was the game. The game did it.
All you
But
have
it
to
works.
do is select this icon.
Okay, cool, sweet.
You can select individual segments or click
Do you like
and drag
the
multiple segments.
the new power lines that I put through?
I saw you
power
added
plant?
power lines as a mod. I didn't know how to
lower
look for
that
them.
down
Give
to,
me
let's
1
say,
second. I
25
will
if I
actually
want.
search for them.
And then hit apply, and immediately the cars will slow down. I can do the exact same thing with train tracks, or just slow the trains down around a corner. And I can tell that I've done this because
does it automatically change them? How did you make that happen?
Now, if you're wondering why it's in miles
No,
per
they
hour,
they
because
are
the mod is detected
new
that
power
from the
line
map.
options
If you're
to
playing
draw.
with kilometers, you'll see that as
Oh,
well.
all right.
And when you
So
close
where
out the
do I
mod,
go and look for
those
them?
overlays will disappear, reducing
Well,
the visual
I might
effect.
have
Ooh,
a highway
are these
built for
these?
you. If
The
you are
on-the-road
interested, I'll
markings
send
will
you
still
pics
be
later.
there. So if
Sure,
you don't
send
like
me
those,
pics.
You'll need better bulldozer to get rid of them.
Chuck.
Much cleaner. One
And
important
what you want.
consideration though, removing this mod will not reset your custom speeds. If you want to reset
Are
your
these
custom speeds and
dumb?
remove
These
the
big
mod,
giant
you'll have to
giants?
go into options.
These are-
So these are the new
Find
these
road
are
speed
new
adjuster.
ones from
From
Jack
here, you can
Skellington.
set your speed
Okay.
unit,
But if you
or
go all the
your
way to the
custom
power
speeds.
plant, the
Doing
dam,
this will remove all the custom speeds that you've set on your map and make it safe to remove the mod. One of the reasons this mod is so important is it allows you to specify
wow.
which roads are collectors and
Oh,
arterials.
wow.
Because oftentimes
Oh,
speeds
wow.
are what
Oh,
dictates that.
bro,
So for
bro,
local roads,
bro,
we could say
bro.
we'll keep the default speeds, but we have a
so
clicker
now
button.
now it looks like
Let's
a
go
real
ahead
power
and
plant
go up
It
around
really
top
does.
with
and
the
adjust
power
speed to
coming out,
35
right?
miles per
Yes,
hour
Or with
instead
that
of
is
lines
sick.
coming out.
default. Doing this will
And the
solidify
lines
those
go
roads
different
as arterials.
directions.
And in the
So you
game,
basically
like,
made
one of them
a
goes-
whole
prefer these
line
routes
network
because
for
they're
them?
faster. So you'll actually see
Yeah.
more traffic drawn to those roads.
Well,
In
if
my
that is
opinion,
the
this is
dopest,
a
geekiest
functionality that
shit
should
I've
exist in
ever
the
seen.
vanilla
First
game.
of all,
This
hold
is
on.
an absolutely essential
Because
mod.
you know, I
Number
like me a
31.
nice little road.
Realistic parking. U-turns fix.
You go
Realistic
here,
parking
and
is
then
a
go down
bug-fixing
there.
mod that aims to improve the
Here.
underlying parking simulation
Okay.
and stop all the traffic caused by citizens looking for
Interesting.
parking stalls.
And then,
And it
oh,
does this in
that was a
three
little
ways.
cheeky.
First,
Wolf.
it
I
reduces
like
the
that.
number of pathfinding requests that a
That was
parking stall
cute.
can
These
accept.
little.
So if a citizen is navigating towards a parking stall, it will
This is
become
nice.
unavailable for future
So
pathfinding
you just built
requests,
like a
reducing the number of
semi-pathway?
citizens navigating towards the parking stall.
Now I have a question.
Second, it reduces
Yeah.
the reroute distance for parking.
You
By
built this
default,
little
citizens can
semi-pathway,
reroute for parking
but
up
it
to
doesn't show the
40,000 nodes
symbols.
away.
Why
And
is
the
that?
result of this is
Do we
erratic
have the
U-turns by
icon
both
thing hidden?
vehicles and bikes. With
What-
this
what do
mod,
you mean
can
by
adjust that distance
symbols?
to your liking.
Like it's
And
not
third, it
connected to
increases the
anything?
parking
Yeah.
capacities of some vanilla assets, such as apartments and
Because it
high-rise
wraps
office
around
buildings.
on itself.
You might not have realized this, but some of
Oh,
these
no,
I
buildings
don't
are
have
I
an
meant
so
the
end.
big,
pathways.
vanilla game
Are
would
these
only have
pathways
3
here?
parking stalls, and that means that everyone
How do
else
you
would
make
be
these?
forced to
They're-
park on
they
the
are-
streets, meaning that
Oh.
they might be circling
They're
around
just
forever.
paths, yeah.
And the same issue is present
Okay,
for office
okay.
buildings. In an office building like this
Oh,
one, you
It's
might
the
only
Y
have 30
it's the Y
parking stalls
pedestrian
in the vanilla
paths,
game.
right?
With this
And
mod,
because
the
it
number
just
of parking
wraps
stalls
around on
reflects the number
itself
of
and it's a
offices
loop,
or employees that
it
these
doesn't
buildings
have an
have.
end for it
Everything's
to
also
put the
customizable.
not
If
connected
you
to
hop into
anything.
options and look
Okay, I
for
get
realistic
it.
parking, you can enable or disable any one of
I
these
may have to
three
keep that in my
features or modify them to
repertoire of
your liking.
ideas.
But
I
honestly,
like that.
from my experience,
Alright, so we
the
have
default
a
values
power
are
line
So it makes it
highway.
look like
But
it's
do keep in
just
mind that if you add this mod to your
basically
build, you're gonna need to
platforms
let
that
things
they
simulate
created
for a while.
for
Yes.
the power
This will not
lines.
That's
impact
actually
existing
really
pathfinding
ingenious,
requests,
bro.
only new ones. So it might
That's
take a little while to
ingenious.
see these
You
changes
want me to delete
reflected.
that tree?
Because one of the
This
things
mod
you
can
don't
be
want
simply
is
removed from
the
places.
water
So if you
to
don't like
erode
what it
away
does to your
the
game, simply remove it and things will go
rock
back to normal.
underneath them.
Number 30,
True.
over
pop-up
time.
overlays.
Yes.
I'm not sure about
Oh,
you,
I
but
missed
I absolutely
deleting a
despise
tree
the vanilla
or a
behavior
bush.
of having
Yeah, I
these
just moved it out
overlays
the way.
pop up anytime I click on any of the menu
Alright.
buttons down here.
So
Especially
we
because
have
some
a
of these
highway
are
system,
absolutely
right?
blinding.
Hold
And
on,
that's
this
why
is
I love
actually so
toggle
fucking
overlays.
sick.
It allows you to modify
Oh
this
shit, highway
behavior.
split.
But even if you like this
And the
behavior, you
highway
still might want to
split
install
to both
this
sides of
mod
the city,
because it gives
right?
you the control T hotkey, which allows you to disable it when you want. But if you want more control, go
Alright,
into
this is
options,
actually
find
mad sick.
toggleable overlays, and disable this first button up here.
Toggleable
I like to enable
overlays.
automatically select the active assets info view
Cute.
and automatically switch to the
think we
assets
have
info
that.
view when selected, which
Oh,
makes
and
it
then
so
you
that I
have
can
a-
select buttons
No,
down here
fuck.
without info views
Fuck,
popping
fuck,
up.
fuck,
Now, if I
fuck,
want
fuck.
to see the info views, all I have
Come
to do
on,
is
you
select
gotta
the
be
info
fucking
views button
kidding
up
me.
here, and I can see
Don't
them.
do it.
Well,
And
have
as I
it.
navigate through the menus and
I've
select different
I've
buttons,
gotten
the
2
correct info
critical
view will now
fucking
show up.
warnings
To
so
me,
far.
this behavior is much
I
more
get those
comfortable.
every
It
once in
gives
a
me
while.
much more control
Okay.
over what I'm seeing, and it means that especially when I'm
Son,
zoning,
stop.
I'm not blinded by the info
Fucking
views.
asshole.
Now, on that note,
Are
might
you
notice
kidding
that my
me, bro?
info views
Are you
in
ki-
dark
are you
mode.
ki-
That's another
what is
feature of
going
this mod.
on?
This toggle right here that says use in-game time for light or dark mode colors is supposed to enable this functionality. But at least in my experience, the game's always in dark mode. But for me, that's not a problem. The other feature that this mod adds is colorblind mode, an accessibility option.
All
that I
right,
can't believe
okay,
isn't baked into
2-tip
the
UI
game.
system.
But basically, it means that you can automatically
for 10
change the
seconds.
info view's colors to match the selected colorblind spectrum. And honestly, in my opinion, this is an absolutely essential mod. It's one that I almost always have in my playset.
That asset doesn't look like it's right. There's something fucked up there.
Alright, I'm gonna so do I just move away from that asset so it doesn't happen again?
Try that, yeah.
To use it, all you have to do is click on this button up here and select a new theme.
Cool.
Now you will have to download these themes individually, but look at what they can do.
So basically that would have been a transformer station for the rest of the city,
yeah.
and then everything goes underground.
More
Okay.
depth than the vanilla themes.
Or it connects to the street and then that delivers the
It connects to the street. Correct.
Phenomenal.
Now let's go follow the other
Rocky
highways.
Grasses theme makes you feel like you're in Colorado. And the great thing about all of these is you can mix and match them.
So this
that
one
means if you
here,
like the way the
then we
cliffs
go
look in the
here,
Rocky
we
Mountains
follow
theme,
these
use
all the way
those.
here.
And if you like the grass from Brixton Bay, use that. And you can
Have
also
all of
adjust
these
the
over
tiling so you
here.
can completely dial
We
in the
have
look to your liking.
these.
And ultimately,
So the reason why you have two going your direction is so that, like, if one of them had a problem,
Yeah.
you have a backup, right?
I think
Copy.
my two favorite themes are the Brixton
This
Bay
is so
theme
epic.
and the Desert Map theme.
And you
Which
made it
they do a
cross
lot in
over
real
the
life.
highway? Oh my
Number
God.
28, parking lots by Dome.
Yes, the
Parking lots
best.
by
This
Dome
is the
allows
best
you to
mod
drop
ever.
individual parking stalls,
Sorry, babe.
which can make
One-
really unique
one
parking
goes down
configurations completely
to
possible in-game.
the industry
Right
and
here, I
the
have a
port,
row of
and then
parking
the other
lot buildings
goes
in a downtown
across to
area,
your
and
city.
it's
The other
completely
two go to your
functional
city.
because of parking lots by Dome. You might wonder,
Alright,
why
so
use
this is
asset
your
instead of just
baby.
placing
I'm
a
not gonna
decal?
touch
And
your
basically
baby.
it's because the decals will actually trap
Because I know we
vehicles.
need more
Parking
industry.
lots
I'm just
by
gonna go
Dome
over
do
my
not.
side, but
To
oh
access this,
my
you'll go underneath
God.
the roads menu.
I
and
see
it'll
why you
create
did this. This
new
makes
domed
much more
parking
sense
lot
now.
category, where you can find
I don't know if I
individual
can
stalls,
remix my
So-
area like this,
stalls,
but this makes a
accessible
lot of
stalls,
fucking
front and
sense.
back
And
stalls,
then
I-
add it back
stalls,
here.
This
vehicle
is
parking,
just
you
zone
name it,
2,
it's all
right?
available.
I didn't
There's
really
also invisible variants for all
build
of them,
this. I
meaning that you
just
can place
built the
this
roads,
have it be
and then I
fully
zoned
functional
on
and
it.
invisible.
Yeah.
This enables
And then
you to
I'm gonna
create a gravel
I'm gonna
parking
come
lot,
back
for
here and
instance. But there's a few
detail it
things to
up
keep
and
in
make
mind
it
about
look a
this
heck
mod.
of a lot
Number
better.
one, you need invisible
But,
roads. There's a
um,
couple of ways that you can access
it's
this.
gonna be an
Either
industry
extra
area.
networks,
Yeah.
find it, or
But I
dev
just
mode.
one of the
those
things
is
that I
gonna
was
be a
doing
requirement.
with
To
part of the
find it,
sim was
you
just
look for invisible, and you'll want to
building
select
as
one of
much
the invisible
industry as I
car
could,
paths
as
with
quickly as I
pedestrian
could.
access.
Yeah.
We have a one-way, two-way,
I see
and
this
a
transformer
2x two-way.
station, this
Any of them
medium
will do.
substation.
And the reason why this is
Oh,
required
I
is
would-
if
I would
you
love to
don't
detail
have the
some shit
invisible
like that up.
roads, Dome's
Also,
parking lot
I
access
like
will
this
look
little
like
loopy
this.
thing.
So what
The
we need
train
to
is
do
yo,
is add
this
behind
train.
these. We'll see the little lines
Dude,
connecting
this
the
is
parking
so
lot, the
fucking
invisible road, and the invisible road to the other
sick.
networks. And when I place
Whoa.
this, everything's fully functional.
Whoa,
We'll see people going
what
into these
the
parking facilities and on
fuck?
this invisible road right here.
Oh, you did
Two
the
other
main
mods that
gate?
you're going to want in your
Oh,
playset
yes,
are going to
yes.
be Anarchy and Move
So
It.
wait, where
The
does
main
this
reason
all
for that is
starts
if you want to get
here?
these side by side and
Oh,
looking
'cause
really
you already
nice.
You
moved.
haven't
Yeah,
seen the
right.
port yet?
Anarchy for
No.
that and move it so that you can really get these
Oh.
adjusted exactly
Oh
to
my
your liking.
god, dude!
But
what
ultimately,
the
I
fuck?
feel like these
I
guys
saw the
always
highway
right
build,
here
but I
really
didn't know
demonstrate
the
value
whole.
of this mod.
And I knew
It
you
really
were
helps you
doing
create
some of
something
this
that
because I
feels very
remember
authentic
when
and
you was
realistic.
doing
Something that's
this
not
over
possible
here.
at all
But no, I
in the
haven't
game.
really looked at the
Number
port.
27, Tygon's rail infrastructure.
My god.
I know what you're
okay.
thinking. I said no assets would be a part of this list, and
Okay,
here we are
this
with the
makes
second
so
set of
much
assets.
sense.
But just like parking lots by
Seeing
Dome,
it laid
this is a
out
set
in
of
the
assets,
game
and I think that makes
now
it unique.
makes me
You're not
understand
getting
how
just
to
one
build a
building,
port
you're getting
area.
a set of buildings that really extend the functionality of the game.
That's
So
insane.
it's very
This
heavy
is
for
everything that you get with
like
this
the
asset
through
pack.
traffic. So
It's
like
a ton of
that main
stations,
gate,
it's a ton of
you have
depots, it's a
the
ton of tracks,
the
and in
highway
addition to
goes
this,
out
you're also getting a
to
ton of trains. Now,
that
some of
big
these stations are
interchange,
simply
right?
the
So
metal
that
stations with the cantilevers
industrial
removed.
traffic
That
can
makes it
go
feel much more North
through
American, because
that
most of
main
our
port.
trains here are
Yes.
diesel, not electric.
right?
In other
And then
cases, it's
you
some of the
have
subway
basically a highway
infrastructure
that goes
modified
through
so
the
that it
port
supports
itself,
trains, which
right?
I think is
Highway that
really
goes
cool.
And
because
then-
some of these assets are amazing, and I never get to use
It's
them.
4
And then
lanes
in other
each
cases,
direction
there
all
are
the way
completely
through the
unique
port.
assets,
Uh-huh.
like this
And then on
depot
the one
right
side
here,
you
which
have
is a
like the
little
staff
square
parking,
depot
and
that
then
can
I
be fit in
have
really
like
urban context. I
a bus
absolutely
loop
love
that's
this.
set up
And
so
Tygon's
that
really
we
thought everything
can
through. There are
have like
upgrades
a
for the
local bus
Booty,
for,
what's
for
good,
the port
daddy-os?
itself.
For
Yeah,
instance,
we're chilling,
And
we're
then
chilling,
track
man.
right here gives
You also got
one
the
additional
cargo
train. And
cargo
if you get
rail,
creative
and
with
then the
these,
cargo
you can make
port
gigantic rail yards that
set
look
up like
really realistic.
where the boats boat
It
dock.
also comes with a bunch of resource-specific rail yards, and I think
And
that
then
these
you
are super
have
cool.
entrances
For
at the
instance,
other
if you
end
have an
too
ore
of
industry
that
and
main
you only
highway
want
that
to
goes
ship
through.
ore out of your rail yard,
So
there's
it's
a way
all
you
like
can do it.
laid
And these are
out.
available
It's
for all
just
industries.
now
There's even
we
one
gotta
available
fill it
for
in.
garbage.
All right, I
I
have a
think that my
question.
favorite
I have
one
a
is
question.
this one right here. This is for oil.
So-
And some of
this-
the stuff that
awesome.
I
It's so
built in
tiny,
here was
and it's
to
actually
test
functional.
to see how it
Rounding
kind
out
of
the
works.
stations are
Okay.
these ones right here.
So
These are
my
actually
question
subway
is,
stations that have been converted to train
Cheeky.
stations, and honestly,
as
they
long
look
as you have a
absolutely
gate,
outstanding.
you
If you wanna be
you
able to
don't
make
need to
an L
have
like
like
in
an
Chicago,
exit gate.
this is really
So
gonna go a
that
long ways
main
for you.
gate road
And the
can
reason that you
lead
might wanna
out to
use
the
these
regular
over the
roads of
subway
society,
stations are that they
because
can
this
accept
just
regional
leads
traffic.
out
It also comes with a bunch of great track and bridge
So
options. I personally
it doesn't. It has a gate to close it.
I find it difficult to build without.
Really?
So I have a
good.
medium
My
auxiliary
guess
gate,
the
is
part
what
that's
it's
gonna
called.
interest the most people is the custom
Oh,
frame,
shit.
of which there are
At
many.
the
I
other
see
end.
it. Oh, my
All
bad.
of
It was so
these passenger
small.
models that
Okay.
you can select from. There
Yeah,
are so many of
I
them.
was hoping
In
that I
another
could
game,
have
we have
two
just
large gates,
North American and
but
European.
this is
And
the
with this rail
biggest
infrastructure
alternative
pack,
gate that
there
I
are
have
so many options.
that we have.
Is
But if
there
I'm
a
being
reason
honest
why
with
you can't
myself,
do two
the
large
most
gates?
interesting thing in here is the 52 wagon North American
Because
freight train.
it
Look at
it
this
only
monster.
allows
These
for
things
the
are
one
all over
large
North
gate.
America, and the reason I love seeing them in the game
And you
is
can't
have to
So if you
plop
click-
down another one.
if you
right?
click on
It will
that
create
main
all
port
sorts of
gate,
disruptions, all sorts of
That's
backups,
this, right?
and honestly, that makes
Yeah.
for a really
Yes.
unique challenge.
that's the first
Like I
thing
said
you
in the
have to
previous
plop.
mod video,
So if you
Tygon
click
was
on it,
committed to making sure that these
it
work
gives
like
you
official
all
assets
of the
in the game,
options that
and
you
here they are.
can
They
use
still
for
work great. And in my opinion,
sub-elements,
they're
right?
still some of the
Okay,
best assets
yes.
available for City Skylines
So
too. Editor
if
Phil, and I forgot to
there's
mention,
only
Tygon
two
also
extra
has a tram pack that's
gates
just
there,
like this, but with trams, and is currently working on a
right? So
subway pack.
there's
So be
the
sure to follow
medium
Tygon if you
size
want
and then the
notifications
small
when it's
size.
released. Number 26, Recolor. Recolor is an awesome mod that allows you to change the color of most objects in game. And if you want to personalize your build, this is the perfect mod for it. Select an object that you want to recolor, and when you have the mod installed, you're going to see this recolor panel. The first thing you need to
So
do
those
is
are the
decide if
ones
you want
that
to change a
I,
single instance of an object or
am
all
able
color
to use. I
variations.
can't
The
have
single instance
another
would be
big
just
port
this
gate
one
at the other
object.
end.
The variations
kinda
would be
sucks.
all objects in your build that have the exact same color. So for instance, right now I had this lime green building selected. If I wanted to change all of those, I would stick with match color variation. Now, one of the reasons you might want to modify a single instance is because it gives you access to the palette options, which we'll talk
And
about in
then
just a moment. But the
one
most
of my
basic
gates
option that you
is
have is to set one of the 3 different color
a small
options.
port
And these will be
entrance
little
with a
different
bridge
for
that
each
goes across
object,
to your
but in
side.
general, the top option is to
It might
select the
have to
color. The
disappear
second option is to select
because
the
people are
saturation.
using it as
The
a
third option
shortcut.
is to select the brightness, and the fourth is to select the transparency. So if I slide over to blue, adjust the saturation to be darker, I can now see that this first color is the main building color. I'm going to copy this using this button right here and paste it over here.
So I
using
was
this button
hoping
right
that this
here,
would
and
be
I'll
something
modify
that
this
I
one,
could
and I can
I
see
could
that the
have
second
and it
color
wouldn't take
appears to be the
a bunch
sides
of
the
traffic.
building, and for the third color, it looks like it's the door.
But unfortunately,
This
I
is
think
really
it's going to
useful
take a bunch of
information. I
traffic.
highly recommend when you start to recolor an asset, go with some really vibrant colors so you can see what is recoloring, because now you can really dial things in. Now, there are a couple of ways that you can do this. You can obviously continue to use
And
the
I don't
sliders
want to
that I was
route
using
the
before. You can also click on this number sign right
trucks
here for
through the
hexadecimals.
center of your
If you
city
happen to know the
because
hexadecimal
your
for the
city
color,
won't be able
you
to
can enter
handle
it
that
right
truck
here.
traffic.
And the other option, if you're in single instance, is to use a palette. Now, one of the reasons you might want to use the palette is that we have a lot of complementary colors that just look really nice. So for instance, let's say I wanted to go with some really beachy colors. I'll go with the pastels. Then for the sides, let's say I want to go for some metal looking colors. And then for the door, we'll go with some wooden colors. And the whole reason that you want to use
You
this
muted
is
yourself,
we
I think.
could copy the
Oh
colors
shit,
from
my
this
bad.
building
So sorry,
and
Wolf.
paste it onto
My
other
bad.
buildings and have
Um,
variations from within the
I
palette.
wish there was a
So
way
I'll
we
use
can
the
charge
color
a
painter
fee,
tool right here,
or we can
then we'll use the
designate
color
only
picker,
industrial
copy this
traffic
building,
through
and paste
this.
it onto its neighboring
So that way
buildings, and look
residential
what we
traffic
get,
doesn't go
a
through.
nice variety of colors.
But yeah, I can see
Yeah.
all
If
the
we wanted to
regular
go
cars
even
are there.
faster, we could use the radius selection.
Right? And look at the
and cover
traffic
this
that's
entire
backing up
area
in the port.
incredibly quickly.
Yeah,
And we
that's
only
insane.
Which
recolored
is
the buildings
stupid,
because we
right?
only had
Yeah.
Because they're
this
going
But if we
into the
wanted to
port
recolor
through
crops
from the
or
highway
cars or
Yeah.
fences, we could do that as well.
through the main
But let's say that
gate,
we're
and
not
then they're
satisfied with our
exiting
changes.
on this
We can
small
reset them as
bridge,
well.
which
All we
kind
have
of
to do
sucks.
is
So
select this button right here,
unfortunately,
and
I
everything
think
goes
this
back to the
bridge is going to have to
defaults.
go
But let's say we want to be a little bit more
Damn,
methodical
Dario.
about this. There's a certain building color.
because
that
I
we
thought
don't
it would
want.
be
We want to
a
get rid
neat
of
little
just the
thing
pink
that we could do
buildings. All we have to do is select the asset, go to
for a
match color
shortcut for your
variation,
side.
and now we can modify
Yeah.
all assets that look like this one.
Hold
Let's
on.
make these green. And you can see that the neighboring building has adjusted as well because they
no,
have the
because we
exact
want it
same
to be
color.
a short.
There are a couple really
a
helpful
shortcut
shortcuts
for
with this
industry
mod,
stuff
including
only.
Shift P, which will bring up the recolor menu. And from
Yeah.
here, you can either clone colors
And then
from
everything
existing
we
assets
do
and
have,
paste them
like
onto
there's
others,
zoning tools that
or
we
use
could
that
have
radius
had,
tool
but I
was
think we
using
can
earlier.
only use
The
those
other helpful
district
shortcut
creation
is Alt
tools.
F, which allows you to modify
I'm
the
not-
color
but
of a
that
net
only
lane,
stops, like,
fence,
heavy
or hedge.
traffic.
And from here, it's just like modifying anything else.
I
in your
think
build.
so.
And it just lets you
Yeah.
really dial things into your liking.
Only people living
And finally,
or
I wanted to
working
point
within a
out that
district
there
are
are some
allowed to
additional additional recolor options
this
in the
increases
options
the
menu,
well-being of
including
the
the ability to safely
other
remove
residents
recolor,
and
because
reduces
recolor will
crime in
add
the area.
additional information
Does
to your
not
save
affect city
files. So
services.
if
I'm
you
trying
want
to think
remove
like
it, this
if
is
we
the
was
way
to
do
make it a gated
Number
community
25,
or something.
extra networks and areas. This is a really interesting mod
can't do
that gives
heavy
you the
traffic
ability to
'cause
create
that's the
custom
traffic we
train
do want.
stations, place invisible roads and parking lots, place animal spawners, and even create custom farms and parks. So let's say we want to make a custom train station right here. All we have to do.
You know what?
What does the gated community one say?
And find the
gated community says only people living or working within the district are allowed in. The increase. This increases the well-being of its residents and reduces crime in the area. Does not affect city services.
Now let's make a custom parking
So
lot.
if you put
that
ordinance on,
also, I'm so happy to hear Prospero's back. That's so fire.
Maybe it'll work.
By using the
All right,
replace
and
tool
question.
to move these over. Just like we
When
would
I
with any
do
other
that
road,
ordinance, I should do it in a neighborhood where the bridge is
and for my
at,
snapping
right?
options here, I just want to snap to road and
No, in the
not
port
perfect, but now it's pretty
itself,
easy to clean up.
which
I'll add a
does
few
cover the
details,
bridge.
And bam,
Okay, sick.
custom parking lot. And now after cleaning things up, we have our first
Gated
train stopping
community.
here. We have a
Phenomenal.
passenger that's looking to get on.
All right, so we added that.
I've used the mod to activate this beach. Whether
And
I was
we'll
able to
see
do
if that
was by
fixes
adding
that.
lots of invisible
Alright,
pedestrian paths right through this area. And because these paths are fast and direct, there's a whole bunch of citizens using them.
Because I
Over
know
here by
these
this
are
fire
already.
station, I used an invisible
They
road
already
to
planned
add
to
onto the
wanna do
fire
the
station
shenanigans,
asset
so-
that there were multiple ways that you could exit this parcel. And the
So
really cool
it'll
thing
take
is,
some time for
cars
this traffic to
actually
go
use this
through,
access
right?
point,
But
and
Yeah.
I added this to the asset. And two of the most creative ways of
Also,
using
I'm
this mod
hitting
are creating
3 so
custom
that it
parks
can
and
speed
custom
up, too.
farms. To create a custom park, you have to
I'm gonna
place
watch
an
these
existing
guys
park.
over here.
and
I
then
know
under
these guys are
landscaping,
already.
go to spaces
They're
and
already
areas.
programmed.
Then zoom
I
into
wanna
your
see how
park and look
programmed
for some
these
of these
guys
invisible
are.
areas. You can now modify them. Citizen interactions with these park spaces will now
and
occur
then
in these larger
these
areas.
roads
So if there
are
people doing
4-meter
push-ups,
wide
you can expect to see them anywhere within
lanes
these
as
hangout
well.
areas. It's
I made
Okay,
them
And
made
speaking
them
of
custom
hangout
roads
areas,
here,
that's what we can use to create
but they're
custom
not
farms.
highway
I've
speeds. They're
created a
just
custom hangout
local
area
Regular
road
residential
speeds.
speed.
If I go under
Alright.
objects and markers,
Yeah.
I can
Sick.
find any number of farm animals. As long as it's a farm animal and I place it within this square, the farm animal will spawn.
Nah,
and
they're
not
still.
leave that
Well, no,
square.
because these
But
are
also,
old
Wow,
industrial
if I
buildings.
place a
it's-
fence and then modify
Right,
this
it's gonna
hangout
take
area
some
to
time
be the
for it
exact
to like
size of the
flow
fence,
through,
The
right?
animals
So
Yeah.
will appear to be fenced.
All right, I'm gonna
Just,
add some
uh,
industry.
spawners,
We'll come
there
back
are
to
a
this.
variety
Remind
of
me to come back
spawners,
to this, Wolf.
including a number of wild
You know, I'm
animal
really good at
spawners
this
that
Yeah.
you might
shit.
want a place to give your area
Also-
in like half an
activity.
hour or
Do
something.
keep in
I
mind,
bet,
though,
definitely.
these
I'll
spawners have a
definitely do
mind
that.
of their own.
Then
So if you
we'll
place
see
a bunch of moose
whether
in your
there's
city,
still stuff
they're gonna
going
be
through.
moose on the loose.
All right, and then
But
we
I
have
absolutely love to
tons
add
of
these
traffic
things
over here
because
still,
it means
but
that I can
that's
add fish to
normal.
water and birds flying above.
This is
and it just
normal
makes
for
the
this
whole area
area. It's
feel
just-
a ton more alive. But there
Mind
are a
you,
few
I
things
also
worth mentioning. You
imagine
might
if I
have
would have
noticed that
did
created a
businesses on
passenger
the
train
opposite
station
side,
and not a
like
cargo
facing
train
this road.
station.
Oh god,
The
I
main
would have
reason
broke
for
the
that is
whole
even
city.
though we have an integrated cargo train stop, if I were to place this, it wouldn't work. I'm not really sure why, and I don't think that anyone else has figured it out, but people are still working on
Now,
it. Speaking of
this is a
limitations,
one-way
the invisible
road,
roads
right? Or is
can't
it
have buildings
two-way?
placed on them.
Interesting.
So that means that if you're using these to create
Alright.
a parking lot for a building,
I think
One
you
thing
need
that I
bound the
wanted
parking lot
to
with
say,
alleyways so
Talk
that
to
you
me.
can place the building
Teach
on
me.
alleys. And finally,
Over
you
by
may
the
have
train
noticed that I
station,
placed
or
the
train
park
station.
and modified the hang around areas in the park rather
Yeah.
than
I
just
feel
drawing
like
my
we
own
need
hang
a
around
way
areas
for
and hoping that
traffic to
people
go
show up
through
them.
to your
And the main
Daisy
reason for
Dayton
that
area.
is you can't do that. If I were just to draw these, no one will show
But
up.
I
Again,
don't know.
that's a
I don't know
limitation that no one's ever been
where.
able to figure out. But you better believe that people are working on it, myself included.
Right.
because
So
I'd love to be
the
able to create
one
custom parks. But this
road
is
that I
a
was
workaround
thinking
that
of is
works.
where the bus
And finally,
station,
a few other mods you're going to need to install
where that
along
little
with this
nub
one.
is.
Anarchy, Move It, and
Yes.
Better Bulldozer. Especially Anarchy
I was
and Better
thinking
Bulldozer.
that,
The main reason for that is without those two mods, you're really going to struggle to use this.
Would
but I'm
you
not
wanted-
100%.
Let's say you want to remove some of those animal spawners.
Would you
The only
have
way that
wanted
you
it
can
to
do
be
that
a
is with
tunnel,
Better Bulldozer.
maybe,
You have to filter to
or
remove
It
markers.
probably
and
would
select
end
the
up being a
static
tunnel
object
to
filter
go
selected.
underneath your
Then you can delete these spawn
your
points. There's no
rail,
other way to do it.
copy?
And though you can create custom train stations and custom parking lots without
which
Move It and
means you're
Anarchy,
going to lose
having that in your mod
connectivity
set
of the
makes it a
building
ton
next to
easier.
it,
But
the
ultimately,
two
this is
buildings
a really
next to
unique
it,
mod that can enable you to make
and
some
you
really
possibly
interesting things
lose
to
the
push your
connection
creativity to
of
limits.
the bus.
Number 24, extra detailing tools. Extra
and then we
detailing
have
tools
to
is
do
a mod
something
that adds a
different with your
variety of
bus
detailing
line.
tools to Cities
Copy.
Skylines too,
Thank God I
including
didn't start that
transform
build
tool,
project yet
additional
because
snapping options, net lanes,
See, like,
and
I can-
So it's
more
either that or
In my
on the
opinion,
other
this is
side
the
up
other
against
half
the
of
river,
extra asset
Yeah.
importer, but in my opinion, it's a much more
other
useful
side of the
path.
train
If you have
station
this
up
mod
against the
installed,
river,
you're gonna see the
you
extra
have
assets menu,
a way
just like
through
with extra
there.
assets importer. But this time around, you're going going to have 3 tabs: decals, surfaces, and net lanes. Now, this tab that we're looking at right here is only here because of extra asset importing.
Wait.
But there are a number of tabs that are here because of
Because this is going to be a small ass town. This is not going to be big. This is technically the extent of the town anyway.
And parking decals.
So like right about here, there's going to be some extra houses. But I only wanted to do her like main like city downtown core.
You might expect to find sand surfaces.
So do you feel
you're not going to have suburbs around it?
Pavement surfaces and tile surfaces. You also have miscellaneous surfaces.
No, I gotta pull it up. That area is. I wasn't really thinking about it that way. I honestly really wasn't.
Agricultural
I wanted to do like a
forestry
little
surfaces,
square.
landfill surfaces, oil
I
surfaces.
see what you mean,
and
adding
ore
a suburb or
surfaces.
two
And I
around
think that these
like
have a
this
ton of value
area
outside
here.
of their intended purposes, and you can't access them.
Like I expect that along the big river, you're gonna have like suburb type
for instance,
stuff.
Let's say
Yeah, because I want this to be. I'm going to show you a map, but I want this to be based off of a particular area.
With the second
If
tab
I'm not
here,
mistaken,
I
was
can
it
add
upstate New
fences,
York?
and there
I gotta
are a
check. I
number
have
of
it written
vanilla
down for a
options.
well QC.
So if I wanted to add a privacy
Actually,
fence to the side of the highway right
Wolf is
here,
here
I can
today.
now
Wolf
do
is
that.
actually here
You
today.
cannot add
Help
fences
me,
like
Wolf.
this in
Help
Cites
me.
Skylines 2 without this
Let me
mod.
pull up a new
And for that
window.
alone, I think many people are going to like this. And the third tab is for roadway markings. So if you don't like the way that roadway markings look, this is going to be the mod for you. Let's say I wanted to add additional roadway markings right here. I can easily do that. Look for the marking I want to use the snapping options, and create whatever marks I'd like to create.
Yes.
There are also a number of custom net lanes available.
We're getting so much built today, guys. We're getting so much built today. I'm so proud of us.
These wooden net lanes are from Algendo, and they are
Wolf, we ain't
absolutely
doing shit, bro.
beautiful and work like all other net
We
lanes
ain't
in the
doing
game.
shit. God damn. I feel so bad.
It's
all good.
Like
Oh.
tools, which means it's very
Alright,
easy
hold
to
up.
make
Let
incredibly
me.
complex designs
What
like
is it?
this one.
Docs?
Now,
Yeah,
I
I think it's
specifically
on
wanted to
Google
show a
Docs.
complex shape like this one because in combination
Brooklyn
with the
Build,
area
Buena
bucket,
Vista
you can do
Notes.
some really special things with this mod. If you snap to net lanes, you can actually fill things
Vern,
in within
Indiana.
the net lanes.
Alright, so
And
Vern,
look at how
Indiana.
easily I was able to make this
Well,
shape.
Google Earth or
I
Google
could even
Maps be
delete the
better
net
to
lanes
look at
afterwards
this
if
map.
I'd like to. And now I have this completely perfect
I-
surface, all because I use net lanes to bound
I don't know.
things. But it is worth mentioning.
I only
way that
have
you can
Google
remove net
Maps, I don't
lanes
have
is using
Google
better
Earth.
bulldozer. So if
Okay.
you're going to place net lanes,
So, boom,
make
he
sure
used
you
to
have
go.
better bulldozer
I
in
knew
place.
exactly what I was
Then
looking
underneath
for.
tool mode,
See
you
this
need to make
school?
sure that you have removed net lanes selected.
See this
and then you'll
school?
be able to delete
I gotta
them.
build this.
But the mod has two
Oh
more
shit,
tricks
you
up
can't
its
see
sleeve.
nothing.
Let's say
Fuck
I want
me.
to
My
modify
bad.
these trees. to
I
one another.
can't see
I can do
nothing.
that with the transform tool.
Damn.
All I have to do is select
Real
the
professional
asset, and now
streamer
I'll
here,
see
guys.
transform tool. I can adjust the X, Y, and Z axis, which will allow me to move the location of the asset, either left and right with X, up and down with Y, or side to
I'll try
side
to
with
be as
Z.
organized as I
The
can.
step is the
So, Wolf,
increment for
I
the adjustment.
actually
I
wanna
can do the
build
exact
this
same
little
thing with
suburb.
rotation. And if I change the step to 1, I can really control this, tilting the asset to the
So,
side, as well as rotating it,
I
or
wanna
adjusting it in the
do
other direction as well. And with a little bit of
this, like,
playing,
little
I can make these palm trees
patch
overlap,
land.
just like you might see in front of an In-N-Out. The
And
tool
then
also
this
lets
is
you
the
adjust
high
the elevation of an
school. I
asset.
think he
So
said
let's
he
say I
went
want to
to a-
take
he
this
go to a
flower
different
bush
high
and make it feel like flowers on the ground instead of a tall bush.
said it was
All I have to do is
by
adjust the
Monroe
elevation.
City.
Let's make that a negative
So,
5 meters. And now when I place this, it'll be partially sunken into the
it
ground.
was
And I
that.
think that the visual effect of
Yeah,
this
I
is
wanna
really,
go
really
for
nice.
Indiana.
But perhaps more impactful than all of that are the snapping options I
What do
can
you
add.
want?
I mentioned
You
during
wanna
the extra
build
asset
Monroe
importer part of the
City,
video
or-
that you're not able to snap to the building with the extra asset importer. And that's because it's a part of
wanted
this
to
mod.
add this high
If I want to
school
get this
in
decal on the
here.
side of the building, all I have to do is disable
And
snap
Vern is
upright.
such a
And if I have
small
extra
town. I thought
detailing
this was
tools
bigger.
installed, now I can bring this right under the side of the building. And that's all because it provides the option to snap to the surface of an object.
mean,
You can
we
also
are
snap to roads and snap upright, which can be really useful if you want to put a surface on the ground, because it will allow me to place this surface flat on the ground. Without this option selected,
No, I don't wanna
it doesn't
go
work.
Google Maps.
Now, I think to get the most from this mod, you're going to want to, at a minimum, have Anarchy and
what's
Better
that
Bulldozer
little
installed.
city?
And Move It's a great
This
help as
city
well.
here
But you'll probably
is
also want to consider having extra asset importer.
Vincere-
Because
I can't
reasonably,
even read
the
it.
combination of the two
Vincere.
mods is how you make
I don't
the
know how to
most out of
pronounce that. I
custom
think I'm
surfaces and
pronouncing it wrong.
decals. Number 23, water
I
features.
think it's Vicine.
Water features is a
Vicine,
mod that allows you to
Indiana. I think
place,
it's-
delete, and edit water spawn
may have to
points,
look that up.
as well as
Oh,
adjust the
okay.
water simulation.
But he
It
told me
enables the
his
water
school was
tool,
in
which can be
Fern.
found underneath
Now, I don't know if he
landscaping.
went
This
to
tool
Monroe.
allows you to place streams,
But I
rivers
did
at the
say,
border of a
because he
map,
was like, oh, you
lakes,
could build my
automated
own
water
town or whatever.
sources, and
So
seas
I
at the border of a
think
map.
this is something I
Water
wanna
features
build.
is the way that I was able to make Lake Segunda, as well as a stream at the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, the
I'm
workflow for
I'm
using
gonna
this
go back
mod
and
is
ask
consistent
him.
across all the water spawn
Because if I
points.
was to build
Basically,
something, I'd
you select
rather
the type of
build
water spawn
Monroe
point that you want,
City
adjust the depth or flow depending on the type of
instead
water
of
spawn
building
point
the
that you're
sea.
using,
But
adjust
I,
the
for some
radius,
reason,
which is the
think
size of the
that-
water
let me-
spawn
let me
point,
actually
and then
see
place the
something
water
on
spawn point. You can right mouse click the water spawn point point and drag to an elevation to adjust the height. And then if things aren't filling in, adjust the radius to increase the flow. Once again, I'll change the elevation. And I basically just left click the spawn point and dragged it along to the elevation line that I want it to raise to. And as I let it go, I'll see the water rise to that point. And just bluntly, the water simulation's really finicky, so you might have to play around with this. And I'd highly recommend saving before you make any changes to water. And that's because if you're not careful, you can have stuff like this happen, which can be an absolute mess. But this is something that we can clean up. I've adjusted things to a rational level, and now I'm gonna go into the options menu, and underneath water features, I'm gonna run a water cleanup cycle. This will increase the evaporation rate for the entire map by 1,000 for a short period of time. I'm gonna only click this once because I don't want to evaporate all the water on the map. And within just a couple of seconds, everything is cleaned up. And in this particular instance, my little pond looks perfect. But I'm gonna tell you from personal experience, that isn't always the case. Recreating streams in particular, I find to be incredibly challenging. So let's remove this one and see if I can get it right. Basically, I want to take the flow as low as possible. So I'll take this to 0.1, which might seem low, but I think it's going to be perfect. And I'll take the radius to 5 meters. Then I'll speed things along and make sure we don't have flooding. And while we don't have flooding, the stream's not filling in. So I'll change the radius and make it slightly bigger. And then the most challenging thing with this mod is remaining patient. I think that the radius has actually created issues because this was filling in. I just wasn't patient enough. So I'll shrink this back down. And this time be a bit more patient. And I had to run one water cleanup cycle, but it seems like things are mostly stable now. But ultimately, I'd have to be super patient and see if things fill in, potentially adding more water spawn points along the stream if necessary. Now, like I mentioned in the beginning, this mod can also adjust the water simulation in a number of unique ways. You can add detention and retention bases, adjust the evaporation rate of water, add seasonal streams, and even add waves and tides. And the reason you might want to do this is to create sand on your shores. So let's see how this looks with the default settings. And out here we can start to see some waves occurring and things are getting wild.
So like what you could do
and as we approach the shore, the waves are coming in. And the really cool thing about this is it makes those breakwaters actually useful. It creates a break between the waves and the rest of the bay. But it's also fundamentally altered our water levels. So just like everything else in water features, you're going to want to do a little bit of guessing and checking and probably save before you make dramatic changes. But if you dial things in, the results might just be worth your time. Editor Phil here, and I was just talking about the legacy water sources. So if you're working on an older map like Magnolia County or Saguna Beach that hasn't yet been updated with the new water sources that came a few updates back to Cities Skylines 2, those are the options that you're going to see.
Like,
they're a little bit more finicky. You definitely have to choose the right water source. And I think that it's just generally a bit more challenging to work with. But if you have a newer map or a map that's been updated to the new water sources, you're only going to see generic constant level water source. So these are basically a catch-all, do-it-all water source. This can be used on the edge of a map. So if you go up to the edge of the map, you'll notice it turns yellow. You can also use this to make a pond. You can place a few of them in a row to make a river. You can use them in a variety of ways. So just know that if you're working on a newer map or if you've updated your map to use the new water sources, this is what you'll see instead of those legacy sources.
The road that's
and honestly,
going past
this video is probably giving me the push that I need to update all of my maps. Number 22, City Stats. City Stats is a simple mod that shows information about your city in a graphical way. And more than basically any other mod, I get asked questions about this one. And it makes sense to me because it's really easy to understand and it's incredibly helpful. Because this mod is currently visible, I know that I'm having issues with water, sewage, prison availability, and elementary school availability. And by seeing this front and center, it might prompt me to build some of those things. But let's say I don't want to see this information and I want to see very specific information. I can tailor the mod to my liking. All I have to do is click the gear option right here and select options that I no longer want to see. I can also move the panel around. And if I want to have a vertical panel, all I have to do is go under Options, find City Stats, and set the panel orientation to vertical. And one more thing, if you have this mod installed and you're not seeing the panel, look at this icon right here. This will show and hide the panel. And that's it. That's the entire mod. Incredibly simple and incredibly useful. Number 21, Traffic Lights Enhancement. Traffic Lights Enhancement is a mod that enables custom signal timing for traffic signals in Cities Skylines 2. But before I show you how this mod works, I have to talk about its recent history because it's quite complex. Now, Traffic Lights Enhancement Alpha is actually one of the oldest mods for Cities Skylines 2. It was actually in the Thunder store way back in the day.
Like
and once Paradox Mods was added to Cities Skylines 2, Traffic Lights Enhancement was ported over. And active development of mod continued through late 2024. However, throughout all of last year, the mod was basically in maintenance mode, being recompiled for different game updates. And that continued until update 1.3.3. At that point in time, this mod was abandoned. And then we started seeing things like this popping up in Paradox Mods. Traffic Lights Enhancement Hotfix Unofficial. This was a recompile of the mod to make it compatible with version 1.4.2 of the game. And obviously, this treatment is not ideal. This is how we all get viruses. And I think because of that, this mod was forked. There are currently 2 forks of the mod. One is called Traffic Lights Enhancement by Brucey Boy, and the other is Traffic Tool Essentials by Zession's mod. Now, if you use the original version of the mod, all of your data will work with either of these mods. And just by looking at the number of subscribers, you might think that Traffic Tool Essentials is the mod to go for. I mean, look, it has almost 90,000 subscribers in comparison to the less than 20,000 that Brucey Boy's version of the mod has. Further, Zessions has added a lot of really nice UI features, such as this traffic overview, which I've used and honestly works really well and looks great. So that might make you wonder, why am I recommending Traffic Lights Enhancement over Traffic Tool Essentials? What it really comes down to is communication and testing. Brucey Boy has a record of taking over mods that have been abandoned, reviving them, and improving them over time. He's done this with InfoLoop and with advanced simulation speed. He's also an active member of the Cities Skylines 2 modding community, and I've personally spoken with him on a number of occasions about mods. And because of that, I know that all of his mods are meticulously tested before they're uploaded to Paradox Mods. And that means that if you use this version of the mod, you're not a guinea pig. From all that I can tell, Traffic Tools Essentials is a great mod. However, there's no real way to communicate with Zession's mod outside of the forums. And for me, that's going to be a little bit of a red flag. And that's because modding is all based upon trust. And trust is earned via communication. But I do have to mention, this is a personal decision for me, and there's nothing wrong with using Zession's mod if this is the route you want to go in. And I also don't want to discourage them from developing it. The mod looks really good. I just hope that they open up their communication a bit more in the future. Hopping on Discord, joining the Cities 2 modding community, and communicating with other members of the community would go a long ways towards making me feel more comfortable with this mod. But another reason that I like Traffic Lights Enhancement is because I've spoken with Brucey Boy, I have an advanced version of this mod. And I know that one of the features that's coming up in a future version of this mod is one that is highly requested. The ability to chain lights together and have a leading green light. This is one of the best features of TMPE, and it's coming to Traffic Lights Enhancement in the near future. But enough about all that history, let's talk about how this mod works.
There's lots of
if you've used older versions of Traffic Lights Enhancement Alpha, this is the exact same mod. Click on the button up here, and you'll see this overlay. Then you just have to select the traffic signal. And once you do that, you'll have the opportunity to modify the phasing. Right now, we're seeing the vanilla phasing. But if I want to have split phasing, I can select that. I can also allow turning on red lights, add an exclusive pedestrian phase, adjust the length of that pedestrian phase, or even create my own custom phasing. Now, if I want to create my own custom phase, I have to go into the custom phase editor. Then I'll click add, and this will be my first phase. Now, I like to adjust this so that I can see where each of the legs of the intersection is that I want to modify. And now for the first phase, let's say I want it to be a pedestrian-only phase. I could add all of those and then click add. For the second phase, let's say I want to allow through movements from this leg all the way through. I could add those, and then I realized that going through here probably would work as well. But I don't want a left-hand turn, I want a straight. So we'll double-click that and give it the green. If I want to have a yield, I can click twice. And now that left-hand turn is allowed, but they have to yield or give way to the through movement. Right now, U-turns aren't allowed here, but if I wanted to enable those, I could do that as well, or even have them yield. Your call. And because I have no right-hand turns right here, why don't I allow pedestrians as well? Now that I'm satisfied with this phase, I can click add and move on to the next one. And then I can add this phase as well. Now I can go and modify these existing phases. So let's say I want to change the duration of the phase. I can do that right here. Right now it's 2 seconds for the minimum duration. I can say the minimum duration of the pedestrian phase is 10. For the second phase, I can say the minimum duration is also 10. And I could prioritize cars. And I'll do the exact same thing for the third phase. And then I'm realizing I added a fourth phase that I don't need. So I'll hit the trash can right here and delete it. Now I can speed things along and just see how things clear out. And if I have a lot of backups, I can enter manual control mode for a while and select the phase that I want to run for a while. Now, once I'm satisfied, I can go back and save this. And if I see the traffic light with the wrench icon, I know that my custom phasing is active for the signal. Now, like I mentioned, in the future, this mod will give you the ability to chain lights together, and you can add a leader. So if this were a leader, you could have a green light here, enable a green light here, and then enable a green light here. That is going to be the power of this mod in the near future. But there are more things that this mod can do. If you pop into options and look for traffic lights enhancement, you can set some defaults. For instance, let's say you want split phasing to be your default. You can enable turning on reds, and you can add an exclusive pedestrian phase if you like. Now again, these changes will only apply to new intersections unless you force all nodes to update. And finally, before we move on, I want to better explain what split phasing means. So in vanilla, you'll end up having both through movements from both directions be green at the same time.
And one of the other mods that
with split phasing, you'll have one leg of the intersection active at any point in time. So in many cases, this will actually be a solution to clear traffic if you're experiencing lots of backups, especially considering it will look at each of the legs individually and time the phase based on that one movement. And if you're at a more traditional intersection like this one, you can also have protected left turns. And again, this is just a way of maximizing throughput. And that's traffic lights enhancement. It's a mod that I really think should be baked into the game, considering it has an agent-based simulation, and one that many people consider absolutely essential. It's really kind of half of TMPE. And if you've ever wanted to live your traffic engineer fantasy, this is the mod for you. Number 20, Plop the Growables. Plop the Growables is a mod that allows you to plop and move zonable buildings without them despawning. And if you're a detailer, this is an absolutely essential mod. But even if you're not, I think that this is an absolutely essential mod. And let me show you why. In some cases, you're going to have awkward gaps in zoning, and it can be really tempting to move a growable asset just outside of its zoning district to better center it within your build. But if you don't have Plop the Growables installed, this building will despawn. But with Plop the Growables installed, it will not, so long as you have the right settings enabled. And you can find the settings in options under Plop the Growables. And there are a few settings here, such as non-plop buildings require zoning. So if you have this selected, any buildings that grow in naturally will always require zoning. If you have it deselected like I do, buildings will never require zoning, even if they've zoned in naturally. You can lock the building level when a building is plopped. This is really critical if you're trying to dial in the specific look of an area. This will ensure that buildings don't change as they level up. You can disable building abandonment, and you can prevent building leveling generally if you want to maintain the look of an area. You also have the ability to alter all existing buildings in your build by locking all building levels, unlocking all building levels, or removing abandonment for all existing structures. The other thing that this mod adds is a historical button, locking the building level. And this is one of the reasons why you may want this, even if you want to maintain normal zoning progression. And unfortunately, this feature isn't in the vanilla game like it was in Cities Skylines 1. But do know, if you add this mod to your playset and you want to make the most of it, you're going to want to add a few other mods as well, including Anarchy, Move It, and Find It. Anarchy so you can overlap things if you want to, Move It so you can move things around, and Find It so you can find specific assets. But do know, dev mode works as well if you prefer to go that route. Number 19, Zone Organizer. Zone Organizer is a simple mod that takes your different zoning categories and breaks them out into more tabs. And because of that, my residential zoning districts are broken into low density, medium, and high. Mixed has its own category, so does low density commercial and high density commercial, as well as low density office and high density office. And now that we have all the region packs, this can be incredibly helpful because in the vanilla game, all of those different categories are thrown in together. So all the residential categories, all the commercial categories, and all the office categories. And in my opinion, it can be really difficult to find things. But with this, it's incredibly simple. I don't lose any zoning categories, and I'm never confused. This is a mod that I recommend for basically anybody. And I really hope that in the future, this becomes a vanilla mechanic. Number 18, Asset UI Manager. Now, if you're a fan of Zone Organizer, you're gonna love Asset UI Manager because it does the exact same thing, but for basically every asset in the game. For instance, it reorganizes the roads menu, adding in pathways, piers and quays, parking roads, parking spaces to separate categories. But where I think it's most useful is in the education menu, where we can now see elementary schools, high schools, colleges, universities, and research institutions, all in their own tabs. And everything is customizable. If you go into options, you can decide whether or not you want things to be reorganized. Everything from the transportation options to healthcare, death care, and city services. And ultimately, this is one of those mods that just improves your quality of life. So I'd recommend it to basically everybody, and I hope that in the future, the game actually organizes assets the exact same way that this mod does. Number 17, Topo Toggle. Topo Toggle is the simplest of simple mods. It provides a perpetual topography toggle. And this is a mod that I've wanted since the day the game was released. What it does is allow you to have this button right here where you can toggle contour lines whenever you want. You can move this around wherever you want on the screen and enable and disable topography lines at your leisure. This is a really helpful mod because in a vanilla game, there are a couple of spots where I think that you should have topography lines where you don't have them, such as when you're planting landscaping. By default, you can't see contour lines, but with this, you can. So that means if you want to plant on a contour line, you can now do that. It also means that if you're trying to use landscaping to accentuate contour lines, you can now easily do that. And ultimately, it means that you can display this important information whenever you'd like, whenever it would be useful to you. So I'd recommend this mod to anybody. Number 16, Advanced Line Tool. Advanced Line Tool is a line tool for Cities Skylines that's more advanced than the vanilla one, and it is a much better tool. So when you have this mod installed, you're going to see two line tools, which is a bit confusing. Here's the vanilla line tool, and down here is the advanced line tool. And it has all the same features of the vanilla line tool, but they're better. So we have a straight line, a curved line. We also have a circle tool. If you want to place things in a circle, you can do that. And there's also a grid tool. So if you want to place things in a grid, you can do that as well. But even the straight line tool is better because it gives you much more customization. Let's say I want to space things in a relative way. I click this button right here, and now as I drag things along, I get a relative spacing. Let's say I want to randomize the rotation of these assets. I can do that as well. And you can see the trees rotating as I pull the line tool. You can also adjust the spacing variation if you'd like it to feel a bit more random. I love doing this when I'm making tree lines near farms. And you can see that looks a ton more natural. And you can adjust the offset as well if you don't want them to be perfectly in a straight line. And now it feels very organic. Additionally, you can snap to length. So if you only want to move at fixed increments, this will do that for you. There's a fence mode, and this is particularly useful if you have the UK region pack, which has a whole bunch of these fences. It enables you to actually place these as fences. There's also a wall-to-wall mode if you want to keep things nice and tight, and the ability to enable randomization. And this can be really helpful with rocks, because if you use the boulder randomization, the random option here, and then adjust the spacing variation and offset, you can make a really natural looking riprap wall in just a couple of seconds. And I use this mod everywhere. I use the grid tool to make these really nicely spaced farm fields. And I use the line tool with a bit of randomization right here to create a really natural looking tree line. And in this traffic circle right here, I use the advanced line tool's circle option to perfectly place these flowers. And I think it looks really, really even and really good as a result. And in my opinion, this mod is absolutely essential for anyone that likes to do lighter detailing like I do. And because of that, I recommend it to basically everybody. Number 15, FPS limiter. Cities Skylines 2 is notoriously GPU hungry, and it will basically peg your GPU at 100% utilization if you allow it to. FPS limiter is a mod that will tone things down. To enable it, go into options and find FPS limiter. There are three options. You can limit the FPS and menus, in-game, or only when the simulation is paused. I personally like to enable the option for main menu and options menu and when the simulation is paused. And for both of these, I like to leave them to 30 FPS. Now, I kid you not, the moment I selected this option, my FPS dropped from 70 to 30, and I could hear my GPU ramp down. And ultimately, that means that my room is going to cool down. And that might make you wonder, why don't I want to limit the in-game FPS? And the main reason is tearing. If I enable this, even if I have VSync enabled, it will override VSync. And the result is 30 FPS. And tearing. It looks absolutely terrible to me. It also feels really sluggish. So if I can get 60 FPS and keep VSync on, I'd much rather do that in-game. But ultimately, that's a personal choice. Now, in addition to those three options, you can also adjust the max FPS in any of these areas. So for instance, if you only want to receive 15 FPS in the menu, adjust this down. And right there, I can see that the FPS is dropped to 15. I can do the exact same thing when the simulation is paused. Or if I'm a madman, even do it in-game. But again, just keep in mind that this will impact the way that the game feels. So if you're not okay with things feeling sluggish, don't ramp down too much. And ultimately, these are my preferred settings. They work great for me, they ramp down my GPU, and they keep things feeling buttery smooth. Number 14, Even Better Save List. Even Better Save List is a mod that does exactly what its name implies it will do. It provides you an even better save list. And it does this by allowing you to sort through your saves in two ways. First is you can sort through your cities by name, population, or when they were last modified. So right now they're in alphabetical order. I could reverse that. I could also sort them by population or when I last modified them. And then within each of these cities, I can do the exact same sort of organization. So for Laguna Beach, I could sort by the name of the save, population, or when I last modified the save. And if you're someone like me that versions your saves a lot, this is an absolute godsend. And in my opinion, there's no drawbacks to using this mod. Just get it. It's phenomenal. Number 13, InfoLoom. Now, if you're like me and you want to play Cities Skylines 2 as a simulator, but don't think that the in-game statistics and info views provide enough information to do so, InfoLoom is the mod for you. To access InfoLoom, click on this button up here and you'll get the InfoLoom menu. Now, before we dive into the details, I just want to let you know that this mod provides a whole bunch of information. And I think different aspects of this mod are going to be useful for different people, but there are a few areas that are going to be broadly applicable to everybody. Starting out with the workforce. And the reason this is so useful is it provides unemployment rates by education level. So for instance, I can see in Laguna Beach that we have very high unemployment rates for the uneducated and poorly educated. And if I wanted to solve that, I'd probably want to zone industrial jobs or things of that nature. But there's another way that I could attack this. I can see that a huge number of highly educated and well-educated folks are underemployed. So if I were to create more jobs that appeal to them, I might be able to provide more jobs for the uneducated and poorly educated. And I think this is especially useful if you've added districts around individual cities in your community. Because right now, for instance, I can see how Lake Valley is doing versus Laguna Beach. And it seems like the unemployment problem isn't quite as acute there. We can do the exact same thing with workplaces and see the percentage of openings and the number of people commuting into the community. Mod also breaks things up by sector, which I think is really interesting. Under the residential menu, we can see demand by density. And this lets me see the number of empty properties as well as the number of homeless. And this is a much more accurate number than the one that's found in the in-game info views. If I take a look at the commercial menu, I can troubleshoot demand. Right now, I don't have any commercial demand, and I can see it's because my production capacity is way higher than 100%. That means that I have overzoned commercial, and that's the reason why I have zero commercial demand. I can also take a look at each and every commercial building, see how they're doing individually, and if I want, find them and eliminate them. And I can do the exact same troubleshooting with industrial and office. Do know that these are combined though, which can make figuring out why I have industrial and not office a little bit more complex. Thankfully, we have the demand menu. And if I go in here and scroll to the bottom, I will see office. And I can see that the reason I don't have office demand really comes down to two things. Number one, I have vacant buildings. And number two, my high skill labor availability isn't all that high. If I were to improve those two things, I'd likely see my office demand rebound. I also love that you're able to open multiple menus at once. So if you want to cross-reference things, you can do that until your heart's content. And like I mentioned, you can really dive into the minutia if you'd like and figure out exactly what you should be producing in your city to generate the most revenue. Right here, I can see that grain and vegetables are super profitable, while timber is actually losing money. And again, this is one of those mods that makes playing with the simulation absolutely possible. It's how I've been able to troubleshoot a number of problems, and it's a mod I'd recommend to basically everybody. Number 12, Area Bucket. Area Bucket's a mod that allows you to replace surfaces as well as fill in areas with surfaces using a bucket tool, kind of like in Photoshop. And in my opinion, this is a mod that feels like it should be a vanilla feature. To access this tool, just select any surface, and now you'll have two options: the Area Bucket tool and the Replacement tool. If you go into the Area Bucket tool, you're going to have a variety of snapping options and tolerances to choose from. The snapping options include roads and networks, building lots, surfaces and areas, net lanes, and subnets. I'm trying to build a parking lot right here, so I want to snap to roads and networks. So I'll select that. Then I'll select the pavement that I want to fill it in with, and just hover over this network, and you can see that it's filling this area in. And if I click, it fills it in perfectly. And this mod makes it easy for me to go all the way through here and fill these in. Now, in some cases, it won't be perfect, but that's okay. It's easy to fix. Deselect the tool, and now I have my normal surface tool. And with just a little bit of cleanup, I was able to make these look absolutely perfect. Now, adjusting the tolerances can be really helpful as well. The lower the number, the smaller the surface area will be. The larger the number, the larger the area that you fill in. Now, again, there are a variety of snapping options, and different options will be useful in different scenarios. For instance, let's say I want to add a surface underneath this elementary school. If I have building lot selected, I can select underneath the school and fill the whole thing in. I didn't mean to do concrete though, so I'll select the grass surface and use the replacement tool to change that over to grass. Now, in my opinion, this mod works best if you combine it with anarchy. The main reason for that is in some cases, you may just want to move quick. So for instance, let's say I just want to fill this entire block in. Even with the highest tolerance settings, I can't do that. But with anarchy, I can just move around quickly and overlap the surfaces. And from a visual standpoint, it looks absolutely perfect. And then I wanted to point out one more option under options. If you select preview surface, you're able to actually see a preview of the surface as you're laying it down. Do you know that there might be a performance impact here, though? So if you don't have the most powerful hardware, maybe this isn't the correct route to go. But this mod is a huge time saver. It can make replacing surfaces incredibly simple. And in my opinion, again,
I don't know
this is
why
a mod
you're
that just should be
looking
baked
at it.
into the
Maybe
new
I
game.
do need a
I highly
shovel for the
recommend it to
industry
everybody.
area.
Number 11, Find It. Find It's a really interesting jack-of-all-trades mod that probably does a little bit more than you realize. But there are
Find
two
It is
core
the
functions
BS.
that most people think of when they think of Find It. The picker tool and the ability to search through assets. The picker tool is this eyedropper right here, and if you select this, you can select an asset and instantly clone it. The search function can be found by clicking on this magnifying glass. And from within here,
Dude,
you can search for assets using plain text. Let's say I want to find all police assets. I'll type in
Oh,
police,
because I'm on
and
more
now I
key
have all
tool.
the
I'm like,
police
why
assets.
can I not just
I
grab
can
the
narrow this
building?
down to service buildings if I just want to see the service buildings, or if I want to see police cars, I can go to vehicles. Now with Find It, I can place vehicles as static objects. That's something
There
you
we go.
can't do in the vanilla game. And that's how I
That
was
is
able
true.
to create this auto dealership. I placed a whole bunch of vehicles using Find It. Now one of the neat features of Find It is the ability to randomize objects. So let's say I want to place a whole bunch
Right,
of
so
cars,
that's
but I
cool.
want
Now,
them to
what's
be
the
random.
business that's
All I
here?
have to do is create my filter.
Signature,
Right now I'm just
level 5 and
filtering
level
to
5, I
residential
don't
vehicles.
actually know.
And I have L set as my randomization
Petrochemicals. What's the
hotkey. So I can
business name?
place this, hit L, and get a
Pelican
different vehicle.
biofuel.
Now I could take this to the next level. Let's say I only wanted to work with certain
Stefan
vehicles.
Stump.
I could add them to
Okay.
favorites. So let's say
So
I just
we will
want sedans,
do
sports cars, muscle cars without stripes,
Pelican.
and hatchbacks. I hit the favorite star, and now if I go over here, I can filter to just my favorite residential
go
vehicles.
props,
and
let's
there
go
they are.
add,
And now when I
let's go
randomize,
Pelican.
I'm only filtering through these ones. And you can do that with all sorts of assets, everything from props to buildings to vehicles. One of the most popular uses for this mod is selecting individual buildings to plop. So let's say I want to plop some of the southwestern row homes. I can select Southwest Pack over here, select row homes, and now I've filtered to just these row homes. Now I want these to be consistent, so I'll adjust the lot
And
depth to be 3 units,
Is there
and I'll
a
adjust the building
neon
level
round Pelican?
to all be level 3. And now as I randomize through here, I'm only getting these assets. And this is the power of Find It. Now obviously I have plopped the globals installed, and that's why these buildings are not disappearing. But even if I didn't have it installed, I could add the zoning first, pause it, then plop the buildings and they would remain.
Thank
But there's
you.
even more that I can do. Let's clear all my filters. And I want to search for a signature building.
Pelican, and
And
then
I'm looking for this row
what
home
we'll
signature
do
building.
here,
And I know that
there's
it has
2
a
ways we
1
can
unit
do
lot
this.
width. So I'll set that here.
I've
and there they
actually
are.
like
So let's
this is
say I
what
wanna
I've started
place a
doing
few
now.
of
Let's
these.
go
If I
storefront.
have anarchy, I can do that. Again,
Because you
that's
can
the
add a
power of
wall
Find It.
decal to
And using
this,
Find It
like a
plus
decal,
anarchy,
and it'll
I can
be
place multiple
the
copies of any
usual way to
signature
do
building.
this.
Just
The
keep in
dumb
mind
way
that
to
you
do
are
this.
going
I
to
call
be
it the dumb way
duplicating your
because this is the
bonuses, though.
slow way
You
that
might see
I
some
would have did
wacky
it.
stuff as a result. But for a building like
And
the
we
Baltar
just go
Pines,
all the way down
I'm
until
only
we
gonna
find
see increased
doors.
happiness within 750 meters. That's not the worst thing in the world. Find It also lets you place a variety of props that are not otherwise available
I gotta
to
go
you.
grab me
Things
something to
like
drink.
billboards,
But basically what would
signage,
happen
and even
is
lighting.
I would have
But
just
do
placed
know,
the
if
door
you place
here,
lighting,
and
you're
we
gonna need
already
the prop
saw
lights
that
on.
I
Otherwise the lights will be on 24/7.
put the gate here, so they're
Now, the final
automatically
thing I
gonna
wanted to
walk
point
through
out
here.
about the mod
But
is
that's
that there
not
are a
realistic to
number
me
of different
anymore.
ways
I
to
need to
view
go a
it.
step beyond.
So if you want the
So
Find It
we're
panel
gonna
to be
just go
bigger, click this
storefront.
button, and now you can see additional rows. If
we
you want
do
the
it this
orientation
way.
of Find It to be different, click on this button right here, and you can adjust where Find It showing up
It
on your
should
screen,
load.
either in the center,
Thank
on the
you.
left, or on the right. You can also adjust the view style, seeing just icons, small icons, or just a list. And you can adjust the sorting options. And ultimately, once you dial things
No,
in,
we
you're
don't wanna
going to
do
end
it
up
that
using
one.
Find It all the time.
There's one that's
This is
like
an
modern
absolutely
that I
essential
like.
mod. Number 10, traffic.
This is not
Traffic is a
bad,
mod
but I
that
just need
brands
a
itself as
regular
the
looking one.
TMPE
Give me a
successor
regular
for City
looking one.
Skylines too. And I think it's about half of
Let me
TMPE.
see.
If you click on the traffic cone up here, you'll have access to a lane connector tool and the priorities tool. The lane connector tool is absolutely essential. Let's say I want to have a double left-hand turn right here. If I click on
No,
this,
that's more
I can now
storefront.
add that. Now, this looks really
There's
messy,
one that's
and that's because
not
it's showing
as-
you not
ugh.
only the
Give me a
legitimate
second, I'm
official
gonna find
movements,
one.
but also
Because I don't have them
the
all. I gotta
movements that are
actually start
unsafe,
saving the ones I like the
U-turns.
most.
I like to begin by removing those, and that cleans things up quite a bit. Let's get rid of this through movement and then add a double left, and it's just as easy as that. And the great thing about City Skylines 2 is that all the lane markings
Let me
update when you
see
make
here.
those changes in traffic, so it ends up looking really nice as well. And in more advanced scenarios, traffic can be used to completely clean things up. Right here, for instance, we have an awkward U-turn. Let's
right.
clean that up. We'll remove the unsafe movements. Then get rid of the U-turn by selecting this first movement
and
where we
then
want to
we'll
remove
go
the connection
Pelican.
from. And then because I have a slip lane right here, I want to get rid of this right-hand turn.
Let's go
do the
back
same thing right
here.
here. And this looks
And
incredibly clean now.
Can I
It was
just
all
actually,
made possible by the lane connector tool in traffic.
It is,
The other half of the tool is the priorities tool,
and
and this one's incredibly useful as well.
Let's go to
I'm going to
Pelican.
select this intersection, and now I can decide which movement has priority. If I want to prioritize Johnson Street, I'll select priority, select Johnson Street, and now I have a through movement right there. I can add stop signs to 7,
Where's the sign?
and now cars will stop
No,
there.
not this
Or
sign. Yes,
I can
the
adjust
sign.
this to make this yield signs instead, and now vehicles will give way.
Smaller.
Now I just applied that to an entire intersection,
that
but you can
small.
do it to lanes as well. So let's remove the traffic lights here and then use the priorities tool. I'll apply this to individual lanes, and now I can have a yield on the left-hand turn and priority on the through movement. I could stop here in the through movement and have a yield on the right-hand turn in the through movement right here. And if I combine this with the lane connector tool, I can get rid of that through movement, and now this yield makes a lot more sense. And ultimately, this is a mod that gives you more ammunition to tackle some of the most challenging traffic problems in your city. If you combine this with traffic lights enhancement, you can do even more. The two of these mods combined are basically
same thing for
TMPE,
this business
and highly
that's
recommend
here.
them to any advanced players.
Stop.
Number 9, Road Builder. Road Builder is a mod that showcases the
Stepping
modularity of
stone.
Cities Skylines 2 like basically no other mod. And with it, you can create
So what
basically
we'll do
any
first
road
is
that
grab
your mind
our
can think
storefront.
up. All you have to do is click on this icon up here, and you'll open up the Road Builder menu. Now what you're seeing right here are all the roads that I've already put together. But if I wanted to make a new one, all I have to do is select a road.
And
it
honestly, I
pulls up
could have
this
just
menu.
made a military
Now, I can
bunker right here,
modify
dude,
this
because
thing
this
in
is
real
technically
time.
what this
Let's
reminds
say
me
I
of.
want to add additional lanes.
But maybe it's a
I'll just grab this
repurposed
car right here and drag it down.
military
and
bunker.
I'll see
That's
the
how I'm
changes
looking at
in
it
real
here.
time. I can also adjust lane widths,
Alright,
which can
so
be really
then
helpful
we'll
if I
go
want to
stepping
preserve right
stone.
away.
Let's go
I
grab
can also
some
remove
EIDs,
parking, force decorations,
adverts.
and if I get really wild, I can even add tracks to roads. And just by adding this right here, I was able to add a train track right down the center of this road. Now this sort of configuration actually exists in the real world, and you wouldn't be able to make it in Cities Skylines 2 without Road Builder.
That
When you're
is
satisfied
true.
with the way your road looks, you can name it, adjust the speed limit, change the category of the road, which will determine where you find it in-game, set the add-ons, such as traffic lights, power and water, zoning, and toggle whether or not you can see it in the toolbar. Now, by default, this mod has training wheels on it, so that you can't make a whole bunch of broken roads. But if you want to take the training
like
wheels
these
off and try some
training
truly
wheels. I
funky
didn't know I
stuff,
had training
you can do
wheels.
that in options. Just find Road Builder in options and remove the lane restrictions and the safety measures. And once you do that, you're going to be able to do some things that you wouldn't otherwise normally be able to do.
Thank you.
Like make this sidewalk really narrow. I've now got this all the way down to 1 meter. I'll do the exact same thing on this side. And I've narrowed up the drive lanes. And now I have a super narrow road with really narrow sidewalks and a train track going down the center. This is only
Grab
possible
this
because of Road
here,
Builder.
like that.
One of the most
Alright,
exciting features of
beautiful.
Road Builder
Go
is the
back
ability to
here.
manage and discover roads. This is basically its own built-in workshop
It
where you
is
can
its own
discover
built-in
roads that other
workshop.
people
It
have
is
published.
awesome. We
Just
all
click on
love it.
Discover, and right now we're looking at all the most popular roads. Check this one out. We have a gravel pedestrian path. I'll click Place, and now I can instantly place this pedestrian path. And
Okay.
honestly, it looks pretty darn good. Let's try
Alright.
out this alleyway. I'll click Download, then Place,
Alright.
but this time I'm going to replace this.
Beautiful.
And I'll replace this road that we just placed with this one. And that's a really
I don't
unique
like
road
that
right
that
there.
little
looks
sign is
great.
there, but there's not
again,
really
this
much
is
I can do
only
about it
possible
unless we
because
put a
of Road
circular
Builder.
sign.
Before I move on
Let me
to
see the
this mod,
circular
I just
sign.
wanna
It
let you
bothered
know
me
that
on the
there
other
are
side, but
conflicts
I was
between
trying
this
to
mod
ignore
and
that shit.
platter. And that's a mod that we're going to talk about in just a moment.
No, not
But
this one.
basically, if you place a platter plop zoning on a Road Builder road,
Oh,
and
I
modify the road,
broke
you'll
so
crash
much
your
shit
game.
because it is.
So the safest bet is to probably not use them in combination with one another,
Which is
or to not
unfortunate.
modify any of your roads if you're using both platter and Road Builder.
Yeah.
But do know the authors of those two mods are looking at the incompatibility and hoping to have it
No, that's
resolved
even
soon.
worse. I'm
But
gonna.
even with that caveat, this
I'm
mod's
gonna
fantastic.
cry.
I'd recommend it to anybody.
I'm just gonna
Number
cry.
8.
Like that's it.
Better
This is what I do
Bulldozer.
now. I cry.
Better
when
Bulldozer is a
I
mod
can't
that is
recreate
exactly
what I
it
want to
says it is. It's a
recreate.
better bulldozer tool for Cities Skylines
No,
2.
it's too-
The reason it's better is it allows you to filter and delete only certain types of objects, as well as delete things that you
There
wouldn't
we go.
otherwise be able to delete, including automating some deletion tasks. To access Better Bulldozer, just click on the bulldozer icon when you have it installed, and you're going to
Alright,
immediately
go
notice a
down a
whole
little
bunch
bit.
of new filters and tool modes. For the filters, you can narrow in on what you want to delete. So if you want to remove surfaces, just select this filter, and now the only thing that I'll be able to delete is surfaces. I can do the exact same thing with networks, buildings, trees, plants, decals, and other props, such as lights. You could also select
There we
multiple of these at
go.
once. So if you know
All right,
you
beautiful.
want to get rid of trees,
Now let's
and
go back to
plants
Stephens and
and
let's get the
props,
round ones again.
Now I can delete just those. And the great thing about this is
Because
it
like
can prevent
what
you
we
from making
did, we
mistakes,
did
which is really important because the game
two
doesn't have an undo
regular,
function.
two circles,
It also comes
one
with a
neon,
number
right?
of tool modes. This first mode allows you to remove surfaces and spaces. And if you have this selected, you can actually remove surfaces from buildings. The remove markers option will allow you to remove static object markers and invisible roads. So if you want to remove roads like these that are invisible, you must have better bulldozer. Remove net lanes allows you to delete net lanes, and this is the only way to get rid of them.
Neon?
So if you're using extra detailing tools, you must have better bulldozer so you can delete things like these net lane fences. Bypass confirmation allows you to delete things without a pop-up saying, "Are you sure you want to delete this?" And this option to remove moving objects in Sims allows you to delete Sims and vehicles. You can either do this individually, or if you select this option right here, you can do so in a radius. Now all those folks are gone. You can even increase the size of the radius. Now everyone is gone.
We'll do something.
But the tool
what
that
I
like
should have did
is
was
removing
actually
sub-elements.
make this the
Sub-elements
loading
are
bay,
portions of a building.
and
I often
then
talk about
had the
deconstructing
trucks come up
assets.
there. But
This is
honestly,
how
I
I'm
don't
doing
think it
it. Better
matters.
bulldozer with the remove sub-elements
For
tool.
our other
And
buildings,
there's a few different
because we
ways
did
you can
that
do this.
before. We got to
You can
remember
remove a
to do
single
that.
item. So let's say I just want to get rid of the chirper right here.
Let's
Well, I
go
got
to
rid of that half of the field.
surfaces, decals, actually,
You can do that.
crown.
Now, do keep in mind, when you remove a single
don't know
item,
why
I've
these
noticed
niggas
that
is
they'll
calling
often
me.
regenerate.
I don't
So it's
even-
better to use exact match, and that will get rid of both of those. And that's because it's going to remove whatever sub-elements are exactly the same.
No.
So let's say I want to get rid of all the lights.
I'm
I
getting
could
calls
do that.
like,
Then we have similar
why dare you
category.
call me?
This would allow me to get rid of all the branding, for instance, even if the branding signs are different sizes.
I want
Or
the
remove
road
all the
one.
landscape,
I may have to make
even if
my
it's different
own.
types of trees. And if I've made mistakes, I can click on this button right here and restore the asset, and everything comes back to the way it was. Now, if you're attempting to remove a portion of an asset and for whatever reason you can't do so, it might be because you have an extension on the building and it's actually a sub-element of the extension. So if you want to remove it, try clicking on this and seeing if you can remove that portion of the asset then. In some cases, this will make it possible. But that's not where asset deconstruction ends. You can actually select multiple of these tools, such as adding markers to this, and now I can remove elements of assets. So let's say I want to remove one of these drive bays. I can now do that. But it is giving me a
I'm
warning.
still mad that the
Removing
building
sub-element
is not
networks
lining
may
up the way
break
I wanted the
assets.
building to
So
line up.
you do have to kind of roll the dice a little bit when you're doing this. And if you break it, you can't reset it. You'll have to replace the asset. But now that I've done this, the only places that we'll see vehicles go through here are these 3 bays. You can also remove static objects. And though I don't know exactly what this static object does, in many cases,
you know what we
these are
could
spawn
do?
points
Because
for
we
people.
do get
So
parking
if I don't want
garage,
people to spawn at those locations,
joints,
I'll just
let's
remove
do
those
this.
static objects. And I can't remove these
take that
ones,
off.
but if I select sub-elements, now I can. And creative use of Better Bulldozer is how I was able to make this custom harbor.
Industrial
So this is one
block,
of those
we
mods
will
where
do-
your
what is this?
imagination is the
Parking
limit.
garage.
Finally, I do want to point out that if you go into options, there are some advanced features in here that you might not know about that are really pretty cool. First, you can remove all manicured grass.
Let's do
and
show
this might be something that
markers.
you want to do if you have map texture replacer enabled. Select this option, and now whenever a building
here.
spawns in or is plopped, it'll no longer have the manicured grass. And if you want to remove all the manicured grass in your build, click on this button
then
right
what
here.
we'll do
And now
here
as I go
is
through, all the manicured grass that's part of my assets is
I
now
could
missing.
just make a back
Anything
road
I
right here,
placed is
honestly.
still there. That's why I have manicured grass right here and right here.
And our
Another
industrial
thing
is
you can do
going
with this
down
mod
a
is
lot.
automatically remove
We
fences.
gotta wait for that to
So if
load
you don't
back
want to have
up,
a
'cause
bunch of
that's the
assets that
only
have
way
fences
we're
like
getting
this,
jobs right now.
select this option right here. Do know this change will only be reflected after you load back in though. So if I exit out, the fences are still going to be there.
Maybe
And
we
finally,
do it
if you're
one
not a
way
fan of all the branding on the buildings, you can remove that
Yes,
too.
an alley.
All you have to do is select this option right here. And the next time you load back in, all the branding will be gone. And that's Better Bulldozer. It's an incredibly powerful tool that I
Very, very
recommend
powerful.
to
We
anybody.
fucks with Better
Even if you don't
Bulldozer
plan on
here.
using the advanced features, being able to filter down and only delete certain objects is incredibly useful. Number 7, Time and
There
Weather
we
Anarchy.
go. Let's
Time and
go.
Weather Anarchy is a mod that allows
My
you to
favorite
adjust
mod
the
is
time of
Time
day,
and Weather
season,
Anarchy.
and even
Where's
the weather.
my storefront?
And it does so rapidly.
Where's
on
my
the fly.
storefront?
All you have to do to access this mod is click on this button up here, and then you can adjust all the settings until your heart's content. For instance, I can adjust the time of day and make it night, change the season from winter to summer, change the temperature. Let's make it -4, enable some
There we
precipitation,
go, there we
and even though it's
go.
summer now,
Alright,
it's snowing.
beautiful,
I could also adjust the
beautiful.
cloud cover, and even enable a custom Aurora Borealis, though I'd probably want to get rid of the clouds and precipitation to show that. Now, if I dial in settings that I like, I can also
Control H.
create profiles,
Thank
so I can
you.
quickly come back to them in the future. And ultimately, this mod is a quality of life mod. It allows me to dial in the visuals to exactly what I'm looking for at that point in time. And I almost always play in day mode because I feel like day mode looks better than the default. And it's all about the way that the shadows are cast. This also allows me to stay in summer, which is really helpful when you're landscaping, as well as disable precipitation, which I think can make things look a little bit too dreary for my liking. And this is one of those mods that I really feel should be built into the base game. But since it's not, this mod is there and it works beautifully.
Oh, I did it. Oh,
Zone Color Changer. Zone Color Changer is a mod that allows you to change the color of your zoning districts as well as their opacity. And this mod is so essential for me that I don't even like playing the game without it installed. To access this mod, click on Zones and you'll have this Edit Colors button up here. When you click on this, you'll get this new menu that pops up. From here, the thing that I like to change the most is the opacity. So I'll take the fill opacity, which is the color of the zones that are actually filled in, and lower this quite a bit, and keep the border opacity fairly high.
I don't know why
I like
that's
to do the exact
case.
same thing with the empty cells.
I could
take the border
EDT.
opacity
Honestly,
and lower
Booty
that
Addict would have said,
way
hey,
down as
just use EDT
And to my
for that.
eyes, this
And I
is
should
much
have,
more
but you know.
understandable and much
We
more
also
legible,
play the
and
hard
that's
way
why I like to
sometimes,
make
so
the
why the fuck not?
adjustments. But the great thing about this mod is that you can dial things in however you like. In addition to being able to change the opacity, you can actually change the color for individual zoning categories. So right here, for instance, if I wanted to change the color of the low density gable roof housing, I could select this and change the color of just this zoning category. And it will actually change the color down here as well. Now, obviously, if you're not careful with this, you can make the entire game completely illegible. But also, this is a way that you can highlight specific districts if you'd like to. But maybe the best thing about this mod is it provides accessibility options. If you're colorblind, this is an absolutely essential mod for you. You can change the mode and select colors that you'd be able to see. There are 3 different options. And if you close the zoning menu and reopen it, the colors are adjusted in there as well. And I'll be honest, from the first time I played this game until now, I've wanted this mod incorporated into the vanilla experience, and I still hold out hope that it will be at some
do we
point.
go for a
But
gate
until then,
here?
this mod is an absolute essential.
Yeah, we go for
Number
a gate.
5,
Let's go to
Zone
Net Lane.
Tools. Zone Tools is a mod that allows you to remove zoning from roads.
Here's my
and this
net
ranks
lanes.
so
I'm
high
here
in my
on
list
different net lanes
because
than I'm
zoning is one of the
supposed to be.
things that put many people off from the game. Here's how it works. Click on this icon up here and you'll get the Zone Tools menu. By default, zoning shows up on both sides of the road.
There we go.
However, you can update any road to remove
Did this
zoning.
get fixed? I don't think I'll be using it because I don't zone as much.
So let's say I only want to have
And
it on the
if
left-hand
I'm
side
using
of the road.
platter, then
Select this
I
option,
definitely don't need
update
this.
the
But
road. And now it's only on the left-hand side of the road. I could do
if
the
it
exact same
did,
thing
then
with
that's
the right-hand
good.
side,
That's actually a
or
good thing.
remove zoning altogether. Now, do know that this will not allow you to add zoning to highways or things like that, but you will be able to remove zoning or change zoning on roads that could otherwise have it. But let's say you try to remove zoning from a road that already has buildings. It will not allow you to do that, not without changing one setting anyway. Hop into options and remove protection for occupied cells. If you do that, you'll be able to remove zoning on roads that have buildings. Be careful with this.
No,
only
the
reason those
network
buildings
should
didn't
work,
disappear
right?
is because I have plopped the growables. If I didn't have it, those buildings would be disappearing. The other way that you can use this mod is when you're drawing in roads. So let's say I don't want to have zoning on roads going up this hillside. I want to have them on the roads that are parallel to the hillside contour lines.
We can
I
go
will
for
make sure that
paving
zoning is
stones,
off,
honestly.
and then I'll draw the roads in.
Where's those
And now these
normal
roads
ass
don't have
paving
zoning
stones? It's
cells,
not this.
at least for the most part. There was a
Well,
small error
they
right
probably
here,
are
so let's update the
concrete
road. Perfect. And now I'll follow the contour line with the next road and make sure that I have zoning cells enabled.
Let's do this one.
And now they've shown up on this road. But I think where this mod is most useful are areas like this, an area where I created a custom grid and the zoning cells are facing in random directions. I can clean things up very easily now. I'll say no zoning, and on these roads right here, I'll disable it. Now all of my zoning is facing the east-west roads. And now when I re-enable zoning on these, they have secondary priority. So the zoning is back, but it's not replacing the zoning that I removed. The only other option of note is the ability to protect cells that have zoning but no buildings. If I go back into options and I have this selected, I won't be able to inadvertently dezone these. It's acting as if there are buildings there. In my opinion, this mod's absolutely essential. This feature should be built into the vanilla game, and honestly, I was shocked when it wasn't, so I'd recommend that everybody picks this up. It'll save you so much frustration. Number 4, Anarchy. What is there to say about Anarchy outside of that it allows you to do basically anything that you want to? To enable Anarchy, hit Control-A, and you're going to see Flaming Chirper, like right next to my head, over here. Flaming Chirper means that you can do whatever you want, and I mean literally whatever you want.
On this
Want to overlap landscaping? You can do that now. Want to place landscaping on the road? You can do that. Want to place this police station inside of this building? You can do that. Want to create a whole street of the Atkins Palmer residence. Plop until
Beautiful.
your heart's content. And ultimately, Anarchy is a mod that you're probably just going to want to have in your mod set no matter what.
We know somebody stole an idea of my build, but you know, we'll let him rock. We'll let him rock.
Earlier when I went to use traffic lights enhancement, and I wanted to go and
then
place
let's
a
go
traffic
back
light
to
right
the-
here,
which
without
concrete was we
Anarchy,
using again?
I was going to bulldoze a bunch of buildings. But with Anarchy on, that doesn't happen. Just be careful with this mod, because you can do absolutely wacky things, like inadvertently draw a line straight through here that is ground level. And while in many cases nothing bad will happen, in some you'll experience a crash. And one quick thing I want to point out about this mod that you might not have known. If you go into the options menu, you can select place multiple unique buildings. And if you do this, the signature buildings will never leave from this menu. You'll always be able to place them. So it means that if I place this once, it's still there. Even if I exit out and go back in. And I have a feeling that anyone that has the Supply Chains Content Creator Pack is going to want to have that enabled, because most of the industrial buildings don't have citywide bonuses. And being able to place multiple of them is going to mean that you can create jobs in your city. One of my favorite features of Anarchy, though, is the ability to use the Replace tool to adjust a roadway segment to have a retaining wall or a key wall. Or
because it's too difficult to do it in vanilla.
There is a tunneling option as well. I
don't give a fuck
find
what
that one
anybody
works
say.
Basically,
I can act like you're the best player.
Is just
that
go
shit
into the
is
Replace tool,
mad hard.
and you can select the
Vanilla
option that you
wise.
want. So if you want it to be a key, you can add that. If you want to add a sound barrier, you can. If you want to add a retaining wall, you can do that. And then just go up to the segment that you want to convert and add it. And you can even reverse it by dragging in the opposite direction. When you're in a normal road, you can also add bike lanes, grassy terraces, trees. This can be particularly helpful if you want to add an elevated segment to dig out underneath to prepare for a new road. And I obviously didn't go low enough here, but with Anarchy, I can make some really special things happen too. So I'm going to convert this to be an elevated segment, and then right mouse click it to remove that. And now it's a ground level segment. So basically I was able to dig out and get this to be exactly where it needs to be able to go underneath that elevated segment.
I didn't think about interesting.
And then using
wait, Phil, do that again.
Version of Anarchy
Phil,
and add key walls. The whole
do that again.
An elevated segment. There is a tunneling option.
Hold on, I want to see something.
I don't find that one works all that well. But basically, what you'll do is just go into the Replace tool, and you can select the option that you want. So if you want it to be a key, you can add that. If you want to add a sound barrier, you can. If you want to add a retaining wall, you can do that. And then just go up to the segment that you want to convert and add it. And you can even reverse it by dragging in the opposite direction. When you're in a normal road, you can also add bike lanes, grassy terraces, trees. This can be particularly helpful if you want to add an elevated segment to dig out underneath to prepare for a new road. And I obviously didn't go low enough here, but with Anarchy, I can make some really special things happen too. So I'm going to convert this to be an elevated segment, and then right mouse click it to remove that. And now it's a ground level segment. So basically I was able to mouse click it into mode. And if you want to add an elevated segment to dig out underneath to prepare for a new road. And I obviously didn't go low enough here, but with Anarchy, I can make some really special things happen too. So I'm going to convert this to be an elevated
focusing
segment,
right now.
and then right mouse click it to remove that. And now it's a ground level segment. So basically I was able to dig out and get this to be exactly where it needs to be.
We have to remember
go
that.
underneath that elevated segment.
We won't try it
I
right now
also
'cause I'm
like
detailing,
to
but
spend a
we
little
will
bit of time
remember
adding nodes, and then using the road services version of Anarchy and adding key walls. The whole reason I'm doing that is then we get this really nice transition that looks very natural. If you want to dig it out, you can do that, and then you can make it feel like this was built into the hillside in a way that is just not really possible in the vanilla game. That, in my opinion, looks incredibly good. Now, I know that some people don't like having these options right here inside of Anarchy to add key walls and elevated segments. It can be confusing if you're not used to it. If you want to modify it, all you have to do is turn off the network upgrade options. And now when you go back in here, they are no longer there. You can still use them from the road services menu though. And for me, that's the way that I use it most of the time. And I'm not really sure what else there is to say about Anarchy.
Do we
if you're
have a
playing with
satellite?
mods, it's probably a mod that you want to have in your playset. It really supports most other mods, and I've been talking about it throughout this entire video. And in my opinion, no matter how you play the game, you're going to benefit from installing Anarchy. Number 3, Platter. Now, I know that this mod is number 3 on my list, but in my heart, it's number 1. I think that this might be my favorite mod of all time.
Really?
Platter lets you plop zoning, and that might sound strange, but in reality, if you're someone that doesn't want to do hyper detailing, this is going to be the mod for you. This is going to allow you to zone on irregular parcels. It's going to allow you to create a city that
No, I don't like that. Organic. That looks mad
now,
weird.
The way that this works is you can select the type of zoning district that you'd like to zone, then click on the P down here, and it will open up Platter.
I did
select the size of the zoning cell that you want, and then plop it. And as you place the zoning district, it'll tell you how many buildings are available in that size. If you're not satisfied with the number, hold down Control and scroll your mouse wheel to increase the lot depth, or Alt on your mouse wheel to increase the lot width. When you're satisfied with the size, plop and proceed to fill in the block. And that was incredibly easy. Now, one of the reasons this was so easy is all the snapping options. The first option allows you to snap to the vanilla zoning grid. The second will allow you to snap to the side of the road. The third snaps to existing parcels. And the fourth snaps to parcel corners. And you can see that as I snap to parcels, my platter cell is falling within the parcels. If I snap to the side of the road, you can see that I'm now sliding along the road. If I snap to parcels, I'll now slide along the parcel.
Because these are meant to be on the side of the building.
Corners, I'll snap to the corner of the parcel.
Silly. Okay.
And now it's perfectly in line with that last one.
All right, I'm
Another
silly.
unique feature of Platter is the ability to create a setback.
I gotta really start paying attention to what the fuck they put on buildings.
And now I've created
wires
a setback.
and pipes and shit.
The most I
because the thing with static plots is they take away all the building's decorations.
Thankfully,
and it's not like you can. You could kind of copy and paste another building's decorations.
You can use it with the advanced line tool.
It doesn't work exactly like so.
You can, like this. By using the line tool and rotating the platter parcels, I'm able to place these buildings all at a slight angle, all completely parallel to one another. This would be impossible in a vanilla game.
That is true.
Another great thing about platter parcels is that you can
and I do like that they're all set like that.
Buildings in the place of the zoning. So let's say I no longer want these to be residential. I can rezone them to become commercial. And Old Town North American's probably not the best zoning category for this configuration, but I can do it. Also, because Platter replaces the vanilla zoning, I could place a signature building right over the top of Platter. And now it has the exact same angle as the rest of those parcels, which is so cool. The other thing worth pointing out about Platter is that it will let you know whether or not you're going to spawn a corner building. The way that it does this is the thick white line.
Oh, yes, the borderlines,
so right
the borderlines.
Now, there's a thick white line along Beach Street. And if I slide this over towards Empire Street, I'll get a thick white line there as well. Seeing the thick line on both streets lets me know that this is a corner section. And I can see that there are no 3x4 corners. That means I want to adjust this and potentially even switch to a different zoning category that has corner pieces.
If I just type
with the North American Old Town, I can now see that there are 5 4x4 corners available.
That'd be dope.
And when I place it, you can tell it's a corner because there are 2 entry points. And with Platter, you can easily control this. Now, I recently just made a video about Platter where I built this town and filled things in using Platter. Platter's had a lot of improvements since I made that video, but it's still relevant. So I'll leave a link in the video description to that video if you want to check it out. And if it wasn't clear already, I absolutely adore this mod, and I recommend it to anyone playing Cities Skylines too. In fact, I really hope that they incorporate this into the game. It completely changes the game for me and makes me enjoy it a ton more. Number 2, Move It. Move It is a mod that allows you to move things. Anything, whatever you want. And it gives you such precision in Cities Skylines too. I really think it should be in the base game. I've said that it sometimes feels like when you're playing this game, or honestly its predecessor, it kind of feels like you're finger painting with mittens on. And Move It takes the mittens off. Let's say you want to nudge this building over. Hit M, select the building.
Do they have the roof shelter? Or is it like a roof?
Let's say you think that this intersection's in slightly the wrong spot. Use Move It to move it over. Let's say the angle of this road looks inappropriate to you. Grab the whole segment and adjust it.
Yeah, I'm still not nice like that, dude.
And adjust just 1/2.
I do my best not to fuck around with the fuck around.
Possible in the vanilla game, but it gets even better. If you select one node or one object, you can Control H into another, and that adjusts the height. So let's say I want this node to be the exact same height as this intersection. There I go. Easy as pie. I can do the exact same thing with buildings or props or trees, whatever I want. And where this is going to be most useful is when you're making complicated infrastructure. Like this loop right here. This was made so much easier by being able to use Move It. The other way that you can adjust heights is to select a node and hit Page Up or Page Down. Page Up and Page Down allows you to adjust the height of any object that you have selected. And speaking of that, you can select objects in a number of ways. Right now, I'm in the single mode, but I can also use the marquee mode. Now, you got to be careful with the marquee mode. Obviously, you can select a whole bunch of objects at once, but let's say I don't want to select everything. Let's say I only want to select buildings. I'll toggle a filter, select buildings only, and now under marquee mode, I can select all these homes, and I can easily move them into the wrong location. So let's say I want to move them back. Move It has undo functionality built in. Control Z, and the homes are all back. You can also grab objects and spin them around. All you have to do is select the object.
All right, so we got a little something
and
there.
Drag, and you can spin the object around, regardless of what it is. If you hold down Shift, you can select multiple objects, and you can spin them together.
I think that works out pretty well. And again, we gotta wait for this meter to go back up. I don't want to place anything to fuck with the demand too much.
You can move decals,
and it continues to stay
props,
unoccupied.
And if you're really wild,
buildings.
even surfaces.
This
is an incredibly powerful mod. The only thing I'll really say about Move It is that with great power comes great responsibility. So know that if you're going completely ham, selecting a whole bunch of objects and clipping them into one another, you might break things and your game might crash. So be careful with this one. But this is one of those mods that just makes the game so much more fun to play. And it makes you feel like you have so much freedom. It's an absolutely essential mod that I'd recommend to anybody. And the final and most important mod that I'll recommend is Skyve.
Oh shit, let's go. Big Skyve action.
You have to install Skyve. It's going to save you so much trouble. Skyve lets you know whether there are incompatibilities with your mods or if you have mods that are reported broken. For instance, I can see that I currently
trying to see if I have any empty buildings that is.
I can click view mods with issues.
I know Wolf said he took care of a bunch of buildings for me,
now,
but
from here, I could just simply disable
in
this,
case.
Or instead, I can view my entire compatibility report and take a look at the recommendations.
We're having
right
a lot
here,
of
it says that this is
line
known to be broken. I can apply the recommendation to remove it, and now it's no longer in my playset. I can also see compatibility issues, like Platter and Road Builder having issues together. And if I want, I can select the package I want to proceed with. And if I know that the warnings here are not actually problems, I can snooze the recommendations. And now when I go back to the dashboard, I'm in the clear. But that's only part of the reason I love Skyve. One of the reasons I love Skyve so much is that with multiple saves, I have multiple playsets.
Alright.
So Skyve allows me to change my playset before I load into the game, which saves me a restart. So let's say I'm going to play in Magnolia County. I can now activate this playset, then click the Skyve button to launch Cities Skylines 2. And when I load in, the Magnolia County playset will be the one that's active. And remember, if I didn't have Skyve, I'd have to load into the game, change the playset, exit out, and then load back in. And if these are large playsets, that might take quite a while. So this just saved me a whole bunch of time. The other great thing about Skyve is that you can manage your playsets right from it. So in Magnolia County, I could disable mods. If I right mouse click, I could go to manage and remove a mod. I can do that from this playset or from all of my playsets. If it's my active playset, I could click on the Paradox Mods button and add additional mods to the playset.
All right, let's continue to look for
even share this entire playset if I'd like to. Clicking on this button will create a JSON file of your entire playset.
These are a lot of
playset,
yeah,
you
but
can
those
select one of these JSON files, and it will immediately start recreating that playset for you.
No, so that's an active
now, obviously,
business.
I don't want to have two Magnolia County playsets, so I'm going to delete one, and I can do that right from Skyve. I'll click the three dots right here and go to delete this playset, and now it's completely gone. And there are more useful things that you can do from Skyve. You can adjust your launch settings, for instance, to enable developer mode or change your logging level.
Active, so
and I'll adjust this to only log to the fatal level, and this will dramatically increase my load-in speed. One of my favorite features of Skyve, though, is what's new on Paradox Mods. You can filter to code mods or assets, maps,
so we're
or
all
save
good.
games.
All right.
But this gives me a quick glance at Paradox Mods without needing to go into Cities Skylines.
Yo.
And I love
dude, it has, bro. It was like 18 degrees yesterday, bro.
As well. I'll click view
it
more
was
on the
actually pretty insane. It was not fun.
Additionally, if I go in here,
it was
I can read all the
fun
information about the mods, take a look at the gallery images, read comments about the mod, see compatibility information, look at all of my playsets that have the mod
I could have sworn I have it.
Add it to other playsets if I'd like to. Take a look at the change log and even see all the included links. Basically, anything that I can do from the Paradox Mods website or from inside of Cities Skylines 2, I could do from Skyve, and I can do it
we'll
way
probably
faster.
deleted that.
But there are some things that you can do from Skyve that you can't do from in-game. Like take a look at your help and
logs.
All
right, so
and if
let's just see
a ton of
what's going on over
these
here.
logs can be a life.
Because if not, we'll just continue to add housing.
Provide the logs to them. They'll go through them, see what issue you have, and provide a resolution.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. It was snowing this past weekend as well. Oh, I got a dope video of some flurries. I'll send it on the Discord later.
The final thing I want to point out is the backup center, because this can really
sorry,
save your bandwidth.
that was a yawn.
Let's say you want to
Work
back up all of your settings, all of your mods, and all of your local mods if you have them. Select the types of files that you want to back up, determine your backup frequency, when you want your backup to occur.
I'm glad we're good here. There's no more breaking because this building used to break a lot.
Go to backup and restore and click backup.
So our little fish market area is cooking.
Now, if you're wondering,
Oh, I like a nice little summer
absolutely
rain.
can.
Oh,
We've
definitely
put together
been.
by TDW,
I'm
who's one of the
trying
most
not to
prolific
get sick,
modders in the
bro.
community, and who is now an employee of Paradox. Skype is absolutely amazing and an absolutely essential mod if you're going to be
Love
modding
this
City
area
Skylines
here
too.
still.
And with that, you have my
Oh
top
wait, did he
mods for
do?
City
He probably
Skylines 2
deleted
and how to use
the
them.
modular
And
blocks
this was
here.
an absolute marathon of a video. Now, if you want access to these mods, I'll leave links in the video description to each and every one of them, as well as a link
I
to a
think
JSON
we're
file with
grassed
this entire
out on this
playset that you
one.
can load directly into Sky.
But did
I
I
am very
wanna
curious.
put there, or did
How
I
do you
wanna-
feel about this list? How do you feel about the order? Are there any mods that I missed, and do you disagree with
I
any
don't
mods
want
that I've
pollution
included? Let me
either.
know in the comments below. And after that
Oh, well,
marathon,
this is an
I think that we're going to leave it
office,
here,
so why the
and I
fuck
really
not?
hope that you've enjoyed this one.
Let me see
If you
something.
did, please hit the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. And I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank
today.
you,
There's a
Phil.
million things that you could have been doing. You decided to hang out with me and go over 46
Everybody should
mods
have
and how to
already
use
watched
them.
this video,
For that,
but
I
if you
appreciate
haven't,
you, and I
oh yeah,
appreciate your
dude,
time.
I got heating. I'm
Can't wait to see you
good.
in the next
Yeah.
one when we have a normal video again. Thank you so
Nah,
much.
my
Take care.
we got
Bye-bye.
heaters here. They're like gas heaters. Oh, the missus has made food for us or you? Oh. For us, right?
Oh, that's yours.
Those are mine?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, babes. Daddy-o, so we got lunch. I'm gonna play some music. We're gonna detail, and I'm gonna eat. Though I don't like eating over my computer, but you know, sometimes you get no choice. Also, we don't have. I gotta get this operating again. Also, is my taxi? Oh shit. So wait, the taxi service blocks are not working, are they? Hold on. They are, right? I hope they are. Yes, they are. All right, cool. All right. So this is what we're going to do. YouTube, you get your music back. All right. And then we are going to listen to the Jungle Mix wasn't bad. I'm not going to sit here in front. I don't know if I was feeling it like that, dudes. I do not know if I was feeling it like that. So yeah. Let's do a little something there. Yeah. Alright, and make sure everything else is good sound-wise. Cool, Daddy-os. Let me... Don't kill me, Wolf. Don't kill me, Wolf. Please don't kill me. Alright. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna mute while I eat. That's so hilarious, Shock. Hey, Ice Flake, just Hire all of these creators now. You want the game to be successful? Hire them. That's it. Yeah, just take all of these mods, and these are what you should put in a game. That's it. Also, give us biomes. How about that? Let's go. Yeah, it's so hilarious, dude. Also, damn, these chicken wraps taste so fucking good. The missus looked out heavily, bro. Heavily. I like that they're following the network properly, bro. That pleases me so fucking much. Now here, I think for housing projects, we should always do like little courtyards and shit. These housing projects, these low rent places, they're technically were not meant to be prisons for people. They're technically meant to be a microcosm of society, like a neighborhood in a complex that you live in. That's why you had it stores that would be out in the storefront. Where I grew up was a similar gated complex, but we had a corner store, we had a Chinese restaurant, we had a salon, we had a nail place, we had a pharmacy. All we had to do was walk right outside, right out the gate, and they were on the ground level. We had our own parks, we had all of that in a bag of chips. There was green space, even on the decks that we had, it was supposed to be green space. If you look at any housing project, technically that's what they all are. They have parks, they have sitting areas, it's for people to congregate and have community. Maybe they paid him to make a guide to fix the game. Numas. That'd be hilarious, bro. But you know what? I wouldn't put it against him, dude. Yo, Tringle, thank you so much for the follow, Daddy-o. I appreciate the support. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're going to do here. I'm just trying to figure out the best surface combination to do. And then we'll put benches. I'm thinking of like a little fountain in the one where I just put the grass at, honestly. Oh, hold on, my wrap is unwrapping. Give me a second, y'all. Gotta wrap my wrap. I gotta finish this piece of the wrap up. Hold on, y'all. Can y'all count how many dogs that is? I'll zoom in. This is where my processor power is going to, by the way. I'm on a fucking 11th generation i7, okay? Daddy-os, count how many dogs this are. I'll unmute in just a second. Damn, did I miss? Yo, Beef, I'm so sorry I missed your message, dude. Much love, Grill Shala, dude. Why the fuck does she have... Why does Miss Jennifer, who's uneducated, her wealthy ass has 13 fucking dogs? Dude, I think this is the top I've seen. I usually get like around 11. I think I got 9 one time. This is actually insane. Dude, that is actually batshit fucking crazy. Why do you have 13? For what? You know what? And also, where the fuck are you going? You say you're going home? Where do you live? They can't all fit in this fucking house. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Go. Go. I'm gonna follow you. You're bullshitting. They all can't fit in there. Yeah, we tapping her up, Daddy-o. Dude, that's insane, bro. Dude. I don't know who let her dogs out, but oh, she do not want to put them away. Look at her just terrorizing society with all the fucking hit dogs. You would have thought she was in... What? Wait, shock. Is that... Wait, seriously? I did not know that. Oh. I gotta start looking at the prisons more. Bro, I'm like really upset. Look, bitch. Hurry up and get there faster. Cause that's... You're facetious. Look at your dogs. Look, they just ate that woman. They're chasing this person. All of these people are gonna die. You're gonna kill all of them. You don't even have a leash. What are you just gonna sit here? It's right here. When you go to the police stop. Oh, wait. Right here. It's one prison in the game. It's a big giant prison. But if you have StarQ's modular zoning blocks, you get the block instead. I'll show you the prison I made. I dare you. I dare you to take all these bitches in the house. How you gonna take them in the house? I know you're... No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Bitch. 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 You're not waiting for the tram, are you? Where are you going? Wait a second. The Wallace family, Fairview Lane. This is Cypresswood Street. She's about to get on the tram. We're watching this whole process. We're watching this whole I know she's not about to get on the tram. Oh, true. You do have to have it unlocked. True angle. You're absolutely right. Right. Thank you for that, dude. Hold on. I'm gonna... No, she's not about to do this. No, she's not about to... She better live in the biggest fucking house. Oh, you already know. Yeah, yeah. And look. I understand that people have needs. I am a mental health advocate. But nobody needs 13 dogs for their mental health. Nah, that's insane, dude. That's actually insane. Hold the phone. Hold up. I'm gonna mute while we watch this. I figured it'd also be unappealing for me to be eating in the cam like that. I'm hungry though, Daddios. It really looks like I really wanted that person to get off and take a regular train, but I guess they're not. And oh, we're busy in the streets today. Oh wait, okay. You're gonna walk the fucking tram. Go. No, you're not. You're not doing this. I promise you, they can take this train and the tram and it wraps around. Why would you? All right, we just gonna sit here and watch this. This is insane. Mind you, we're not even at 50,000 residents, bro. I'm on 3 speed, and it is going slower than a motherfucker right now. She got all of these dogs and they're just clipping into the sidewall. All right. She still has not gone home yet. Did I? Oh, I should have made a invisible path there. Shorty, come on, hurry up. Yeah, she is taking so long, bro. I gotta fix this little corner over here too. There's so many projects. We'll finish it. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite areas. Nighttime. Hurry up, go night. Look up. Thank you, darling. Look at those purple lights on our waterfront. It's so fire. It's so fire. Watch your eyes. Alright, she's almost home. No way. Wait a second. Wait a second. Shorty girl, you don't. No, you don't. Are you serious? I'm gonna let y'all know right now. Is that even actually a road? It may be. Yeah, it has to be. I gotta make the staircases here. Is that the only way to get... Damn. That's actually hella dangerous. I fucked up. Yeah, that's insane. Alright. Yeah, I kind of fucked that up. Shorty girl, because you live all the way down here. You had to do all of... No fucking way. You walked all the way from... The tram stopped you like what? Right around here? You did all of this walk? Oh... Oh. Alright, that's not good city planning. Alright. Yeah, you know what? I have them all on the outer perimeter. For the neighborhood itself, I just don't have it like that. I know, I messed up. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is... Because look, this bike, bus, tram right here. That's what this was here for. This is actually supposed to connect all of this here. Alright. Let me see, is that the one with the network on it? Oh! 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 The fucking components. Okay. I'm like, I knew I had something there. Okay. Let me lock all of this in place. Shorty girl, where are you at with your dogs? Wait, shorty girl, you ain't leave already. Where are you and your dogs? Show me dogs. Lady with the dogs, where are you at? There you go. Gang, gang, gang. Oh, Dito, look, we followed you all the way home. Oh, no, 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 no. Stop. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't break on me, game. Did you lose some dogs? Oh, no, they're just all jumbled up. But that, you know how excessive that was? I like how the pool has... Interesting. Yeah, that was something. So I co-build this with Wolf. We haven't talked about implementing. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The traffic is ridiculous. When did that even happen? Interesting. Is it? I guess because we did clear up so many of the conflict housing that we had. So I guess they're moving back in, but... Yo. Alright. What I need to figure out... Let me make sure these steps look... Alright, it looks somewhat realistic. Cool. What about here? Take off this second screen. Sorry, I gotta concentrate for this real quick. There we go. All right. Now, let's get, here we go. Thank you. There we go. No, I don't want it to be like that. I kind of figured some dumb shit was gonna happen, but yeah, some dumb shit did happen. Yeah, but you're gonna go underground, bitch. I don't want you to go underground. I hate you. I hate you. Why would you do that? Nope, now you stay underground. You died. You're dead forever. You will never come back to life. They hate you. There's another way I think I could do this, but I don't know if this is a smart way to do it. I could just build the fucking ramp and then do the stairs. We're doing that. We're doing that. Oh, because it could work. And I know it could work because I legitimately did it. Where's that other part of my city? I did it over here. They woke up this... Oh. Where the fuck is my staircase? Why is my whole city disappearing? Thank you. Don't you ever disappear again. But yeah, so we've done it. Look, he's actually gonna do it for us. Let's watch him. Yes, walk up them steps, girl. Walk up them steps, girl. Yeah, they walk a little slow when they get to that point. But then look, they walk like nothing is a problem. Yeah. Look. Where you gonna go? Oh, you wanna go over there? All right, then you go over there and you do your thing. All right. Let's not look at that park that still has to get done. Let's come back over here. Let me see here. There's a... Hold on. There's some that come with markers on them, right? Oh, this has the markers. Cause the one with the markers help. Yeah. We need the smaller versions of these though, right? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Uh-huh, honey. Oh, so I should have did it like... You know what? Yes. Come here. We gonna build some staircase today. We gonna build a proper staircase today. Fuck that. If there's anything I'm gonna do... I did build industry. I was productive, but yeah. So let's do this. Thank you. Thank you. And then we'll raise that up a little bit. Yes, right about here. That's fine. That's crazy. All right, and then we'll come over here. Two. Grab that. All right, grab that. Move this right over here. Take this off, take this off, take that off, take that off. Perfect. We need one more of these, but I need it to levitate in the fucking air. So let's grab another one of these. Levitation, right? Levitation. We want you to levitate. Alright, so then let's grab this. Okay. All right. Now let's do this. This. No. This. Yes. Hippie, what's good? Yo, Tringle, we gonna do it, Daddy. We are going to do it. No, stop. There we go. Stop. Why do you keep grabbing a tree? Thank you. There we go. Maybe if I... Because this goes like that, so this ain't parallel. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. Let's not touch surfaces. Let's touch nodes, segments, props. We don't care for decals. Let's not care for that. I don't think they consider this a building. Oh! Oh! What the fuck is going on? Did he just try to ride the bike? Wait the fuck a second. Wait a second. What the fuck did he just do? Yo, I'm so happy you got your city back, Hippie. Let's fucking go. What was the... Why is that big ass truck? Where are you going? Truck, there's nothing over there. Wait. Alright, let's watch him. This is a proper way you're supposed to do stairs. Oh my god, it is actually working. My bad. I didn't even have my camera on for y'all to see me clap. Dude! Alright, we're done. Perfect. And look, she's walking... Is it she or he? She's walking down. Now, it could be prettier, but people who live in this neighborhood can now take public infrastructure up here. I do think I do need a connection, though, so I'm not against that. I may end up making a connection right here. Alright. But it works. That actually does work. That does work. Alright. Now if I take this and I take this... Stop. So if I take all buildings, 1, 2, okay. Let's go up 1. Alright, Daddy-o. We are somehow making this fucking work. I don't know how we are, but we did it. We gotta be careful not to put them too close. Because I have a feeling that fucks things. Excuse me. Yes, there we go. Now, question. This is a platform, right? So I'm not mistaken. This is a platform. So if I bring that down, if the cones are on ground level, I think we should be good. They can take public transit or they can take public infrastructure. Wait, did I say that? Well, so basically the problem is, right? When I built this, my bad. What I meant to say is, what ended up happening is we found the lady with 13 dogs, right? It was at the 3:53 mark of the stream. She, if I'm not mistaken, I think the bitch got on the tram around here. Yes, she did. We followed Shorty Girl as the tram went here, right? But then she got off the tram and then decided to like walk. So then she walked down, and then she walked from here on middle lane, and then she went da da da. Now it took her way longer. I'm running my simulation at the highest speed, right? And then if I'm not mistaken, she still had to go further. So she went all the way down here to then go over here to then go to her house. So when I was like, oh, bitch, the tram gets off here. Why didn't you take this? But this wasn't working. So I redid this because I never finished the build. And now we have our own staircase that is actually fully functional. So what I meant to say is she could take, like, she can walk and do it. Like, this is what I was calling public infrastructure. Or she could take public transportation, which they're kind of the same thing. But yeah, that was the reason. That was the reason for that. That's actually dumb hilarious. Alright. I'm gonna make sure this is like in the middle. And then we'll do this real quick. I'm gonna switch the color as well. Don't worry about that. All right, beautiful, beautiful. And then all right, okay. Alright, cool. I'm down for this. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, dude. But that's why I couldn't help but laugh, because I was like, oh, that is stupidly funny, bro. Like, alright, oh man, I found all my old Right Everywhere stuff. I'm super happy, dude. I'm super happy. Oh, yeah, because Clyde updated the mod and it switched to a different folder. That sounds good, though. I'm glad you're back up in action, dude. Alright. Now, I do gotta fix this a little bit more. Okay. Now, I don't... So, Dadios, we have different ways we can make a wall here. Oh, yeah, I do have a factory back there. Fuck me. No, it's a commercial. Whatever. Alright, it's whatever. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. I have some stuff to finish building over here. But now, at least, I need to see if anybody else is going to take this pathway. Is anybody else going to take this pathway? I should do... If I can copy and paste that... We don't have copy and paste still, right? We don't have a full copy and paste. We don't. I know it exists. I've seen it happen. I just haven't done it myself. I don't think it's in this version. Because I want to see if somebody's going to take this staircase again. Alright, so then the other thing I wanted to do here is... There's a... what is that called? I think they're trestle vines or tree vines. It's a J mod. Let me see. Yes, these. How do I want to do this? How do I get... Wait. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't these attaching to buildings before? Do they not attach anymore? No, they don't attach anymore. These used to attach to buildings. Fuck. Alright. I think we can do it this way. Let's see something. EDT, yes sir. Let's go to 1. Not that one. Not that one. All right. Alright, not that way. Yes, this way. Alright, so we now have that like this. No, oh, because we was on marquee. Oh, I would have been upset. I'm gonna grab this thing here. Thank you. Okay. Yes. And then I wanted to, no, make that there. Yes. All right, cool. That is somehow working out a little bit. Yeah, no, this is good. This is good. We can live with that. And I just need to make sure. See, this is levitated. That's why I don't like the. Is it levitated? My ground may not be... Yeah, my ground isn't leveled either. Right. Let's go do one of these. There we go. Yes, Daddy-o. Excuse me. All right. We will actually copy the position. Yeah. Copy that position. Paste that position. Oh, I should copy the rotation. Why can't I just copy the whole fucking thing? Copy the rotation. Copy. Thank you. All right. Now with this, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, because it's not like, I could probably put something over there. Beautiful. Now what we're going to do is this. There we go. We will... There we go, and then grab this one. There we go, and then let's do this. There we go, beautiful. There we go, and then we'll link that this way. Grab this here. Yeah, that's beautiful. And then what we can also do, oh please, please, you're not gonna take the pathway? Oh, maybe because I moved it, I fucked with it a little bit? Oh, we have these staircases now, right? Oh. We gotta look into the different forms of staircases now. But honestly, this is a staircase stream now. Fuck it. What I do want to do though, yeah, and then they should go up that way. All right, that should work. Oh fuck, because I did the network thing. Damn. All right. Did it fuck with both of them? It did. Control H. Beautiful. There we go. There we go. All right, beautiful. Now that should work. I'm praying. I need more examples. Damn. It did work before, so I'm praying it still works. Probably they need to be more on this side. I should do a pedestrian. Alright, that's what we'll probably do there. Alright, so let's come back on this side. Do we have an XL version of that? Because that'd be fire to put there. Dude, you're not gonna take that pathway? Take the fucking pathway, bro. No, this is better for shallow areas. Though this is a water area, waterfront area, I don't think we need to use that. That would be bad. I like the one with the grass. I just wish it was bigger. Oh. Kinda, sort of. I didn't like that little slit of a corner right there, yeah. Alright. That's fine. Jay has some planters that I liked as well. I don't know where they'll... Honestly, all the mod... Like, it's getting hard to keep track of all of these damn mods. And then certain people's mods don't show up in the places you expect them to show up in. And I'm saying certain people because I just can't remember off the top of my head. Nah, that's mad rustic. I forgot we got these wooden pedestrian bridges. These are sick. Alright, nope. This is a nice ass asset. Jay be making some beautiful shit. Alright, let's go find these damn planters before I go and add some more housing. Oh, they're pathway decoration. No, I need something a little bit more based. What is this? Oh, yes! Take it, bitch! Take it, bitch! Yes! Yes, walk up those steps. Walk up them steps. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, 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 yes. I don't like that they disappear. Where are you at? Where are you gonna go? So, do I need to lift? I have a question. It works. How many of those would I've needed in order to make it work properly? It's fine for right now. Because now I'm thinking those were too close and that was the issue there. We'll see. If it's not, then we're all good to go. No, those are wooden paths. Yeah, I like that because it plays off the red and the yellow on this piece here. That's beautiful. Now, do we have lights? We should have lamps. Where's my lamps? Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna put this at night real quick. Let's just see what that looks. Is that okay? I think that's high. Hold up. Yeah, I think that works out. I like that. I fucks with it. Alright, maybe I need one over here. Yeah, maybe. I am happy to see that these people are taking the joint. Yeah, maybe I should have staggered them, like built it like Tetris, but at least they're working there, so that works. Yeah, I should have staggered them a little bit more. All right, beautiful. All right, I think this works. I'm satisfied enough. I'm satisfied enough. We'll put one right over here just so that this looks nice. Now, the only thing that is bothering me realism-wise, eyes, is this doesn't have any handrails. So what I could do is, there were handrails here. I don't know how they work out. No. Thank you. Alright, my bad. I had to make sure that was good. Oh, come on, bro. Don't make me... I wanted to grab... Alright, we just have to do it the EDT way. Alright, there we go. There we go. There we go. Bro, that's... Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. I'm almost there for it. I am almost there for it. Damn. So like I gotta like push back like this. Push up maybe? There we go, yes. Now what I could do is copy the position of rotation, click this. Fuck. No. Alright, let's try it this way. That is... Nope. Damn, Daddy-O. It's no way I can grab... That be the only thing. Let me see something. No, I just want to grab this one prop that's right here. But it's like everything is connected upon each other and I can't grab it. Alright. No, damn, it was the wrong fucking button. Alright. Alright. We have to do it this way because I can't grab this item at all and it kind of sucks that I can't do that. Let me see. Is it gonna let me grab the item? Thank you. Thank you. All right, cool. I'm done. I'm done. That looks nice. This needs to be parallel though. There we go. There we go. Ouch. That's good. Alright, they'll figure that out. I ain't got time for the... Over here, though. What can I do over here? I honestly think like a pedestrian boulevard is the most sense for this area here. So at least service buildings could get down here to help people service, not buildings, but service vehicles and all of that in the back of Chips. Alright, so let's come down. I wish these... Let me see something, because if this can work, I'll have to throw a network on that bitch, though. Yeah, that would have worked so fine, too, but it's alright. Alright. Here we go. To go at a 90. We could actually do this. All right, let's move out all of these trees. Beautiful. Beautiful. And honestly, even for that pedestrian road, we can throw a little retaining wall action there. Yeah, why the fuck not? Not retaining wall, but key, yeah. Alright. And then move this tree. So, obviously, we're not making an actual proper connection for like residential cars, but yeah, I won't deny we do need one, but yeah, dude, I don't know. Yeah. Also, now we know we can make better staircases. We're going to make a better one over here. Right, there we go. Let's make sure all of our assets that we place are locked. We've been having a lot of issues where our assets just don't stay locked anymore like they used to. There we go. Let's make sure those are locked. I don't know why we'll ignore that one piece of tree in there, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful. You know what's crazy? I actually haven't been looking in this area a lot. Did we do a different surface here? Do I like this concrete surface? Was this supposed to be a different surface? Is it maybe a Gaga thing? But this looked like it was initially grass. It was probably Gaga's grass. We will make that grass. Because I know I've had issues with Gaga surfaces. For some reason, one of them wasn't updated and it kind of was fucking with the builds. That's way better, dude. Yeah. That's way better, dude. Alright, I like that. Yo, Geronimo! What's good, Daddy? How's everything? Alright. There we go. Beautiful. All right, Daddios. we need to do something over here as well. Is those animals? Why are you gonna go? Okay, y'all died. Alright. We'll come and work on this another time. I just wanted to fix that particular issue. So we got a proper connection for service vehicles. We have a pedestrian. We have 2 pedestrian connections as well. There needs to be, and I know there needs to be. Oh yeah. Because this was initially going to be a cemetery. That was my plans for that. But you know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do constant slope. We'll do retaining walls there. Yeah. Yep, I'm not mad at that. And I can raise. I could retaining wall side. No. Yeah, because then I can just raise up this to... Yeah, alright, cool. That's what we'll do. Yeah, at least for this area right about here. Alright, now come over here. Oh no! There we go, yes. I don't know, I gotta ask Wolf, is it viable to have like a road like go through here over a riverbed? I don't think so. But alright, we'll try to create as many necessary connections as possible. Alright, so we did that. We will Control H. Thank you. Now, this is where things get funky. What can I do to fix? How can I make this something? Oh, so see, this is a fuck network right here. So let me pause. Let's save. Roundabout wouldn't hurt, actually. Hold up 1 second. Save. C. D. It wouldn't be too bad here. But then it will mess with... Let me see something. Dude, every part of this build, there's a I should have finished this, I should have finished that. Should have finished this. Should have finished that. This is probably... No, there's some outside work I needed to do. You know, you just gotta let the ADHD work and you vibe with it. This is technically a project that was supposed to have been done. But it's all good. Let's go to... Alright, we fixed that. And then you can see these things were hiding there. Now, I can try to do that again. Alright, we'll leave it. It works out just good enough. And we'll come back and do some things over there. Honestly, this could end up being a little commercial sector. Because there's not a big commercial sector for any of these suburbs here. They have that block here, then they have this main street here. But I don't see why this can't be something. Like a historic, or we'll make it the city's historical square. I don't know, maritime square. We'll look into it. I gotta think some ideas. Exactly, dude. That's this whole stream, bro. I don't know if you was here earlier, but I was talking to Wolf. I was building. We were watching Phil's video while looking at maps of other things while talking about 3 other pieces of the build. It's kind of what I do, bro. It's, you know. Both good and bad. Oh, these are the wood surfaces. Right? I think that was... No, that wasn't wood surfaces. What surface was that? I don't know. We'll just fix that. Yes. All right. Oh, let me share this with you. This dude, his name is Election Focus. He's the homie, bro. I don't know him, but his vibes are everything. There you go. Please sub to him, dude. He's a vibe. There we go. All right. Hold up. We got some shenanigans happening over here. It seems I may have touched some of the terrain. Go. All right. Beautiful. 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 All right. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. Now, my surfaces over here, did they get... The fence got bugged. We gotta fix the fencing, but... Alright, everything else seems to be alright. Alright, sick. And also, we detail like very heavy, so you'll see a lot of areas just over designed purposely because that's just what we do. These light poles are still not here, but my little farmer's market is. They're all chilling. Good job, y'all. Good job. My little park. Nobody even remembers this. I remember you, okay? I remember all of you guys. Did I not do this side? Did we not finish it? No, there's no way. We had to finish this side. Oh, we never finished it. Okay. Let's fix this, though. I know this is something that needs to get fixing. There we go. There we go. Now, this is a dog park area. Let's do... Let me see here. No, let's go for a different terrain. Yeah. That's too garish of a grass. Yeah, we can vibe with that. Yeah. Yeah, because it was already... Yeah, oh, because that's that grass there. Yeah, that works. Maybe we do some benches and stuff up here in the future, or like a fence, but we can wait. We will wait. We will wait. Population is increasing ever so steadily. We were building some public housing. This is the original project. This is where we were at. And this is where we left that. So let's finish this real quick. Okay, beautiful. There we go. Beautiful. No place to hide. That is the fact. Oh, bet. Yeah. We came full circle. But bro, that be the thing, like, somebody, you know what happened? I think we were looking in that area and I was like, oh man, we were following the lady with the dogs. Yes. Okay. It all makes sense. We were building here. The lady with the 13 dogs happened. And I'm like, where's this bitch going? Bitch, hold on, Daddy-Os. Count how many dogs this bitch have. I was eating. We counted how many dogs the bitch had. We followed Shorty Girl. And then I think she went to take the tram, which, if I'm not mistaken, the tram is on this road. She took the tram. Bang. We followed Shorty Girl. She got off here. Went and took all of this pathway here. Walked all the way here, through there, and then she lives over here. Yes. Can I remember the exact house? Was it Ashridge? It wasn't Beechwood. It wasn't Cedar. No, press rewind. It had to be here. Wait. Claiborne, Fairview Lane. I think she lived on Fairview. Alright. 2 residents. How many dogs? Wait, I follow her. Actually, you're right. We did follow her. They did, Hippie? Oh my god. Godspeed, bro. She lives at 23 Fairview Lane. Dude. Joe and Jennifer, you know why? Because he couldn't have kids. He wasn't coming. That's what the issue was. He couldn't come. So they just had to get kids. Damn. Wait, Hippie, did they do... They did the 512 killing... what's that? It's the 512... Is it... 52... What is it? What is that damn map called? Is it the extended tile map, right? Did they do that full map like that? Or how did it go? Yes. Oh, on the 529. Okay. On the regular. I thought it was the larger maps mod. Alright, anyway, let's get back over here before I get distracted yet again. Ah, yes, and then I was trying to figure out the surface for here until I was deceived. Alright. There we go. What the fuck? Stop. In the name of love, 2, 4, 6. You got 2 dogs with the same name. 2 dogs with the same name. How is that going to work out? Jean and Rhonda. Yeah, other shorty girl walked 13 dogs by herself. Why y'all need to go together? Okay, y'all look corny. Y'all look corny. I'm gonna let y'all live though. Alright, come over here. Oh, these are legacy. Oh, interesting. There we go. Beautiful. I'm kind of curious. What is this clipping here? Oh, I get it. Okay, that's what was happening. There we go. There we go. Look how you take your time and things just work out. Yes. So over here, I did want this to be more in the middle, but this building is technically not in the middle. Are you crooked? Are you still fucking crooked? All right. Beautiful. All right, and then let's get a little fountain over here. Oh, wow. Oh, we got boat upon boat. Oh, my God. Woof. I did not see these. Okay, we got to go. Oh, Daddios. The way we are about to fucking build. Oh, my God. I need to be told about some of these assets before I just get these assets, bro. Oh, I'm so hyped. Say no more. I can't wait. I'm looking for... Is it parks? Yeah, it should be in parks. Wait, Khan did that? Oh, let's go. Yo, bro, I didn't know we had them. I would have been totally locked in earlier, and I would have just did a marina build and forgot all the broken shit in the city. But now, I had to worry about all the broken shit in the city. Okay. Alright. Alright, beautiful. What's this? And then what I want to do here is... No, go back. That's way too big. Way too big. Yep. Does this not have color? Oh, there we go. I like that a little bit better, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. All right. I think what we should do is actually... I'm going to then grab this concrete. Do we want to do concrete or like old school stone? We can do old school stone here. Yeah. And then on this side here, go to residential. Yeah. I think that works. I think that works. It's a little off because this side is a little longer, but that's fine. Also, I like when I watch them leave the fucking building. Yes, yes. Though I should have made that a little bit tighter because it's like they're walking through the building there. Do I have any pointed corners in my city that you have detail? He even did the USS Forrestal. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I've been seeing all the military stuff be put up, too. Pointed cities. Yeah, let's see. I mean, pointed areas. Give me a second. Maybe do the lighting on this. You have something like this. This is one of our first early detailed areas of the game. Next to the projects over here. Thank you, Daddy. I appreciate that. You said pointed corners. Let me see what else I may have. Alright. We'll fuck with this lighting for the rest of the stream. Let me see here. There's some areas I actually need to fix in detail. I didn't detail this up yet. Let me see here. No, this doesn't really count. Oh, anytime, dude. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna be working on this soon. My trams actually ride under this, so that's actually pretty cool. Actually, did he get rid of the style? Oh, he did. Okay. Because then if any... Yeah, that was meant to be an office place anyhow. Alright. No, this is not a triangle. I think actually in my industrial area maybe, you could kind of see that I was able to play around with these buildings here, fit a plaza, fit a sky bridge here, people's in them and walking around. I gotta get rid of that homeless shit over there though. This is within the triangle, but I don't think that will count. Alright. Oh, over here. So, I don't have the mods right now, but basically, these were all trucks for the buildings over here. I basically extended this to be a whole lot. I've been trying to do that more, is extend the lots. So even if it's in a weird corner or a weird area, we can still make it functional and shit. Oh, over here, I made this a little park area next to this building. Some stains. This is actually supposed to have some other stuff on it, but I don't know what happened there. Let me see. Nope, I don't think any more triangles, to be honest. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no problem, dude. No problem, bro. And it helps other people, like, really get to look at the city. Oh, so... Oh, fuck. No, I love you. I love you. Don't do this. You love me, right? Come on. Here, let me take this off. It's been so mean. So, like, over here, this was actually all park area and grass. I'm not sure what ended up happening, though, so... Let me actually fix this. There we go. And then on this side, maybe we do this grass instead, yeah. Alright. I needed to come over here and finish up, but basically, when I get these little roads, sometimes I like to make them just like little rocks and trees. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. A lot of my build style comes from New York though, so especially the city, that's where I'm from, so yeah. Alright, I think that's good. Yeah, alright, cool. Let's do this. There we go. There we go. Take that off. I want this even enough. Beautiful. All right. There we go. And then we're going to add to object as well. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Let's see. How are we looking out here? Okay. All right. Beautiful. And then what we could do over here is do we want to do these planters like that? Yeah. One of those there. One of those there. And then a little bit like this. There we go. Alright, and then let's grab this over here. No! I went to... Alright, fuck it. Just give me the planter. Just... Can I get the plant? Oh, why would you do this, game? Why do you hate me? Ha 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 ha. I got it back. Eat it, bitch. Hating ass game. Cities. I share all your pictures. I bet, oh, look at the beautiful cities I create. Yeah, I make digital cities. And look at you, you just being so evil. You crashed on me like how many times today? Okay. There we go. All right, beautiful. So then what we'll do over here is let's grab pergolas. Pergola, 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 pergola. These are pergolas, right? Yeah. Pergola, pergolas, whatever the fuck they're called. Yes. Honestly, should I have done it like this? Would that look dope, or is that too much? I don't know. I think that would have been dope. There we go. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, and then what we will do is, is this one? What we could do, wait, come over here. Cause like I can put the benches and make them sit anyway, or I can just get the tables that have sitting. No, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Where are they at? There we go. There we go. And then what I could do over here is go back to planters. No. There we go. Oh shit, no. Fuck. That's bad. How do I delete Sims? No, stop. Fuck. Whew, okay. Gotta be careful with some of the mods now. Alright. Now let's go and do that one more time. Let's get the residential. They were sitting, I just passed them. Alright, so we do something like that. And then on this side over here, Daddios, I am thinking... So we get them... Do we get them... Oh, they can... I don't want them to... I want them to sit on a bench, though. I don't know why we just didn't get one with a bench, but it's fine. Let's grab a bench first. Alright, so now let's go to probable citizens. Let's look for the one sitting. There should be some sitting people. Okay. Alright, cute. Because it's just gonna mess up, and I don't want to mess up the Sims. Like, it's harder to put them there than anything else. Alright. Beautiful. Alright, and then what I want to do over here is think, oh, we could actually, this building doesn't have a bike rack, right? We can make those bike racks and then have sitting here. Yeah, let me see, can I fit a bike rack over there? Where do I get bike stinkies again? No. Aww. Damn. Let me see. Nah, damn. Let me see. Because then that would be dope to have over here then. Or back here. Actually, let's see something. Oh, they don't. Damn. No, damn. Well, I could be here. Or, let me see something. I could do something like. I'm thinking. Yeah, we'll put it over here. Let's take this off. There we go. Beautiful. All right, beautiful. Oh, and all right, so Daddios, this is what we are about to do. It is hitting 6 o'clock, so we're going to go find a homie to raid. I was hella tired from work yesterday, bro. So thank y'all for chilling with me, helping me decompress. Though we had some stressful moments in the beginning of stream due to the crashes, we were alright. So overall, the city is healing. It's coming back slightly, but not as fast as we need it. We were working on multiple little micro projects today. We started filling in the rest of this block here. Prospero or Clovis? I heard this is Prospero's first time back in a minute. Who do you think we should go and hit up? Let me know, Daddy-o. Where are our vibes today? Oh shit, Imperial Jedi's also playing Cities Skylines? Cute. Is he doing a marathon? Oh yeah, I think he is. Clovis is using right everywhere. That's a vibe. Let me see. Is Prospero on right now? But before I jump out and before we decide who we're going to stream, this apartment complex is coming out really, really good. We have a through road here. We have a pedestrian boulevard, the divide, that goes all the way from the new stadium we will be building. Well, field. I don't want to call it a stadium. It's not that big, dude. All the way down to over here. This was what we had built last time, and this came out really, really good. I want to finish out the rest of this area. Yep, this is one of my favorite places. It's so good, and I like when they take that path to go straight here. Yep, alright, that's a vibe. Damn, and this is already at its limit with parking? Fuck. Alright. So yeah, Daddios. That's basically what we got done over here. I love these buildings. I really actually love these buildings. These are one of my favorite buildings. Though I should recolor this. I should trade the colors. So I have to remember. I can. It's not like I. Okay. Let's do this. And then this one. Copy. Come over here. Paste. Yeah, so I think that works out. I like this building being blue. I like these buildings being red. So we did that. We kept these houses here. Luckily, we didn't lose this whole neighborhood because it was not showing up for some odd reason, bro. Even after a reload. We came to also... We will finish Daisy Dayton this month as well. I want to finish this. Also, how's my jail doing? I don't know if y'all ever saw the prison that I made. It's a custom prison. I have to get... I don't know what happened over here. I have to figure that out. Oh, look at all the gangsters. Look at them working out. Yes, do y'all push-ups. Why are y'all doing push-ups out there? Are y'all trying to escape the jail? Y'all are supposed to be in there. Interesting. But yeah, we got a nice little gate fence in order for you to get into the prison. They got a chicken coop because they got to take care of their own food. You feel me? We do real rehabilitation out here. Let me see what's going on over here. Now we only have 18 prisoners. Okay, that's cool. Whatever. We had all those other prisoners before, I guess. But they probably died. Alright. We came over into the industrial area. We added a better road. We basically amplified and fixed up the road network. So Wood Street now goes through here. And then this street is actually aligned differently along this end. We still have the little dairy house area. What's this? The livestock exchange area. It changes up the shape of what it was before, but I'm not really too mad at it. It works out. Yeah, so that works beautifully. We then added some more industrial over here. We made our own custom industrial warehouse using what looks... These look like army bunkers. To be honest, we may just make a military base one day. I added some stuff on the roofs to make them look more realistic. This should be functioning as a full-fledged building. Oh, and damn, the efficiency is 205 fucking %. Wow. Wow. Okay. How many employees? All right. And then what about this building here? Manufacturing, oils, grain, nearly empty. Alright, I guess the efficiency is hella high. So our industrial area is cooking right now. But yeah, so that's what that is. So that worked out. Honestly, it was just a repurpose of a build that was here. But I did like the redo of it. We should have added some trees and stuff. Or at least some bushes. We'll come back and do that. And maybe anytime we tackle more industrial, we just mess with this area over here. Ooh, ooh, wee. I forgot I had this build. I like that. And I should just make all of this parking so that way they're not parking on the side street. Alright, we'll look into that. Let's take off this. And then we built a custom staircase today, y'all. 2 of them actually. The traffic to get in the city to live is insane, bro. Now, question. Has the traffic always been like... Alright. That's something we will have to look back into. Where were we at? Oh, yes. So I made a custom staircase that people are using. I don't know why y'all walking through my fucking bushes. Alright, y'all just don't want it to be pretty. Y'all are fucking haters. They're haters, so we're gonna take that out. I will send pictures later on tonight when I edit for Brooklyn. I'm gonna take that out because these are fucking haters. They're upset. But I thought that came out really, really good. And then we created little junctions in between for people to go through and service vehicles to go through, but not cars. And I'm glad that the trucks are not just trying to go and ram themselves through here. We did the same for over here, and then we fixed the terrain issues we were having. I think this works out way better, dude. We got some new peeps in here as well. Chewingle came through to chill out, so that was a vibe. So we got to show off the city a little bit more and continue to see what areas still need to get fixed. I do want this corridor of buildings done. I do want to see this finished. That's probably not going to happen until... We may just jump back on a Saturday and finish this up. Because Thursdays are Brooklyn time, so... And then at the end of the month, I want to get Daisy Dayton finished. This initial downtown, this like central square of that city done. Before we look at doing suburbs elsewhere. I also don't want to fill in every little nook and cranny of the map. Like, this is a big-ass map. We barely did what we needed to do here, so that's dope. Then, this is going to be for Weld's build over here. And then I owe Shock a build. I owe him a Truman Show build. And then I owe Zaya a build. So, I got to remember that. I got to figure out how to include those areas in here. But yeah, Daddios, we cooked up. So let's save. And then double check to see who's up on design. Yeah, we'll just save right there. Hold up, what's going on here? Oh, he has a BRB stream. Okay, I gotta bounce now, so it will be Clovis. We will raid and dip Clovis. Where's the Clovis at? Alright. Let's go, Daddios. We will raid the Daddios of Daddios. How do I do this again? I never remember. Oh, there we go. Yes. But yo, Daddios, again, much love. Yeah, definitely please have a great one. Catch y'all on Thursday. I'm trying my best to edit these videos. Please bear with me. I appreciate the patience and love and tranquility that you guys provide. Oh, also raid message if anybody's here. I be lurking my ass off too. Daddy, raid. That'll be the message. Yo, Truingo, most definitely, bro. Thank you for pulling up. Much love, man. Alright, so we will hit that. I will be chilling with my missus and getting ready for work tomorrow. Much love, YouTube fam. Thank y'all for pulling out. If anybody is still in here before we finish rating and y'all have not, please sub to my YouTube channel. So yes, go check that out. And we are outie, dude. Appreciate y'all. Much love. Au revoir.